March 1920. Won't be much longer. Derby had been telling her that for the past 2 hours. He said the same 4 words at intervals that had become so regular she could now predict, to within a minute the next repetition. His tone was terse and emphatic, as though he were trying to convince himself. Laurel had stopped responding because whatever she said he took as an affront. He sat hunched over the steering wheel, his shoulders stacked with so much tension they were nearly touching his earlobes. They had gotten a late start, not leaving Sherman until past noon. Since the day had been half gone, and daylight with it, she had suggested they wait until tomorrow to set out, but Derby had stubbornly stuck to his plan. "My old man's expecting us. I didn't spend good money on a telegram telling him when we were coming, only to be no-shows. It wasn't a trip to be making with an infant just barely a month old. She certainly hadn't expected to be uprooted with only a few hours' notice, but here they were, Derby, her, and baby Pearl, driving through the night. The farther they traveled, the more concerned she became about their welfare. Derby had told her that his father lived roughly 150 miles southwest of Sherman. He had showed her on a map the route they would take. Until today, she had never been on a road trip in an automobile, but she hadn't counted on it taking the 6+ hours they'd been traveling to cover 150 miles. She was huddled inside her coat, the lower half of her face wrapped in a muffler, a cap hugging her head. But even bundled up as she was, she had kept careful track of the highway signs. Freezing precipitation made them difficult to spot unless the T-model's one working headlight caught them at a good angle. They were still on the right highway, but how much farther could it possibly be? Or maybe in order to avoid a quarrel. Derby had fudged on the distance. To be fair, though, neither of them had counted on the abrupt change in the weather. North Texas had enjoyed a reasonably mild winter through Christmas and New Year, but the Farmer's Almanac had predicted a spring that would be colder than usual, with hard freezes expected well into mid-March. This was day 2 of the month, and it had come in like a lion. They'd just reached the western outskirts of Dallas when the norther had caught up to them. The leading gust of frigid air had broadsided the Tin Lizzie like a runaway freight train. She wouldn't be surprised to learn that that first buffet had left a dent in the car door. Not that another dent would be noticed. It was already banged up the day Derby had driven the car home. She had been flabbergasted by his impulsiveness. When she'd asked where he'd gotten it, he'd told her about a former war buddy who lived in a town nearby. He hadn't been in France a month when the poor bastard lost his left leg clean up to here. He'd made a slice across his groin. Can't work the pedals to drive. He let me have this beauty for a song. They didn't have a song, but she hadn't pointed that out because in that boastful moment, some of Derby's rakish charm, which had attracted her to him in the first place, had resurfaced. He'd swung open the passenger door and made a sweeping gesture with his arm as he bowed. "Your chariot awaits, Ms. Plummer." He'd winked and grinned, and she'd seen a flash of the dashing young man who had marched off to fight the Great War rather than the quarrelsome stranger who had returned from it. She'd seized on his sudden light-heartedness and had giggled helplessly as he'd driven them through town, going faster than he should, and needlessly honking at everything and everybody, making her laugh harder. He'd seemed mindless of the jostling until one pothole sent her bouncing so hard in her seat, she placed her hands protectively over her belly, careful of those chuck holes or the baby might pop out of me like a cork from a bottle. She had gone into labor that very night. By 3 o'clock the following afternoon, she was a mother and Derby a father. That had been 4 weeks ago. At first, Derby had been prideful and happy and solicitous to her and their baby girl. But the newness of fatherhood had soon worn off, and the grinning man who'd taken her on the joy ride retreated once more behind a perpetual scowl she couldn't allay. In the 30 or so days since Pearl's entrance into the world, Derby had lost another job. He'd spent a lot of time away from the house and snapped at her whenever she'd inquired where he'd been. In a heartbeat, he would become testy and short-tempered. She never knew what to expect. During supper last evening, out of the clear blue, he'd announced, "We're moving to Foley." He'd avoided looking at her by keeping his head bent over his meal, afraid to overreact. She'd blotted her mouth with her napkin. "I think I've heard of it. Isn't it near?" "It's not near anything." But my old man's found me work out there. She had actually felt a spark of hopefulness. Really? That's wonderful. Doing what? Does it matter? He's expecting us tomorrow. The floor, none too level already, had seemed to undulate beneath her chair. Tomorrow. Pearl was a fussy baby who demanded to be nursed several times a night. For a month, Laurel hadn't slept for more than a couple of hours at a time. She was exhausted, worried about Derby's state of mind, worried about their shortage of money, and now this, leaving half his supper uneaten. He'd shoved back his chair, left the table, and lifted his jacket off the peg near the back door. Pack tonight. I want to get away early. Wait, Derby? We can't just... Words had failed her. Sit back down, please. We need to talk about this. What's to talk about? She gaped at him with bafflement. Everything. Do we have a place to live? I wouldn't up and move you and the baby without having a plan, would I? It just seems awfully sudden. Well, it's not. I've been thinking on it for a time. You should have talked it over with me. I'm talking it over with you now. His raised voice had caused Pearl to flinch where she lay asleep in Laurel's lap. Laurel had lifted her to her shoulder and patted her back. Derby's expression had turned impatient, but whether at her, the baby, or himself, she'd been unable to tell. I've got some things to see to before we clear town. Rent's due on this place the day after tomorrow. I'll leave notice of our departure in the landlord's mailbox. He'd reached for the doorknob. Derby, hold on. She'd gone over to him. I welcome the idea of us making a fresh start. I just want it to be a good, fresh start, thought through, not so rushed. I told you I have been thinking on it. But making a move to another town seems drastic. When you talk to Mr. Davis, he told you that he might have an opening at his store soon. Scooping chicken feed into tow sacks. He'd made a sour face. No thanks. Something else could. There's nothing for me here, Laurel. Anyway, it's decided. We're leaving. He'd pulled open the door and said over his shoulder as he went out, You'd better get started packing. He hadn't returned home until after 2 o'clock in the morning, disheveled and red-eyed, reeking of bootleg whiskey, too drunk to stand without support when he'd stumbled into the bedroom. He'd propped himself against the door jamb and blearily focused on her where she'd sat in the rocking chair next to the bed, nursing Pearl. Things ready? He'd asked in a mumble. Their duplex had rented furnished, so there hadn't been much to pack except for their clothing and her personal possessions, which were few in number and didn't amount to anything. In answer to his question, she'd motioned to the 2 suitcases lying open on the floor. She'd carefully folded his army uniform and laid it on top. Laurel had eased Pearl away from her breast and tucked it back inside her nightgown. Couldn't we give this decision a week? Talk it over some more? I'm sick of talking. He'd staggered to the bed, crawled onto it, and passed out. He'd slept late and had been irritable and hungover when he woke up. Laurel had wished he'd forgotten about their departure, about the whole harebrained idea. But he'd fortified himself with several cups of strong coffee and a dozen hand-rolled cigarettes, and by the time she'd packed them a lunch with what food was left in the icebox, Derby was impatient to be off. While he was loading their suitcases, putting one in the trunk and strapping down the other on top of it, she'd walked through the duplex one final time, checking to see that nothing belonging to them had been overlooked. Derby had hung his army uniform back in the closet. The top on the Ford was up, which kept some of the frozen precipitation off them, but it was open air. During the whole trip, Laurel had kept Pearl clutched to her chest inside her coat, inside her dress, wanting to be skin to skin with her. She was afraid the baby would freeze to death and she wouldn't even know it because she was so numb with cold herself. But Pearl had nursed well her last feeding, and her breath had remained reassuringly humid and warm. Won't be much longer. Laurel held her tongue. This time Derby added, a crossroads is up ahead. He's only a few miles past that. However, beyond the crossroads, the road narrowed and the pavement gave way to gravel. The surrounding darkness was unrelieved except for the faulty headlight that blinked intermittently like a distress signal from a foundering ship. So when Laurel caught a flicker of light out of the corner of her right eye, she first thought it was the headlight reflecting off pellets of blowing sleet. But she squinted through the precipitation and then gave a soft cry of desperate hope. Derby? Could that be his place? Where? Up there. I thought I saw a light. He slowed down and looked in the direction she indicated. Gotta be, he muttered. He put the car in low gear and turned onto a dirt track formed by tire treads. The sleet made it look like it had been salted. The Model T ground its way up the incline. At the higher elevation, the north wind was vicious, howling. It lashed against the car as Derby brought it to a stop. Whatever relief Laurel might have felt evaporated when she saw the dwelling beyond the windshield. It could be described only as a shack. Light seeped through vertical slits in the walls made of weathered lumber. On the south side of the structure, the roof steeply sloped downward and formed an extension that provided cover for stacked firewood. She didn't say anything, and Derby avoided looking at her. He pushed open the driver's door against the fierce wind and climbed out. A fan of light spread onto the ground in front of him as the door to the shack came open. Derby's father was silhouetted, so Laurel couldn't make out his features, but she was heartened by the welcoming tone of his voice as he shouted into the wind, I'd about given up on you. He waved Derby forward, less enthusiastically. Derby approached his father and shook hands. They exchanged a few words which Laurel couldn't hear. Derby's father jerked his head backward. Then he leaned to one side in order to see around Derby and peered at the car. Derby did a quick about-face, came over to the passenger door, opened it, and motioned Laurel out. Hurry, it's cold. Her legs almost gave out beneath her when she stepped onto the ground. Derby took her elbow and closed the car door. Together they made their way to the open doorway, where her father-in-law had stepped aside for them. Derby hustled her inside, then firmly shut the door. The wind continued to roar, or, Laurel wondered, was the roaring in her ears actually caused by the sudden silence, or her weariness and gnawing hunger? All that, she assumed, plus the alarming and humiliating realization that she and Pearl had not been expected. Daddy, this is my wife, Laurel. I'll get the suitcases with no more ceremony than that. Derby left them. There was little resemblance between Derby and his father, who was half a head shorter and didn't have Derby's lanky build. The crescent of his baldness was so precise it could have been traced from a pattern. The hair around it was wiry and gray and grew straight out from his head like brush bristles. His eyebrows looked like twin caterpillars stuck to his forehead. They assessed each other. She said, Mr. Plummer. Clearing her throat of self-conscious scratchiness, she added, Pleased to meet you, Laurel, he said. Yes, sir. We're kin now, so I expect you ought to drop the sir and call me Irv. She gave him a faint smile, and some of the tension in her chest eased. Pearl squirmed inside her coat, drawing his notice. That the baby? What's its name? Laurel unbuttoned her coat, lifted Pearl out, and transferred her to the crook of her elbow. Her name is Pearl. He didn't step closer, but tentatively leaned forward and inspected what he could see of Pearl, which wasn't much swaddled as she was, and considering the meager light provided by a kerosene lantern that hung from a hook in the low ceiling, he appeared to be pleased enough with his granddaughter because he smiled, but all he said was, well, how about that? Then he turned away and went over to a pot-bellied stove. Laurel noticed that he favored his left leg, making his bow-leg gait even more lopsided. He opened the door to the stove and tossed in 2 split logs he took from the stack of firewood against the wall. He came back around, dusting his hands. Y'all are hungry, I expect. I've got a rabbit fried up, fresh killed and dressed this morning. I've kept a batch of biscuits warm. I was waiting till Derby got here to make the gravy. Laurel's stomach had been growling for the past several hours. But to be polite, she said, I hate that you've gone to so much trouble. No trouble. Coffee's the door burst open and Derby came in with their suitcases. He dropped them at his sides and pushed the door closed with his heel. Irv said to him, Move over there closer to the stove. I'll pour y'all some coffee. Got any hooch? Or are you abiding by the new law of the land even though it's horse shit? Looking displeased by his son's crudity, Irv glanced at Laurel, then walked over to a small chest that had only 3 legs. In place of the missing one was a stack of catalogs with faded, curled, dusty covers. He grunted as he went down on his right knee. He opened the bottom drawer, reached far back into it, and came out with a mason jar that was 2/3 full of clear liquid. As he heaved himself up, he said, "Sometimes my hip gets to bothering me so's I can't sleep." A nip of shine helps. Derby reached for the jar without so much as a thank you. He uncapped it and took a swig. The corn liquor must have seared his gullet. When he lowered the jar, his eyes were watering. Laurel was already furious at him. Weren't their present circumstances dreadful enough without his getting drunk? She didn't conceal the resentment in her voice when she told him she needed the necessary. Irv said around back 20 paces or so, you can lay the baby down over there. He nodded toward a mattress on the floor in the corner. Take a lantern, Derby. Laurel didn't want to leave Pearl, but not having any choice. She laid her on the mattress. The ticking looked reasonably clean compared to the hard-packed dirt floor. She wrapped the baby tightly in her blankets, hoping that a varmint wouldn't crawl into them before she returned. Between taking sips of moonshine, Derby had lit a lantern. Bracing herself for the brutal cold, Laurel followed him out. It had started to snow, and it was sticking. She was glad Derby was with her to help her find her way, but she was too angry to speak to him. She went into the foul-smelling outhouse and relieved herself as quickly as she could. When she emerged, Derby passed the lantern to her. Get back inside. I'm going to have a smoke. It's freezing out here. I'm going to have a smoke. And finish that, she said, glaring at the fruit jar. I'm sick of you nagging me about every goddamn thing. As if things aren't bad enough, you're going to get skunk drunk? He smirked, thought I would. He raised the jar to his mouth, but she slapped it aside, almost knocking it out of his hand. Do as I tell you, Laurel. Go inside. Your daddy didn't know about Pearl and me, did he? When he just stared back at her, she shouted, did he? No. Even though she wasn't surprised, hearing him admit it caused her to see red. How could you do this to me, Derby, to Pearl, to all of us? Why in the world did you bring us here? I had to do something with you first. First, you'll thank me later. He produced a pistol from the pocket of his coat, put it beneath his chin, and pulled the trigger. 2. Laurel's father-in-law waited until daylight, and the worst of the storm had blown itself out to notify the authorities. Before leaving for town, he made her swear that she would stay inside the shack while he was gone. Listlessly, she agreed to remain inside, having no desire to subject herself to see in the dreary, gray daylight what she had beheld in darkness. She hadn't even known that Derby owned a pistol. In Irv's absence, she sat on the mattress near the pot-bellied stove where she had endured the long night, benumbed by what Derby had done. She'd held Pearl to her the entire time, her infant being the only thing that seemed real, the one thing she could cling to in this ongoing nightmare. She couldn't even take comfort in fond memories of Derby. Those she'd cherished had died with him. They'd been obliterated by what would be her final memory of him. She resented him for that. Irv returned, followed by the sheriff and the justice of the peace. They came into the shack and spoke to her briefly, but there was little she could say that would make the circumstances any clearer than the gore they'd seen splashed onto the door of the outhouse. After Derby's body had been removed and taken to the funeral parlor, Irv dismantled the outhouse and burned it. By the early dusk, he had built another enclosure. He probably wouldn't have been so industrious on the day after his son's suicide if it hadn't been for the privacy Laurel required. Now, less than 24 hours after meeting her father-in-law, they were alone in the shack except for Pearl. He was at the cook stove, preparing food she didn't think she could eat, but knew she must in order to sustain Pearl. Thank you for replacing the outhouse. Easier to start over than try to clean the old one. He'd made a goddamn mess. Softly, she said, he wasn't right in his mind. He turned away from the stove and looked over at her. Shell shock, I suppose. A light had gone out inside him, and it never came back on. I thought he would get better as time passed. I tried to help him, but he wouldn't even talk about it. Irv dragged one hand down his creased face. He was like that after his mama died. Shut down, like, he ever tell you about that? No, TB got her. Derby was 7, 8, had to watch her decline, then die. That's tough on a kid. He paused, lost in thought, then cleared his throat. After she passed, I couldn't earn a living and look after him at the same time. I had no choice but to put him in a home. For what it was a nice place, subsidized by the railroad. I'd go see him whenever I could, but he raised his shoulders. He never forgave me for leaving him. Soon as he was old enough, he went his own way. I'd hear from him off and on, mostly off. But it seemed to me like he'd found himself again and was doing all right. Then the war came along. If it was as bad as they say, it's a wonder any one of them who survived it haven't done what he did. He heaved a sigh that invoked Laurel's pity. The wretched memory of Derby's death would stay with Irv until his own final breath. "Can I help you there?" she asked. "No, thanks. I'm just making some gravy for that rabbit we didn't eat last night. It's almost ready." Pearl was sleeping peacefully on the mattress. She probably needed to be changed, but in the process she would wake up. Right now it was better for Laurel as well as for the baby that she remain asleep. Because Laurel needed time to think. She was viewing her life as a spool of ribbon that had gotten away from her, rolling out of her reach, unwinding rapidly and haphazardly, and she was powerless to stop it. She shivered as much from despair as from the cold air that seeped through the cracks in the walls of the shack. She hadn't removed her coat since she arrived. Shoving her hands deep into its pockets, she said, "Right before he did it, Derby admitted that he hadn't told you about me and Pearl." Irv set down the long spoon he was using and turned toward her. "He didn't even tell me he'd survived the war, Derby, and she had still been in a honeymoon haze when he had left for overseas. She would have gone crazy if she hadn't received periodic letters from him. Usually they were filled with cryptic references to his misery, but at least she'd known that he was alive. Learning that Derby hadn't extended his father that courtesy made her heartsick for the old man. That was terribly thoughtless of him. I got one letter telling me he'd been drafted and was going to Europe to kill Huns. I moved around a lot for work, so he'd been long gone by the time that letter caught up with me. Armistice came and went without a word from him. I took that as a bad sign, but the military is supposed to let folks back home know when their loved one has fallen or is missing, right? So I went up to Camp Bowie where he'd been stationed before shipping out. After a lot of rigmarole and sorting through red tape, I was told he'd made it back stateside. His last paycheck from the Army had been mailed to a post office box in Sherman. I wrote to him there just to tell him where I'd lit in case he ever wanted to find me. He took in the rustic interior of the shack, as though seeing it from her perspective for the first time. She followed the track of his eyes. Cobwebs laced the rafters that were blackened from age and smoke. A cowhide that looked like it had mange was nailed to the north wall. She supposed that it wasn't so much for decoration as to keep out the elements. The flue of the pot-bellied stove was piecemeal, forming a leaky and crooked outlet to the hole in the ceiling. "Ain't much," he said. Laurel didn't detect any degree of humility or apology in that statement, and she couldn't help but admire him for that. He gave the simmering gravy a stir. "I didn't hear anything from Derby until the telegram office sent a boy out here day before yesterday. All it said was that he was coming, nothing more." Laurel dug at a crack in the dirt floor with the toe of her shoe. "There was no job, no work waiting for him, was there?" He shifted his weight, redistributed it unevenly, placing more on the right side of his body. "There's work around, of what kind?" "Same as me. Forgive me, Mr. Plummer, but Irv, what kind of work do you do?" "I was a railroad man, over 30 years at it, went all over repairing tracks. That's how I got the bum hip." He patted his left leg joint, coupler backed into it. "Didn't stop me from working, though, just made it harder. But I got old and tired, so I stopped railroading several years ago and settled into this place. Now I do odd jobs in and around town." He looked over at her with something of a grin. "I guess you could say I'm a fix-it man. Are there enough things around here that need fixing to keep you busy and solvent?" She wanted to ask that, but didn't. "I'm stretched pretty thin, all right." He set tin plates and cutlery on the small table, which was not much larger than a checkerboard. "How much had Derby told you about me?" "Not much good, I reckon. He hadn't told me anything except that you were still living as far as he knew. He said the two of you weren't close." He gave a sad nod. Well, then, at least that didn't come as a shock to you. What caused the rift? He pursed his lips thoughtfully, then said, his mama died young. He gave the gravy another stir. What about you? Is your family up in North Texas? Yes. My daddy and uncle grow cotton, or did. The last 3 crops got ruined by the boll weevil. You'll want to notify your folks of this. She took a breath, wishing she could postpone this, but reasoned that he needed to know sooner rather than later. We don't speak. He came around and studied her for a moment, then asked, was it Derby that split y'all up? He must have seen the answer in her expression, because he said, figured, the blame wasn't all his, the split was my daddy's doing, he's a hard man. He disapproved of Derby's sinful ways, drinking and dancing. She huffed a laugh. To my daddy's mind, even a game of dominoes will send you to hell. Derby enjoyed egging him on. One day, Daddy had enough and put his foot down. He told me that Derby's sinfulness was rubbing off on me, and that if I married him, no one in my family would be allowed to utter my name again. Not ever. It would be as though I'd never been born. She gazed down at her sleeping daughter, relieved that her stern, intolerant father would never exercise any influence over her. Fine, I told him. I didn't want to be a member of a family so wrathful and unloving. Both of us meant what we said. Mama, of course, had to go along with Daddy. Her mother's plight made Laurel sad. She'd been cowed into letting Laurel go without a quibble, but there was no help for that. Mother, taking seriously her submissive role, had made her bed, and she would die in it. Suddenly it occurred to Laurel that she unwittingly had been taking that same path. If she hadn't yielded to Derby's irrational decision, hadn't gone dumbly along for harmony's sake, she wouldn't be in this predicament. Her father-in-law was saying, maybe after what's happened, your folks will take you back. I'm happy to drive you up there. No, she said swiftly and firmly. Thank you for offering, but I won't go back. Irv rubbed his bristly chin, looked down at Pearl, then at Laurel. Well, then, looks like you're staying. 3 May 1920. Thatcher had worn out his welcome. He knew it, although he tried not to act like he did. He lay on his back, using his duffel bag as a pillow, fingers linked over his stomach, fedora covering his face. He pretended to be asleep. He was far from it. He was acutely aware of everything going on inside the boxcar, the atmosphere of which had turned ripe to the stinking point with hostility. Beneath him, the wheels of the train rhythmically clickety-clacked over the rails, but their noisy cadence didn't drown out the snores of the 3 men sharing the freight car with him. Thatcher didn't trust their snorts and snuffles. They were too irregular and loud like him. They were playing possum, waiting for an opportunity to spring. The door to the car had been left partially open to provide them fresh air. The gap was no wider than a few feet, 3-4 at best. Once he made his move, he couldn't hesitate. He would get only one chance, so, within a second or two of moving, he'd have to make a clean jump through that slim gap. If he didn't make it out, a fight was inevitable. 3 against 1. Bad odds in any contest. Until fate had put them together on this train, they'd been strangers to him and to one another. But last night, somewhere between coastal Louisiana and wherever they were now, the other 3 had become unified against him. The last thing he wanted was a damned fight. He'd fought in one, a bloody one. He'd been on the winning side of it, but victory hadn't felt as glorious as people had let on. To his mind, the loss of so many men and women wasn't a fit reason to hold parades. No, he wouldn't welcome a fight, but if he had to defend himself, he would, and he wouldn't fight fair. He hadn't cheated death in France to die in this railroad car that reeked of its cargo of yellow onions and unwashed men. One advantage the other 3 had over him was that they weren't new to riding freights. He was the amateur, but he'd listened to their idle conversation, had paid attention, had sifted the facts out of the bullshit. They jawed about the station masters who were charitable and looked the other way when they spotted a hobo, and others who were die-hard company men, by the rule's sons, bitches who were well known up and down the line for showing no mercy to men they caught hitching a ride. Thatcher's plan had been to wait until the train began to slow on the outskirts of the next town and to get off before it reached the depot, in case the station master there happened to be one of the less tender-hearted. But these men who were seasoned in the art were probably expecting him to do just that. No doubt their plan was to jump him before he could jump from the train. They were on a track that cut across the broad breast of Texas where towns were few and far between. But within the last few minutes, Thatcher had decided that no matter how desolate the landscape was where he landed, it would be safer than staying in this boxcar and at the mercy of men who didn't have anything left to lose. Jumping from a moving train couldn't be much worse than being thrown from a horse, could it? He'd been pitched off too many times to count, but he'd never been thrown when it was full dark, when he didn't know his exact location or where his next drink of water would come from. How long till daylight? He didn't dare check his wristwatch. The Army invention was still a novelty to folks who hadn't been issued one during the war. He didn't want to draw attention by consulting the time, which would be a giveaway that he was awake and planning a departure as unobtrusively as possible. He used his index finger to raise his head just far enough to gauge the degree of darkness beyond the opening, since the last time he'd sneaked a look. The rectangular gap had turned from solid black to dull gray. Moving only his gaze, he looked toward the men who were a short distance away, lying at various angles to each other. Two were snoring loudly, feigning sleep. One, Thatcher could tell, was watching him through slitted eyelids. Thatcher lowered his finger from the underside of the brim. His hat resettled over his face. He forced himself to breathe evenly while he counted to 60. Then in one motion he lurched to his feet as he popped his hat onto his head and grabbed his duffel bag by the strap. He made it to the opening and hurled his bag out. Just as he was about to spring, one of the men grabbed his sleeve from behind shit. Thatcher came around and swung his fist toward the guy's head, but he saw it coming, ducked, and held on to Thatcher's sleeve like a bulldog. Out the corner of his eye, he saw another approaching in a crouch, making wide swipes with a knife. The man holding on to him threw a punch that caught Thatcher in the ribs. He retaliated by chopping the guy across the throat with the side of his hand. His attacker let go of his sleeve and staggered backward, holding his throat with both hands and wheezing. Thatcher spun around to the one with the knife. He had less than a second to throw up his hand to protect his face from being slashed. The sharp blade sliced across his palm. Thatcher yelped. The hobo grinned and charged. With his good hand, Thatcher caught hold of the vertical iron handle on the door and kicked the knifer in the balls. Dropping the knife, he screamed in agony, grabbed himself, dropped to his knees, then fell onto his side. Thatcher picked up the knife. The third in the group was poised to attack. Thatcher, winded, his cut hand hurting like bloody hell, said, "Call it quits. Why don't you?" But the tramp didn't listen. He came up on his toes, preparing to lunge. Thatcher threw the knife end over end. The point pierced through the man's right shoe, nailing his foot to the floor of the boxcar. Thatcher turned and made a blind leap through the opening. As he went airborne, howled obscenities trailed him into the pre-dawn light as the train rumbled on. He landed on his feet, but his knees buckled at the jarring impact. Unable to break his fall, he tumbled down the incline, cussing the pounding he was taking from boulders and stumps on one of his revolutions. He recognized the shape of a large agave, dead ahead and coming up fast. As he slid downhill toward it, he dug in his heels. They kicked up loose rocks and grit that struck him in the face, but he was able to stop within inches of being impaled by one of the plant's barbed spines as the dust settled around him. He took mental stock of himself and determined that none of his limbs hurt bad enough to have been broken. His breathing was hard and fast, but it didn't hurt to suck in air, so no busted or sprained ribs despite the blow he'd taken on one side. He wasn't dizzy, didn't feel like puking. Accepting that he was basically all right except for his thriving palm, adrenaline seemed to leak from his pores like sweat. He stayed as he was, lying there on his back, taking in his expansive and unobstructed view of the sky. It was turning paler by the second, causing the panoply of stars to dim, and he thought what a hell of a thing it was that he was still alive and could admire that sky. Then, as only one who had slept standing up in a trench while rats scuttled across his blood-soaked boots could do, he dropped into a deep sleep. He woke up to an early sun, but kept his eyes closed against its brightness, basking in the clean warmth of it on his face. He savored the stillness of the ground beneath him. He'd been unsteadily rocking for 2 days in that mother-loving boxcar. It had been almost as bad as the merchant marine freighter requisitioned and re-outfitted to ship troops home from Europe. If he never saw the Atlantic again or a wave stronger than a ripple in a stock pond, it would be fine with him. After several minutes, he sat up. His vision was still clear, and he wasn't dizzy, although he had taken a clout to the head during his downhill plunge. A goose egg had formed on his right temple at his hairline. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and used it to wipe the blood away from the cut across his palm. It wasn't all that deep, but it made his hand ache. He wrapped the handkerchief around it. By the position of the sun, he figured out the directions. The landscape was dominated by rugged limestone outcroppings, some bare, some with live oak trees or cedar brakes seeming to grow straight out of the rock. Scrub brush like that wicked-looking agave dotted the shallow topsoil. He figured he was somewhere in the hill country, still hundreds of miles from home. He stood up and dusted himself off as best he could, then climbed the incline back to the tracks. The wind was southerly and warm but strong. It had blown his hat off when he'd made the jump, but miraculously it was still there, lying in the railbed. He clamped it onto his head and pulled the brim down low over his eyes, then started walking along the tracks in the direction from which the train had come, until he reunited with his duffel bag. Shouldering it, he reversed his direction and continued in the northwesterly direction the train had been traveling. He saw no indication that a settlement of any kind was anywhere close. He didn't even see a road. The only living things he spotted were a small herd of cattle on a distant hill and 3 buzzards circling their breakfast, or what soon would be their breakfast. His stomach was gnawing at its own emptiness, but the only food left in his duffel were a few saltine crackers and the last of a hunk of cheddar. Eating them would make him thirsty, so he decided to hold off until he found water. He hiked along the tracks for an hour before he reached a crossing. Gravel road ran north and south perpendicular to the tracks, extending for seeming miles in both directions without a turnoff. He took the northern route, hoping that he wouldn't have to hoof it for too long before someone came along who would give him a lift. The road was easier to walk on than the railbed, but the sky was cloudless, and the sun grew hotter than what you'd expect in mid-May. He shucked off his jacket and draped it over the duffel bag, unbuttoned the cuffs of his shirt and rolled them up, sighting a thin trail of smoke rising from behind one of the hills. He was tempted to go in search of the source. A ranch house or even a campsite could provide him with a drink of water, but the smoke was swiftly dispersed by the high wind, so he couldn't be certain how far away it was, and he was reluctant to go exploring off the beaten path. He was no stranger to living without a roof over his head, but he wasn't equipped to do so now. He estimated he'd walk 3 or 4 miles before he spotted a structure on the crest of a rise. At first it was only a dark dot, but the closer he got, it began to take shape. He smelled wood smoke even though he didn't see any coming from the flue sticking out of the roof at an angle. A Model T was parked in front along with a truck that looked like a junkyard on wheels. The place didn't look hospitable, but somebody was at home and he was damned thirsty. He started up the dirt lane. As he got closer to the house, he saw that it wasn't a house at all, but a lined shack as ill-kempt a one as he'd ever seen. It must belong to a slipshod outfit that instilled no sense of pride in the cowboys who worked for it. However, it was no cowboy in the yard, but a young woman who was wrestling with a wet bedsheet. She was trying to get it onto a makeshift clothesline strung between the back corner of the shack and the outhouse. The strong wind was hampering her effort, but she was putting up a fight, he said. The sheet is winning. 4, at the sound of his voice, she spun around, looking at him wide-eyed, her hands slapping against her chest where her breath seemed to have become trapped. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Thatcher took off his hat. She recovered enough to close her mouth, in the process of hastily gathering up the flapping sheet. A corner of it dragged through the dirt, which made her frown. She dropped the sheet back into a cauldron of water, obviously her wash pot. As she wiped her wet palms on the skirt of her dress, she looked beyond him toward the road. Coming back to him, she said, "Who are you?" "My name's Thatcher Hutton. How'd you get here? Train?" There's no depot within miles of here. Why was the train stopped? It wasn't. I jumped off. Knowing what that implied about him, she raised her hand and shaded her eyes against the sun as she regarded him with even more wariness. Out in the middle of nowhere? It was the lesser of two evils. What was the other one? The men sharing the boxcar with me bore a grudge. The admission didn't earn him her favor, so I see. She looked pointedly at the goose egg on his temple and his bandaged hand. She squared her shoulders and motioned him toward the road. Well, you live to tell of it. Get on now. I've walked several miles, and your place here is the first sign of civilization I've seen. What's the nearest town? Foley. He'd heard of it, but had never been there. But he hadn't been much of anywhere before the war. How far is it? 5 miles. Tapping his hat against his leg, he glanced over his shoulder at the road. 5? Huh? At least. I don't suppose you'd be going that way any time soon. He glanced toward the vehicles. No. Maybe you should have stayed on the train. No, I needed to jump off. How many of them were there? In the boxcar? 3. How did you get crosswise with them? They got sore at me for taking their money. You stole their money? He shook his head. Won at cards. Did you cheat? No. She made a scoffing sound expressing doubt. It's true. I have a knack. Still frowning with skepticism, she raised her arm and pointed toward the road. Go north about 3 miles. At the crossroads, go east. It's a state highway that leads straight to town and becomes Main Street. Thank you. You're welcome. Now move along. Could you spare me a drink of water first? She glanced toward the shack, seemed to debate it, then tilted her head. Back here. He set his duffel on the ground and piled his coat and hat on top of it. She led him past a chicken coop that looked relatively new. 2 hens were inside it, nesting. A rooster, strutting outside the coop, ruffled his feathers and challenged him and the woman with an aggressive beating of his wings. She told him to shoo or he'd find himself in a stew pot. On the back side of the shack, a rough wood bench leaned lengthwise against the exterior wall. A bucket of water was sitting on a dented metal ladle hanging on a nail above it. Help yourself, thanks. He lifted the ladle off the nail, dipped it into the bucket, and brought it to his mouth. The water was tepid, but it was wet. He wanted to gulp, but drank slowly in order to study her. Her dress was baggy, indicating that either it was a hand-me-down from a woman of more substance, or that there used to be more to her than there was now. There was nothing wrong with her shape, though. He'd noticed that each time the wind bonded the ill-fitting dress to her slender frame. Her hair was honey-colored, lighter around her face, and pulled into a bun worn low on the back of her head. The wind had pulled strands loose, which seemed to aggravate her because she kept impatiently trying to tuck them back in. In fact, her whole aspect was one of agitation. She was strung up a whole lot tighter than her clothesline before he finished drinking. She lost patience. I've got to get back to my wash. He drained the ladle and replaced it on the nail. Much obliged. You're welcome. She turned around and started back the way they'd come. He fell into step behind her. They were nearing the corner of the shack when the rooster came flapping around it with an angry squawk and tried to peck her hand. She recoiled, bumping into Thatcher. Instinctively, he caught her upper arms. Did he get you? Not this time, but he has, more than once. The bird charged again. She flinched. Thatcher said, "Git." The rooster, having established his superiority, strutted away. She eased herself free of Thatcher's hands, but turned her head to speak over her shoulder. He's a wretched bird. I ought to ring. Then she winced and came full around to face him. At first, Thatcher thought the rooster had pecked her after all, but it wasn't her hand she was grimacing over. It was his. When he'd clasped her arms, the handkerchief had come unwound, exposing the cut on his palm. She reached for his hand and held it supported in hers as she examined the cut, gently pressing the flesh on either side of it. You should have that looked at. It could get... She broke off when she looked up into his face and realized how close they were standing, how still he'd become, and how fixated he was on her face. She snatched her hand back then, with a swirl of her skirt, rounded the corner of the building out of sight. Thatcher blew out a long breath. wadded up the blood-stained handkerchief and stuffed it into his pants pocket, then followed her back to the wash pot where she was jabbing the contents with a stick as though punishing the soaking sheets. She didn't look at him. "I'll help you wring out that sheet and hang it on the line." "It's my fault. It got dirty again." "No, thank you. It's the least I can do." "No, thank you." Her words were polite enough, but there was no mistaking her tone. She wanted him gone. He bent down, retrieved his hat, and put it on, then picked up his jacket and folded it over his arm. He lifted his duffel by the strap and was about to haul it onto his shoulder when he saw that he'd earned her notice after all. She'd stopped what she had been doing and was staring at his jacket where it lay across his arm. He fingered the torn seam that attached his sleeve, the one grabbed and held onto as he'd made his escape. It was ripped during the altercation. She gave her head a slight shake. "It's not the tear. I noticed the buttons. Oh, they're keepsakes from off my Army uniform. When he'd mustered out, the Army had reclaimed his uniform for reasons never explained. Did they expect another war to break out soon? Were they going to pass down his mud and blood-stained uniform to the next guy they drafted into service? He never knew, but before he'd relinquished the uniform, he'd ripped off the dull brass buttons bearing insignias. As soon as he'd acquired a suit of civilian clothes, he'd swapped out the buttons. He ran his fingertip over the one with an embossed pair of crossed rifles and the capital letter B, the 360th Infantry Regiment, all as draftees from Texas and Oklahoma. "Yes, I know." She spoke with a huskiness to her voice that hadn't been there before. "B Company? You know someone who served in it?" "My husband." Her eyes flicked up to his, then away as she resumed swishing the water in the cauldron. "He make it back?" "Yes." She kept her head down and didn't elaborate, but he'd had his question answered. He hoisted the duffel bag onto his shoulder. "I'll need a place to stay in town. Any suggestions?" She was about to shake her head when she hesitated, as though remembering in the window of Hancock's store. "There's a sign advertising a room." "Where's the store? You can't miss it." "Laurel," startled. She looked in the direction of the shack from where the man's voice had come. "I'm here," she called. The baby's coughing again. Just then, a baby's wail could be heard coming from inside. The woman propped her stick against the lip of the washpot and started toward the door of the shack. As she rushed past Thatcher, she said, "Be on your way now." "Thanks for the water." Before she disappeared inside, he said, "Wait, what was that name again?" She paused in the open doorway and looked back at him. "Hancock's? No. Your name? Oh, Laurel, plumber."
5. As Laurel rushed inside, she nearly ran directly into Irv, who was standing just beyond the threshold but far enough back in the shadows that he couldn't be seen from the yard. He held a double-barreled shotgun crosswise against his chest. He raised his index finger to his lips, signaling for her not to make a sound. She went over to the crib that Irv had made for Pearl out of scrap lumber he'd salvaged from one of his fix-it jobs.
Daughter's face was near purple from crying and coughing. Laurel picked her up and held her against her shoulder as she firmly patted her back, trying to loosen the phlegm that had made her croupy for more than a week. Irv remained stock-still, watching the stranger until he had reached the road and headed in the direction Laurel had told him would lead to Foley. Only then did Irv relax his stance. He returned the shotgun to its usual spot, resting it between two hooks mounted above the door. Laurel said he hopped off a freight car and wasn't sure of where he was. That's what he told you anyway. Why would he lie? Any number of reasons, and none of them good, he startled me, but apologized for it. For reasons she couldn't explain, she felt compelled to defend the stranger. He was mannerly. That's the worst sort. They sneak up on you and act like your friend. The worst sort of what? Of anything. How many times have I told you to be suspicious of strangers out this far? He could have been up to all kinds of mischief. He was only asking for directions and a drink of water. He must have had the thirst of a damn camel. What took so long? While we were back there, the rooster made a nuisance of himself. She thought the less said about that incident, the better. The mean rooster had been the least of it. She'd known what to expect from that damn bird. Her thoughts lingered now on what had come after. She hadn't touched a man or vice versa since Derby's death. Not even Irv. Despite the stranger's leanness, he'd felt as solid as a tree trunk when she'd backed into him. When he'd steadied her with his hands on her arms, she'd had a momentary yearning to lean against him. It hadn't lasted any longer than the flit of a butterfly's wings, so it didn't merit dwelling on now. She forced herself to tune into Irv's grumbling. He didn't look like any hobo I ever saw. Not to Laurel either. No, but he looked like a man who jumped off a train. His clothes were dusty. He had a ripped sleeve and a bruised bump on his forehead and a cut on his hand. She didn't want to think at all about that business with his hand. Any woman in the world would have responded the same way to seeing a nasty cut like that. She'd reacted in a typically female way, instinctually. Maternally, although held in her palm, his hand hadn't felt like that of a child. What was that hogwash about saving his army buttons? Seeing them had been a bleak reminder of Derby's uniform hanging abandoned in the empty closet. She hadn't told Irv about that and saw no point in telling him now. It would only make him sad. The man was just passing by, Irv, she said. For heaven's sake, really, you're making too much of it, and you're not making enough. I've lived longer. I've learned to be more cautious, less friendly. He indicated the shotgun. I'll teach you how to shoot in case a vagrant who ain't so mannerly comes along when I'm not here watching your back. She would be unable to reach the shotgun without dragging something over to the door and standing on it. By the time she did that, her throat could have been cut. So not to give Irv another reason to fret, she didn't cite that. Instead, she gave a small nod of acquiescence. He started for the door. You tend to Pearl. I'll hang that wash. The wash can wait. I want to talk to you. His shoulders slumped as he turned back to her. If it's about moving into town, it is. Let's have this out. Sit down, please, with obvious reluctance. He went over to a lidded barrel on which he'd placed a cushion to form a seat for himself. He often perched there instead of sitting in a chair. Laurel guessed it was easier on his hip. She sat down at the small table at which they ate their meals. Pearl's horrible, barking cough had subsided since she'd picked her up. Laurel laid her cheek against the top of Pearl's head. Her hair's damp. I think her fever finally broke. That's good. She coughed all night long. I'm sorry. Hell, Laurel, I ain't cross over losing sleep. Watching Pearl, he furrowed his brow. Pains me to hear that cough. Poor little thing, unwittingly he had given Laurel an opening. I want to talk to you about a couple of things. Well, 3, actually. He folded his arms over his middle. What's the first? Thank you. That took him aback. What for? That night we showed up here, you could have sent us on our way. You could have put up a real fuss with Derby for springing us on you. You didn't. I don't think you'll ever know how much I appreciated your kindness that night and these 2 months since. You haven't complained once about Pearl and me being foisted off on you. He snorted. You could have took one look at me in this place and raised more than a fuss, Laurel. You could have raised bloody hell, and Derby deserved it. They'd buried him in Foley's Municipal Cemetery. At the gravesite were only the 2 of them, Pearl and the undertaker whom Irv had paid an extra 50 cents to read a suitable scripture and say a prayer. In the weeks following, she and Irv grieved Derby privately, silently, neither speaking of him, because they had no shared memory, except for the final few minutes of his life. Neither wanted to reminisce on those. Laurel's bereavement had been, and still was, far from pure and holy. It was corrupted by outrage. Were Derby's last words to her, "You'll thank me later," supposed to atone for his cowardly, selfish desertion of her and Pearl, his defection from all responsibility? Willfully, she tamped down the resentment that continued to smolder even now, 2.5 months into her widowhood. If ever she allowed it to boil, it would consume her. She lifted Pearl off her shoulder and placed her face down across her knees, swaying them slowly from side to side. Irv, is this the start of the second thing? Yes. Well, let's hear it. She began by saying that it would be better for all of them to live at least within shouting distance of town. I'm sure we could find a place to rent. Nothing fancy, but with separate rooms for us. Pearl and I wouldn't always be underfoot. You'd have your privacy back. She looked at the blankets he'd strung up around the mattress. He now slept on a pallet of old quilts, which he'd placed crosswise against the door, as far away from her corner as possible. The makeshift curtain served to keep them out of sight of each other during the night, but it was a fragile barrier against the forced intimacy and each other's humanness. He didn't argue her point, so she pressed on. You could take twice as many jobs if you didn't have to drive that 10-mile round trip each day. That takes up valuable time, and I worry about that truck of yours breaking down and stranding you on some back road. If you went missing, I wouldn't know where to start looking for you. My truck runs just fine. Then why are you tinkering on it all the time? When he didn't answer, she continued, I'll find something to do that will bring in extra money. He lowered his bushy brows. Like what? She knew that money would be a primary concern, rightly so. There were jobs to be had working in the oil patches that were sprouting up in northwest Texas, some not far from here. But an older man with a gimp hip and a woman with an infant hardly qualified them to be roughnecks, even if they desired to be. She would have to come up with something she could do at home, take in laundry and ironing, teach illiterate adults how to read. She wasn't without skills or resources. She decided to admit now that the cash Derby had on him the night of their arrival wasn't all that they'd had to their name. I have some cash tucked away that Derby didn't know about. I've been saving it for a rainy day, and this is it. Her father-in-law took umbrage, but not from knowing she'd secreted money from Derby. I'll have you know that I ain't destitute, and the idea of taking money from a woman, a young widow woman at that, makes. Would you rather Pearl learn to crawl on a dirt floor? He scowled and muttered something unseemly under his breath. Why do you live here, Irv? Because I like it. You couldn't possibly like it. It suits me just fine. Well, it doesn't suit me. I don't want my daughter growing up in a dilapidated shack with cracks in the walls, out in the middle of nowhere, cut off from everything and everybody. No telephone or electricity or running water. No other children. No other people except for the two of us. What kind of upbringing is that? She stopped before she got too fired up. It wasn't her intention to insult or shame him into compliance. More gently, she said, I'll be forever grateful to you for taking us in, but the baby and I can't go on living like this. Weren't so much of a hardship on me having y'all here, he said. I'd miss you something fierce if you was to leave now, but I get what you're saying. He thought on it for a time, then said, You're a pretty girl, Laurel. A bit scrawny, but that hobo was appreciating you. Don't think I didn't notice how he was eyeing you. If you fix yourself up a bit, fill out a little, you'll find another husband in no time, is my guess. She gave a bitter laugh. I don't want another husband. Thank you. Not ever. You say that now, but I'm not looking for a man, Irv. So put that thought right out of your head. You gals got the vote. You don't need men no longer. She leveled a look on him. It's way past time we gals got the vote. But you're only saying that to rile me, so I'll drop this subject. I'm not falling for it. He mumbled more swear words, then sat with arms folded, glowering as he considered his next line of attack. Laurel waited him out. Finally, he said, a well-heeled family in town would probably give you a roof in exchange for housekeeping and cooking like that. Not with a baby. But if they've got little ones, I don't want to live with another family and take care of their children. Besides, we should stay together, help each other. She knew better than to remind him that he wasn't getting any younger. We're family, Laurel gazed at her gruff and scruffy father-in-law, who her own father would consider hell-bound for taking an occasional nip of moonshine for medicinal purposes, but who had been so ungrudgingly charitable. You're my family now, Irv, but whether or not you come with Pearl and me, I must leave here and somehow build a life for us. He drew a deep breath and exhaled it slowly. At least tell me you understand my reasoning, Laurel said. I ain't dense, then is that a yes? We'll start looking in town for a place to live. I'm thinking on it, he said grouchily. What's the third thing under discussion? No discussion to it. You're going to teach me how to drive. When she saw that he was about to object, she added, today. 6. On this Saturday afternoon, country folk had come to town. Main Street in Foley was heavily trafficked with automobiles, trucks, and horse or mule-drawn wagons, top-heavy with everything from bales of hay to prolific families. Hancock's General Goods was a 3-story brick building. Its imposing facade dominated a block of the thoroughfare. In one of its 4 display windows were a pyramid of canned peas and carrots, several unfurled bolts of checked gingham in a rainbow of colors, a rack of Winchester rifles, and an open red metal toolbox showing off a set of shiny wrenches. The merchandise obscured the pale blue card stuck in the bottom corner of the window frame. It looked to Thatcher like it had been there for a while. The black ink had faded to brown, but the printed words were still legible. Room for let to single. 312 Pecan St. Thatcher waylaid a man who was about to enter the store. He was jolly and prosperous looking. His pocket watch dangled from a thick gold chain threaded through a buttonhole on his vest. "Excuse me," Thatcher drew the man's attention to the sign. "Can you aim me toward that address?" The man took a backward step and sized him up. "New to town? Just rolled in." The gentleman glanced again at the sign, and apparently planning to stay till I take a notion to move on. "What's your business here?" His challenging aspect didn't sit well with Thatcher, but he said mildly, "Minding my own." The man frowned and harumphed, but pointed down the sidewalk. 3 blocks. Take a right on Crockett. 2 blocks to Pecan. Hook a left. Thanks. Thatcher brushed the brim of his hat with his fingertips and set off, but something about the man's manner compelled him to look back without being too obvious about it. Sure enough, the man was still watching him with a scowl of distrust. Thatcher couldn't account for it, but he didn't let it bother him overmuch. Pecan Street was appropriately named. Several of the trees shaded the front lawn of number 312. The house was white with black shutters. Gingerbread trim lined the roof. A lattice with red climbing roses was attached to one end of the deep porch that ran the width of the house. A picket fence enclosed the property like the frame around a picture of ideal domesticity. Where the fence and an inlaid stone walkway met, a sign hung from an iron post on it written in swirly black letters, "Dr. Gabriel Driscoll." Dangling from it by 2 little brass hooks was another sign, "Out on Call." Right off, Thatcher knew that he couldn't afford any room in this house. It was far too fine. He was seeking more humble accommodations. Just as he was about to turn away, the screened front door opened, and a woman came out onto the porch holding a watering can with both hands. She tipped the spout toward some purple flowers that bloomed from a wicker stand next to the front door. Noticing him, she paused and broke a friendly smile. "Hello." He removed his hat. "Ma'am." She looked in both directions of the street as though wondering how he'd come to be there, much as Laurel Plummer had done. She said, "The doctor is out making house calls." "I'm not in need of the doctor. I came to see about the room for let." The smile with which she'd greeted him faltered. "Oh." She bent down to set the watering can on the floor and wiped her hands on her apron as she straightened up. She was in the family way. Pretty far along, if Thatcher were to guess. I had forgotten the sign still was there. She pronounced it de Zine in an unmistakably German accent. "We're no longer taking a lodger." Self-consciously, she smoothed her hand over her belly. "Oh, well, it probably would have been too rich for my blood anyway. Thanks all the same." He replaced his hat and made to leave when she blurted, "Wait, I want to bring you something to thank you for inquiring." He gave a dry laugh. "Ma'am, you don't owe me anything." "No, wait, please." Her eager nodding persuaded him. "Okay." She beamed a smile. "Come up to the porch. I'll be right back." Leaving her watering can, she bustled inside. Thatcher pushed open the gate and went up the walk. He stopped at the bottom of the steps leading onto the porch and eased the duffel bag off his shoulder, setting it on the ground. Then he stood there, threading the brim of his hat through his fingers as he took a look around. The house across the street was comparable to Dr. Driscoll's in size and architecture, and was obviously occupied by a snoopy neighbor. He noticed movement behind a lace curtain in one of the front windows before it dropped back into place. After a minute or two, the lady returned, pushing through the screen door, happily bobbing her head and making the blonde curls framing her face bounce. "Fresh baked shortbread, come." He left his hat on top of his duffel bag and climbed the steps. She met him halfway across the porch and extended a plate to him. It was china and lined with one of those white lacy things. On it were 2 large squares of shortbread, the aroma of which made Thatcher's stomach growl. He'd eaten the last of the cheese and crackers during his 5-mile hike from the plumber's place, but they hadn't gone far. "Are you Mrs. Driscoll? Mila Driscoll, yes? Thatcher Hutton? Mr. Hutton, please?" She thrust the plate toward him. "Thank you, ma'am." He took one of the squares from the plate and bit into it. It was soft, buttery, sweet, and still warm from the oven. He swallowed the bite. Delicious. My husband's favorite. Her face was round and rosy and shiny with perspiration, which she fanned with her apron. The cloth had red and yellow apples printed on it, bordered in a red ruffle. When she smiled, her whole face lit up. He thought about the tense set of Laurel Plummer's features. He couldn't feature her smiling so unguardedly or wearing that cheerful apron. "Your husband's office is here in the house?" "Front parlor, yes." She nodded toward a tall bay window that was both functional and ornamental. "Do you help with his practice?" "No. Better, I don't." Her cheerful blue eyes took on a sad cast as she glanced behind him toward where he'd left his duffel, which was obviously U.S. Army issue. It showed the wear and tear of having been to war and back. Even before the States got into it, people of German descent were subjected to resentment and suspicion because of a foreign war they'd had nothing to do with. Mila Driscoll's accent was a giveaway to her heritage. Thatcher reckoned she'd experienced a taste of unfair ostracism. She didn't refer to the war or his obvious service. Instead, she asked him if he was moving to Foley. "No, ma'am, just staying for a spell." During the last mile of his journey today, he'd decided that hitching a free ride in freight cars came with risks he was unwilling to take again. His best option at this point was to earn enough money to buy a train ticket to whatever stop would get him closest to the Hobson Ranch up in the Panhandle. Before going off to do Uncle Sam's bidding, Mr. Henry Hobson had told him, "Don't get yourself maimed or killed over there. Your job here will be waiting on you when you get back." Thatcher had promised that he would be back, but the Army had kept him in Germany for over a year after the armistice, so his return had taken longer than he'd counted on. Now, on his way, he was eager to get back to his former life. It was likely to take him a couple of weeks to earn enough to cover the cost of the train ticket and keep himself fed and sheltered, say a month at the outside. But he needed to be getting at it and find a place to bunk for however long he was here. He finished the shortbread. "It sure was good, Mrs. Driscoll, take the other." He hesitated, but reasoned she would be disappointed if he didn't. Besides, at his hungriest in the trenches, he'd sworn he would never again turn down food. "Okay, hold on." He went down the steps to fetch a spare, clean handkerchief from his duffel so he wouldn't have to wrap the extra piece of shortbread in the bloody handkerchief he'd used to bandage his hand. When the treat was wrapped and tucked into his pants pocket, he said, "Thank you kindly, ma'am." He hefted the duffel bag up by the strap and slid it onto his shoulder, then put on his hat. "Do you know anybody in town with a spare room? Doesn't have to be fancy." "Near the railroad tracks, room and board. Big yellow house. I'll find it. I must remember to ask Mr. Hancock to remove the sign. It's not that conspicuous. I wouldn't have noticed it if someone hadn't told me where to look." "Oh, who was dat?" "Lady named Laurel Plummer. Lives out a ways." "Young woman with baby?" "That's right. I passed their place this morning. She gave me a drink of water. You're acquainted?" "Only one time I see her. Her baby girl had bad croup. She brought her to my husband for medicine. Little good it had done, Thatcher thought. How old's the baby?" "Infant. Tiny." She held her hands apart about the length of a loaf of bread. Poor Mrs. Plummer was very anxious, with reason. Living in such a squalid place couldn't be good for a sick baby. "I didn't meet her husband. What's he do out there?" "No husband. Father-in-law?" He scratched his chin with his thumbnail. "That so?" Her husband, shaking her head, Mila Driscoll tisked. "He died." "Huh?" So it had been her father-in-law who'd had his shotgun at the ready. Thatcher hadn't let on that he'd seen him, but he'd caught sight of that side by side as the woman had disappeared into the shadows inside the shack. She'd told him her husband had come back from the war, and that must have been the truth if her baby was that young. He couldn't stop himself from asking how long since her husband passed. 2 months? 3? The story she paused as though reluctant to gossip. Thatcher didn't encourage her to continue, but he hoped she would. He was itching to know why the elder Mr. Plummer was so trigger-happy. Maybe he was just overprotective of the recent widow and his sick granddaughter. Fair to say, too, that a stranger who showed up out of nowhere could be cause for concern to people who lived in such a remote spot. Mrs. Driscoll overcame her reticence. The story is that her husband took her and the baby to his old papa out there, then shot himself the same night. Jesus, no wonder she'd looked gaunt and wound up. Such a shame for her, Mrs. Driscoll said. Yes, ma'am, it is. They were quiet for a moment, then he said, I'd best see if they have any vacancies in that boarding house. Thanks again for the shortbread. You're welcome. Good luck to you, Mr. Hutton. He doffed his hat to her, and then when he reached the street, he tipped it to the busybody who was still observing them from behind the lacy curtain. 7, the large house near the railroad tracks, was indeed yellow. In its day, it might have been considered grand, but Thatcher figured the loud color was an attempt to draw attention away from the overall seediness of the place. If he planned to stay longer, he would have passed on it. But, reminding himself that the quarters would be temporary and probably affordable, he pulled on the bell at the front door. Through the screen, he saw a woman walking toward him down the length of a long central hallway. He'd seen scarecrows that were more comely. As she neared, she slung a damp cup towel over her shoulder and peered at him through the mesh. Whatever you're selling, I ain't buying friendlier scarecrows, too. I'm not a salesman, he stated his purpose and asked if she had a vacancy. She shifted a toothpick from one side of her mouth to the other. You railroad? No, ma'am. Most of my boarders are railroad men. They rotate in and out. I don't plan on being here long-term either. She pushed open the door and motioned him inside. Name's Arletta May. May's the last name. I got 1 vacant room rents by the week. No refund if you cut out early. 3 meals a day, but supper is cold and you serve yourself off the sideboard. She passed him a piece of paper on which was a badly typewritten list of house rules. He was allowed barely 10 seconds to scan it before she took it back. Basically, no women, no liquor, no cussing, no fighting, no smoking in bed. I've got beans about to boil dry. You taking it or not, he took it. She went over to a cabinet, sorted through a drawer full of keys, and exchanged one of them for his first week's rent money. 3rd floor, number 2. You can find your own way. She shuffled off down the hall from which she'd come. Thatcher climbed 2 sets of stairs to the 3rd floor. Room number 2 met his expectations. The mattress on the rusty iron bedstead sagged in the middle. Water stains spotted the ceiling. The single window was cloudy with grime. He raised it to let in some fresh air. A set of sheets and a folded towel had been left on the bed. He took the towel with him into the bathroom midway down the hall, used the toilet, washed his face and hands, and returned to his room only long enough to hang the towel on the footboard to dry and to retrieve his hat. He descended the stairs and followed the aroma of cooking beans to the kitchen. Ms. May?" She turned to him, scowling. "Sorry to bother you. Is there a public stable in town?" Old Man Barker's, north side of town. Across the bridge, an advertisement for Goodyear tires was painted on one exterior side of Barker and Son Automobile Parts and Repair. In front were 2 gasoline pumps, and even as Thatcher crossed the bridge, he could smell motor oil. Several vehicles were parked both inside and out of the open garage. One was being worked on by a young man in dirty overalls, no shirt. "Mr. Barker, he's out back." Without even glancing at Thatcher, he hitched his thumb over his shoulder. Thatcher walked around the building and found an older man lying on his back beneath a milk delivery truck. He was banging metal against metal and cussing a blue streak. "Mr. Barker?" The man slid from beneath the truck and shaded his eyes against the sun. "Yeah, Thatcher Hutton." He walked over, bent down, and extended his right hand. "Never mind that. My hands are greasy." As Barker came to his feet, he pulled a red shop rag from the pocket of his overalls and wiped his hands. "What can I do for you? You stable horses?" Barker tipped his head toward a large barn about 30 yards distant. "Stable, shoe, groom, whatever you need. I need a job." The older man scoffed and looked him over. Doing what? Whatever needs doing. You ever seen the inside of a stable young man? Spent most of my life in one before being drafted. Cowboying was all I ever did. I mustered out of the Army a month ago in Norfolk, Virginia. I've been working my way back up to the Panhandle, the Hobson Ranch. He posed it as a question to which Barker shook his head. Don't know it. South of Amarillo along the Palo Duro, I started working for Mr. Hobson when I was 11 years old. I'm handy with horses, that may be, Barker said, still looking unconvinced, but I ain't hiring. Thatcher glanced over his shoulder in the direction of the garage before coming back around. Looks to me like you've got more than you can handle on the automotive side of your business. For the next few weeks, I could relieve you of stable chores, free up you and your son to do the other work. That nitwit ain't my son. I'm the son. My daddy had a smithy and stables at this location for 40 years. Henry Ford changed that. I had to adapt, or starve. Thatcher had figured such was the case. How many horses are you stabling? Currently 6 plus 4 of my own that I rent out, and one ill-tempered sumbitch that a fellow left here for me to break. Yeah, how's that coming? Barker shifted his jaw and spat into the dirt. Thatcher smiled. That ill-tempered, huh? High-stepping stallion. Owner won't hear of gelding him yet. Let me take a look at him. What for? Why not? Barker thought it over, then said, what the hell? Is tired of working on that clutch anyway. He kicked the front tire of the milk truck as he walked around the hood. Come on, Thatcher followed him around the far side of the large stable to a corral of respectable size, but confining to the bay stallion who was running along the encircling fence, making abrupt directional changes, bucking occasionally, demonstrating his anger and frustration over being penned. When he sensed them coming toward the corral, he pinned back his ears and his nostrils flared. I had to put him out here. He kept the other horses stirred up, especially the mares. Thatcher chuckled. I don't doubt it. He's a handsome devil, and he knows it. He was a large horse, 16 hands, perfectly formed. He had the classic black points and a deep red coat that would gleam if he were groomed. Thatcher propped his arms on the top fence rail and watched the stallion strut, tail high. Does the owner want him trained to race? To ride, Baker said, adding dryly, for longer than 3 seconds at a time. Thatcher smiled at the quip. Does he have a name? Ulysses. I'd be throwing my owner, too. Thatcher shrugged out of his coat and draped it over the fence rail. How does $1.50 a day sound, Mr. Barker? Hold it. What are you doing? The stallion was snorting and eyeballing Thatcher as he unlatched the gate, slipped through it, and closed it behind himself. The horse didn't like any of it. He became even more agitated, picking up speed on his next go-around of the corral and coming dangerously close to Thatcher, who stood stock-still. Barker said, Get out of there. You ain't even dressed for this. I had to leave my gear behind when I went into the Army. But he doesn't know city shoes from boots. At least take this rope. Barker lifted a coiled lariat off the top of a fence post. Not for our first meeting. That bastard will kick you into next week. I'm mindful that he'd like to, but he also wants to know what I'm up to. I want to know what you're up to. Earning my $1.50. Thatcher calmly walked to the center of the corral. I haven't agreed, Thatcher said, Mr. Barker. I don't want him to see me as a threat, but I do want his undivided attention. And no offense, you're a distraction. If you could back up a little, please. Thatcher heard Barker spit another wad of tobacco into the ground before muttering, Your funeral. There was a lot to be learned about the horse just from watching how he maneuvered. Thatcher faked indifference, but, without appearing to, he studied the stallion's movements as he cantered along the fence, tossing his head, whinnying, stamping, making sudden shifts in direction, asserting himself. After several minutes, Thatcher spoke softly. Won't do you any good to keep that up? You'll wear yourself out before I leave this corral. He partially turned his back to the animal, remaining very aware of where he was, but intentionally keeping his head turned away from him as though uninterested in his arrogant posturing. See, I'm not scared of you, and you don't have to be scared of me. It didn't take long. The horse slowed his gait and eventually came to a standstill. He stomped a couple of times, then turned toward the center of the corral to face Thatcher. "Well, are we going to be friends?" Thatcher made a nicking sound. Not yet ready to concede, the stallion shook his head. "All right, stay there and think it over. I can wait. Sooner or later, your curiosity is going to get the better of you." Thatcher stayed as he was, acting nonchalant. "Those mares you've got stirred up, are they pretty?" The stallion's ears flicked forward. Thatcher made the nicking sound again. Slowly, the stallion walked toward him and came to a stop, head down. "Good boy, we're making strides." "Ulysses, huh? Guess you're stuck with it." The stallion snuffled and jerked his head when Thatcher reached up to stroke his forehead. But after one more rejected attempt, the horse allowed his touch. "Thought a boy?" Moving slowly, speaking softly, he praised the stallion's cooperation. As Thatcher rubbed the horse's neck, he looked over at Barker. $1.50 a day? Barker spat. Thatcher took that as a yes. After spending another few minutes smoothing his hands over the stallion, building trust, he left the corral and reclaimed his coat. Barker led him into the stable, introduced him to the horses in the stalls, and showed him where tack and supplies were kept. "I'll have to borrow one of your saddles," Thatcher told him. "Mine's at the ranch. Help yourself. What they're there for." As Thatcher was leaving, Barker told him there was a second-hand clothing store in town. "You might find yourself a pair of boots, at least." Thatcher got directions to the shop, but it was closed for the day. He had planned on sending Mr. Hobson a letter tomorrow, telling him that he could start looking for him in about a month. In the letter, maybe he'd ask Mr. Hobson if he would send him his gear by train and take the expense out of his salary once he was back. He made it to the boarding house before the cold supper was cleared off the sideboard. After finishing his meal, he wandered out onto the porch where several other boarders were chewing the fat. Laconically, they all introduced themselves and shook hands, but he didn't get the impression that fast friendships were formed among them, probably because of their transiency. One thumbed through a magazine, one was quietly playing a harmonica, some puffed smokes. Thatcher noticed that one of the younger among them slid a flask out of his pants pocket, uncapped it, and took a sip. Another, an older man who had laid claim to a rocking chair, said, "That's against house rules and against the law." "Now, that's a fact," the young man said. "It is." Then, leaning toward the man in the rocker, he whispered, "And teetotaling is against the laws of nature." He took another drink, then taunted the older man by smacking his lips and saying a long, drawn-out, "Ah!" Sensing the growing tension, the man with the harmonica stopped playing. The older man didn't let it drop. He said to the young man, "I doubt you respect any rules." "That's not so," the young man retorted. "I set rules for myself, such as—" He seemed to ponder it, then snapped his fingers and said, "I only get half as drunk on Sundays." The others on the porch were equally divided as to who thought that was funny and who didn't. The one in the rocking chair took umbrage. He excused himself, left the rocker, and stamped into the house, letting the screen door slap close behind him. The younger man chortled, "He's a barrel of laughs." Another man, who Thatcher had noticed earlier because of his sporty attire, left the corner of the porch where he'd been smoking in solitude and sidled up to the younger man. "What's your name?" "Randy Wells." "Who's asking?" "Chester Landry," he motioned to the flask. "Where'd you get the booze?" Randy cast a wary look around. When his gaze lighted on Thatcher, he squinted suspiciously. "I feel like a stroll." He indicated for Landry to follow him. They went down the porch steps and set off across the yard, talking softly together. No one said anything for a moment. Then the harmonica player picked up his tune where he'd left off, and another commenced to talk about baseball. Thatcher stayed only a few minutes longer before going inside. He took a turn in the third-floor bathroom, then went into his room, undressed, and took the piece of shortbread to bed with him. As he stretched out on the lumpy mattress, he released a sigh of relative contentment. It had been a damned long day, but he'd accomplished a lot too. For a start, he'd survived the fight in the freight car and the jump from it without serious injury. The miles he'd walked had fatigued him, but hadn't completely exhausted him like the long marches he'd made through the French countryside, fully armed, cold, hungry, and hoping an enemy bullet didn't have his name on it. His landlady, Arletta May, was scary, but he had a roof. The mattress was bad, but still better than wet ground or the floor of the boxcar. He had a headstrong horse to train, and if he did that successfully, word would get around, and more work could come from it until he'd earned enough to get him the last few 100 miles to home. All things considered, he had it pretty good. He polished off the shortbread and licked the crumbs from his fingers before reaching up for the string attached to the bare bulb light fixture mounted to the wall above the headboard. When he closed his eyes, an image of Laurel Plummer came to mind. He fell asleep thinking about her in profile, the wind toying with her hair and holding her shapeless dress tight against her front. 8. Sheriff William Amos was awakened by the shrill ringing of his telephone. He squinted the clock into focus and cursed under his breath. Nobody called at 3 o'clock in the morning to impart good news. As he threw back the sheet and got up, his wife murmured sleepily. He patted her on the rump, then went to the downstairs hall where the telephone sat on a small table. He picked it up by the stand and lifted the earpiece from the fork, saying into the mouthpiece. Bill Amos, one of his younger, greener deputies, identified himself. "Hated to wake you, sir." "I hated you did too. What's happened?" He hoped for nothing more major than rowdy boys being caught painting naughty words on a public building, but he mentally ran through the list of better likelihoods. A still had caught a cedar brake on fire. Rival moonshiners had gotten into a skirmish with fists, firearms, or both. Lawmen in a neighboring county, tired of chasing a notable bootlegger, were officially dumping him into Bill's jurisdiction. Even before Prohibition had become federal law several months back, evangelicals had for generations voted in local laws that had kept many Texas counties dry. Thus, the illegal making and selling of corn liquor was the second oldest profession in the state. All the Volstead Act had accomplished so far was to turn the trade into an even more profitable enterprise. Demand was at an all-time high, production was up, competition was stiff, and the moonshiners in Bill Amos's county were among the most industrious in Texas. "We've got a situation, sir," the deputy said. "Something y'all can't handle?" "Thought so when we started out. But things has gone downhill fast." Bill heaved a sigh. "Somebody must have wound up dead. Well, truth is, we don't know yet." "What's that mean? He's either breathing or he isn't." "Is he a Johnson?" "No, sir. It's Mrs. Driscoll." With a start, Bill angled his head back and looked at the phone as though the deputy had started speaking in tongues. "Dr. Driscoll's wife, Mila Driscoll?" "Yes, sir. She's gone missing." 10 minutes later, Bill entered the sheriff's office, where Dr. Gabriel Driscoll was carrying on like a crazy person. Usually of an austere nature, the physician was clearly unhinged. His hair was standing on end as though he'd been trying to tear it out. He was pacing in circles and aggressively warding off anyone who attempted to restrain or calm him down. When he saw Bill, he lunged toward him. "Sheriff, do something. You've got to find her." Bill hung his hat on a wall rack. "Get us some coffee," he said, addressing one of his deputies, who looked relieved to be charged with something besides the physician. "I don't want any coffee." Gabe made an arrow of his right arm, pointing to the door through which Bill had just entered. "Get out there and find my wife, Gabe. I can't help you if you don't help me. First off, you've got to get hold of yourself." He pulled up a chair. "Sit down and tell me what's happened." "I've told them." The doctor indicated the several deputies watching him with a mix of pity and weariness, much like they would regard a wounded wild animal that hadn't yet died. "I need to hear everything for myself," Bill said, "so take a breath and brief me on the situation." "He came and took her," he shouted. "In brief, that's the situation then." As though feeling the impact of his own declaration, he collapsed into the chair, planted his elbows on his knees, cupped his bowed head with all 10 fingers, and began to sob. "What if it was your wife, Bill?" "God knows what's he doing to her." "Who's he talking about?" Bill asked, addressing one of his most trusted men, Scotty Graves. "I talked to the old lady who lives across the street from the Driscolls." "Old Miss Wise." "Yes, sir. She said a man came to their house today, talked to Mrs. Driscoll up on the porch." Miss Wise recognized him. No, sir, and she said she knew a stranger when she saw one. The illogic of that statement caused Bill to run his hand over the top of his head. Maybe this stranger was sick and looking for the doc. The sign was out saying the doctor was on a call, but Miss Wise said this man stayed for several minutes. He didn't appear to be ailing either. He go inside the house? No, sir. Didn't go no farther than the porch. Mrs. Driscoll gave him something, but Miss Wise couldn't tell what it was. Something like what? Something small enough to fit in his pocket. A bottle of medicine, maybe? A jar of pills? We thought of that, but the doctor checked his medicine cabinet. Everything's accounted for. Besides, he keeps the cabinet locked when he's away. Even Mrs. Driscoll doesn't have a key. Did Miss Wise describe this stranger? Was he young, old, what? Young, no more'n 30, she said. Tall on the slender side, dressed in a dark suit. He had dark hair. He was wearing a fedora, but he took it off while talking to Mrs. Driscoll. He was carrying a bag that looked heavy. Salesman's wares? Miss Wise didn't think so. She said it looked like the kind of bag a soldier would have. Soldier? That's what she said. Yeah, but she's more than half batty, Bill muttered. Anything else? She said he was cocky. How'd she get that? Did she talk to him? No, but he tipped his hat to her. Bill hooked his thumb in his gun belt. Maybe he was just being polite. She was watching from behind the curtain in her side parlor, out of sight. She thought so, but apparently not. So aware of being watched by a nosy neighbor, the young man had mockingly tipped his hat, making himself certain to be remembered if he'd brought harm to Mrs. Driscoll. He was either incredibly stupid or he was cocky, just like the old maid had said. Bill had rather him be stupid. Someone that cocky usually didn't give a damn, and that was dangerous. You boys have scouted the neighborhood? He asked his men at large. Scotty answered for the group. Questioned all the nearby neighbors, searched every outbuilding for blocks around. Mrs. Driscoll was well known. If anybody had seen her, it would have been noted. Nobody heard anything suspicious. Shouting? Barking dogs? Nothing like that? Nothing out of the ordinary. No, sir. What about Mrs. Driscoll's friends? Have you checked with them? The doc knew of only 2 people she might visit. One's the preacher of the Lutheran church. He hasn't seen her since last Sunday's service. The other was the local librarian, who'd told the deputy she hadn't seen Mila Driscoll in a while, but had reassured him that none of the books she'd checked out were overdue. What about her family? Bill asked. None closer than down around New Braunfels. Stands to reason. Stood to reason because it was a predominantly German town. Have you checked with them? Her parents are deceased. Doc said her uncle is the designated head of the family. We're waiting on a long-distance call to go through. Bill nodded absently and turned back to the doctor, who was still holding his head between his hands and moaning disconsolately. Gabe. He waited until the distraught man looked up at him. Do you have any idea who this man was? No. Based on the description of him, it could fit a dozen men bill 100. He was right, so Bill didn't press him. Mrs. Driscoll didn't mention having a visitor today. He came asking about lodging. We used to rent out a room. Did she appear afraid, apprehensive, upset? Even before he finished the question, the doctor was saying no, she was her usual self. Maybe a little more subdued than usual, but I think she was sensitive to my mood. You were in a mood. Distracted. I ran a rural route today. One of my patients had gone into labor. The baby was breech. Her sister was with her. She told me she'd assisted in breech births before, that she could handle it. I had several other people to see, so I left them, but I was worried about the danger to both the mother and child that a difficult delivery like that could be. It wasn't something I wanted to discuss with Mila, not with her being in her condition. As it is, she's nervous, this being her first. When's the baby due? 2 more months, Bill took a deep breath. So she read your mood and was a bit subdued. Anything else out of the ordinary? No. We had supper. I went into my office and did some paperwork. She was crocheting. When did you last see her? Around 10 o'clock. We were getting ready for bed. I got an emergency call. The breech birth? No, he cast a nervous look around the room. Lefty's one of the waitresses got worked over by a customer. Bill took a visual survey of his deputies, who gave him various versions of a shrug. One said, "First we've heard of it." Gert wanted it kept quiet, Gabe said. Lefty's was a roadhouse that had the best burgers within 50 miles. Also, the best whores. Sheriff Amos couldn't vouch for that personally, but that was the general consensus known by everybody. Lefty flipped burgers while his wife, Gert, oversaw the more lucrative side of the business. A ruckus of one sort or another was frequently incited by one of the waitresses. Inevitably, those incidents resulted in somebody bleeding. Bill reasoned that Gert wanted this incident kept quiet, so not to draw the law's attention to the place. Bill was well aware of the copious amount of bootleg liquor now being served in Lefty's back room. He would need to get out there and deal with that, but it took a back burner to Mrs. Driscoll's disappearance. "You took care of the girl?" he asked Gabe. "Yes. Is she going to be all right?" "In time. Can all this wait?" The doctor's patience was fraying. Bill had to keep him centered. "I've got to establish a timeline, Gabe. What time did you get home and discover Mrs. Driscoll gone?" "Late. On my way back into town, I stopped in to check on the breech birth. The baby had turned at the last minute. The delivery went fine. I checked out the mother and baby," his voice hitched, "while my own wife and baby." Gabe, Bill, spoke his name brusquely to keep him on track. "What time did you get home?" "A little after 1 o'clock. I was exhausted but hungry. I made a sandwich and ate it before going upstairs." He looked down at his hands as though they held the answers. "Mila wasn't in bed. Not in the bathroom. I turned the house upside down, searched the yard. When I couldn't find her anywhere, I called here. That's it." When he looked up at Bill, his chin was quivering. "She wouldn't have left on her own." "I don't think so either," Bill said, briefly laying his hand on Gabe's shoulder. "But let's not panic, backtrack a little. Was she in bed when you left for the roadhouse?" "Yes. She wanted to get up and send me off with a thermos of coffee, but I wouldn't let her. She needed the rest." "When you got home, was there any sign of a disturbance? Broken latch? Anything like that?" "No," Scotty chimed in. "We searched the house. Looked like nothing had been touched. No break-in. Led us to believe that Mrs. Driscoll let in whoever snatched her." Gabe Driscoll lunged to his feet. "Are you implying that my wife invited—" "He's not implying any such thing, Gabe," Bill said. "Sit down." "I'm not going to sit down," he shouted. "What's wrong with all of you? Why are you just standing around? Why aren't you out looking for her? She could be hurt, dying. She could be." Suddenly the door was pushed open with a lot of impetus behind it. When Bill saw who filled the doorway, he thought, "Shit, Drawley?" he said. Mayor, the Honorable Bernard Croft, came inside and shut the door, bristling with self-importance. "Bill, what in hell is going on? Is it true? Mrs. Driscoll is missing?" On a good day, Bill resented the city officials meddling in the affairs of his department. The mayor had a way of creating a hullabaloo even when one wasn't warranted. For his own aggrandizement, Bill asked, "How'd you get wind of it?" "Miss Eleanor Wise called me." "For what purpose?" With condescension, Croft replied, "For the purpose of saving Mrs. Driscoll from the man who abducted her, Bill." "It hasn't been established that? Have you identified him yet?" Until you blazed in and interrupted. "I was compiling the facts of the case." "How many facts do you need?" Miss Wise described him to a T. Everyone in the room gaped at him, Bill included. "What do you know about him? I know I mistrusted him on sight," he said. "I was reluctant to send him over there to your house," he said, addressing Gabe. But the ad was right there in Hancock's window. Gabe placed his fingertips to his forehead. "Ad? For the room? I'd forgotten it was there." He asked me for directions. Then, in a defensive tone, the mayor added, "If I hadn't told him, the next person he asked would have." "We stopped taking in a boarder a while ago," Gabe said. "I'm sure Mrs. Driscoll explained that to him, which means he had to look somewhere else for a place to stay." Bill shouldered past the mayor and reached for his hat. "Scotty, stay with Dr. Driscoll. The rest of you, let's go. Harold, bring a shotgun. Bernie, you can go on home. You'll need me to identify him." Seeing that Bill was about to object, the mayor added, unless you'd rather take along Miss Eleanor Wise, 9. When Thatcher had fallen asleep, it never crossed his mind that he would be awakened by having a gun barrel jammed against his cheekbone. A German infantryman somehow had survived the no man's land between his trench and the Americans and intended to chalk up at least one doughboy to his credit. Thatcher flung up his hand and slammed the barrel of the shotgun into the soldier's face. Flesh squished, cartilage crunched, the man hollered. Thatcher used that instant of the soldier's shock and pain to come up out of the bed and leap over the footrail where he barreled into another of the enemy, previously unseen. This one was stocky and strong, but Thatcher had enough momentum to drive him back against a wall. From behind, another wrapped his arms around Thatcher, pulled him off the stocky one, and wrestled him face down onto the floor. But there were more than just these 3. 2 others joined the melee. The 5 of them surrounded him, all shouting and grasping at him from every side, trying to secure his arms and legs. One had a hand on the back of his head, holding it down, his cheek against the floor. He fought them with savage will. They may shoot him, bayonet him, but he was not going to be taken prisoner by these bastards. He managed to throw off the hand, holding his head down, and escape the other's hold long enough to flip onto his back. Instinctually, he thrust his hand straight up into the face of the man straddling him. He had a thick mustache and a white cowboy hat. Cowboy hat. There was a 5-pointed star badge pinned to his shirt, engraved on it, Sheriff. Jesus, the war was over. This wasn't France. He was back in Texas. The men surrounding him weren't German infantrymen, but he sure as hell had been in a life-or-death combat with them. Before he could surrender himself, the backs of his hands were flattened to the floor on either side of his head. He took stock of the men encircling him. They were all breathing hard from having exerted themselves to restrain him, but even at that, he didn't know what he'd done to warrant their judgmental bearing. They stared down at him with unsettling disdain. All were strangers save one. Thatcher recognized the gold pocket watch chain strung across his vest. He was the most heavyset. Thatcher figured it had been him. He'd crashed into and rammed into the wall. He was the first to speak. "That's him, all right. You're sure?" asked the one wearing the sheriff's badge. He planted his hand on the center of Thatcher's chest and pushed himself off him and to his feet. "What have you got to say for yourself, young man? I woke up with a gun to my face. I was defending myself, or resisting arrest." "Arrest?" The only light in the room spilled through the open doorway from the hall. These apparent lawmen cast long shadows across the bed and onto the ugly papered walls, enhancing the menace they conveyed. They meant business. Thatcher repeated, "Arrest? What the hell for? You're sure this is him, Bernie?" "Positive," said the man with the gold watch fob. "I recognize him, and I recognize that bag. He had it with him." He motioned toward Thatcher's Army-issue duffel bag, which he'd placed on the seat of the room's one chair after deciding last night that he could delay unpacking till morning. "Gather up all his belongings, put them in the bag, and bring it," said the sheriff. "You bet." One of the uniformed men turned away to do his bidding. The sheriff said to another, "Question everyone in the house. See if anybody knows anything about him." "Yes, sir." That man edged past the footboard and left the room. Another moved forward and bent over Thatcher. His nose was bleeding it, and his eyes were beginning to swell. He was holding a shotgun. No doubt the one Thatcher had smacked into his face. The man grinned with malice. "Thought you'd just drift into our town and haul off with one of our women? Think again, hot shot." Then he flipped the shotgun and smacked the butt of it against Thatcher's skull. The blow hurt like hell and made his vision go dark and sparkly for a moment, but it didn't knock him out. "Hey, go easy, Harold," the sheriff said. "We need him able to talk." He extended Thatcher his hand and helped him up. The man who'd struck him, Harold, watched smugly as Thatcher struggled to regain his equilibrium. He made blurry eye contact with the man he recognized by his gold pocket watch. He also was leering with self-satisfaction. "I'm Sheriff Bill Amos. What's your name?" "Thatcher Hutton." The sheriff repeated his name as though committing it to memory, then gathered up the clothes Thatcher had hung on a wall hook before going to bed and passed them to him. Get dressed. After he did, he was handcuffed. Then, without further ado, the sheriff said, "Let's go." Thatcher dug his heels in. "I have a right to know what you're arresting me for." None of them seemed to think so. With the barrel of the shotgun against the base of his spine, he was prodded out of his room and into the hallway. It seemed that he was the only boarder in the house who'd been taken unawares by the arrival of the posse. Everyone else had emerged from their rooms, all in pajamas or underwear, watching as the procession trooped down the 2 sets of stairs. Few of them met Thatcher's gaze directly, but the smart aleck Randy, who earlier had heckled the older man on the porch, winked at him. And when Thatcher passed the flashy dresser who'd introduced himself to Randy as Chester Landry, he gave Thatcher a sly, speculative look, as though they shared a dirty secret. The landlady stood at the front door, arms crossed over her bony chest, lips tightly pursed. "Don't expect no refund on your rent." Once outside, the sheriff dispatched all the deputies except Harold to rejoin the search. Thatcher asked, "The search for what?" But, again, he was ignored. When Harold manhandled him into the officially marked automobile, he was showy with the shotgun, but careless with his gun belt, which was within easy reach of Thatcher's cuffed hands. However, to go for the deputy's pistol would be foolhardy. They would soon determine that they had the wrong man and release him. Until then, he'd go through the process without making more trouble for himself. "Mayor, I guess you'll have to ride with us," the sheriff said. And the man Thatcher had met outside Hancock's store, the mayor, climbed in along with them. Harold drove them to a single-story limestone building that headquartered the sheriff's department. No one said anything during the brief ride when they piled out of the car. The sheriff gripped Thatcher's arm just above his elbow. Together they entered the building. It smelled of cigarettes and scorched coffee. The main room was crowded with the standard desks, chairs, and filing cabinets of any law enforcement office. Wall-mounted gun racks were impressively stocked. 2 large maps, one of the county, the other of the state, were tacked to the far wall, along with numerous wanted posters and a notice of a missing cow. Seated in side-by-side chairs were a man in a deputy's uniform and a man with a pale complexion, a dark 5 o'clock shadow, and wavy hair. The instant he saw Thatcher, he came hurtling toward him like he'd been shot from a cannon. If the deputy hadn't acted swiftly to restrain him, Thatcher thought for sure the man would have gone for his throat. "Gabe," the sheriff barked. "None of that business. Scotty, haul him back and keep him back." "Yes, sir." Though the man resisted, the deputy managed to wrestle him back into the chair. The mayor went over to him and laid a hand on his shoulder, found him sleeping like a baby. "Gabe." "Can you believe that?" Glaring at Thatcher, the man said, "Has he told you where she is?" "Not yet, but he will." The mayor brusquely signaled the deputy. Scotty up out of his chair. Then the mayor sat down in it. Thatcher, wanting to ask what the hell was going on, thought better of saying anything just yet. Harold shoved him down into a chair. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped at the blood dripping from his now misshapen nose. One of his eyes had almost swollen shut. Thatcher returned his glare with a mask of indifference and said, "I still owe you for the clout on the head." The deputy gave him a fulminating look, but he walked away, slung Thatcher's duffel onto a table across the room, opened it, and began to paw through the contents. No longer wearing his hat, Sheriff Amos drew up a chair and stationed it in front of Thatcher's, pulling it close enough that Thatcher could see the individual whiskers in his thick salt and pepper mustache. He said, "Son, save us all a lot of time and trouble. Tell us right now where Mrs. Driscoll is." 10, Laurel had been awake for most of the night, walking a fussy and feverish Pearl around the shack, trying to soothe her infant even as she fueled her resentment against Derby's selfish suicide, her present plight, her unknown future, and her absent father-in-law. She had whipped herself into a high snit by the time she heard his truck clattering up the incline shortly before dawn. As soon as he cleared the door, she lit into him. "Where in the world have you been?" He looked haggard and none too agreeable himself. "That's my business. It's my business, too. I was worried to death, afraid something had happened to you, in which case Pearl and I would have been stuck here. What have you been doing all night?" She was accustomed to his being away most days all day, often from sunup to sunset. This was the first time he had stayed away all night. Though she would rather die than own up to it, she had been afraid to be alone after the sun went down, with only a sliver of a moon. Even the surrounding limestone hills had become indiscernible. She couldn't see the road from the shack. The darkness had been all-encompassing, except for the lantern she had kept burning all night. He plopped down on his seat on top of the barrel and rubbed his bad hip, wincing with discomfort. Mollifying her tone, she said, "I saved you some cornbread and bacon. I ain't hungry." Laurel stood directly in front of him, making it impossible for him to ignore her. "I believe I deserve an explanation, Irv. You kept me occupied half the day teaching you how to drive, trying to teach you how to drive. The series of lessons had been intermittent, carried out during Pearl's brief naps between bouts of coughing. Laurel had never sat behind the steering wheel of an automobile. The sequence of necessary steps one had to perform with both hands and feet had been more difficult to coordinate than she'd anticipated. She was right-handed, so naturally she'd reach for the crank with that hand. When Irv had told her repeatedly to always use her left on the crank unless she wanted her damn arm broke. They had wound up being frustrated and fractious with each other, she asked. "Now, did you stay gone all night to punish me for not mastering how to drive?" He gave her a withering look. "What do you take me for? Then why didn't you come home?" "I had a project to finish up in the middle of the night." "How's Pearl?" "She's sick, Irv." "What project?" "Putting up a wall inside an old house. It was just sold to a family moving here from Waco. The wife wanted to divide one room into two so that her daughter would have a space separate from her brother's." "You're lying." He glowered and looked guilty at the same time. "You went into too much detail," she said. Just like Derby did when he was lying. He got up and headed for the other side of the room, but she caught him by the arm. "What?" he asked, pulling his arm free. Is there a woman you see?" He huffed a humorless laugh and continued on his way over to the sink, where he pumped water into a glass and took a long drink. Laurel waited until he'd turned back to her before quietly apologizing. "I'm sorry, I had no right to ask that." "It isn't any of my business." He gave that same dry laugh. "I've loved only one woman in my lifetime, Derby's mama, and it damn near killed me to watch her die in misery. Don't go thinking I've got a romance going. No project either, I'm guessing." Looking done in, he returned to his seat and bent down to unlace his shoes. "No, I had a project all right." He looked up at her from beneath his bushy eyebrows. "That fellow that came here this morning? What about him?" "I don't know. And that's why I'm worried. What the hell was he doing way out here?" "I told you I know what he claimed, but I ain't buying it. I went around tonight, checked in with people I know, asked if they'd seen him." "What people?" "People." She let his curt reply pass. "Had anyone in town seen him?" "Nobody I talked to. He probably hitched a ride on the highway and is long gone." "Maybe," he grumbled. "But him snooping around gave me an itch I can't scratch." "What snooping?" "He was lost and asking for directions, that's all." He gave a snort and focused his attention on Pearl, who Laurel had been holding against her shoulder, rocking gently. She'd slept through their conversation. "You say the baby's sick?" "She's running a fever again." "I want to take her back to the doctor. I saw him tonight." She stopped her swaying motion and looked at Irv with surprise. "You went to see Dr. Driscoll?" Nah. He was at the Roadhouse, the place where I pick up burgers on occasion. You told me it isn't a respectable place. It ain't, but Lefty fries a damn good burger, and he's also a fountain of information, knows everything happening in and around here. I went to inquire about our visitor today. He didn't know anything, said he didn't, but he was dealing with a problem of his own. One of his girls got crosswise with a customer. He beat her up pretty bad. Understanding dawned. It's that kind of place? It's full service, all right. Irv shook his finger at her. Don't you ever darken the door of it. It draws all sorts of lowlifes. The girls who work there, well, let's just say that most are experienced and tough enough to take care of themselves. Lefty's wife, Gert, is the meanest of them all. When she saw her girl there, beat up and bleeding, she went after Wally, the guy who hurt her with a meat cleaver. Lefty had to literally peel Gert off him. He turned him over to his cousins. Them Johnsons cavort in a pack, then tossed the whole sorry lot of them out. They called Doc Driscoll to come patch up the young lady. By the time he got there, Lefty had calmed Gert down. It was quite a scene. Laurel listened with incredulity to Irv's account of the brawl and marveled at the matter-of-fact way in which he'd related it. She marveled even more to think of Dr. Driscoll's being in such a place. During her one brief meeting with the doctor, she had thought him to be wholly professional, even a bit cool, of course. She had been frantic with worry over Pearl, so, by comparison, anyone would have come across as composed and somewhat detached. She couldn't imagine that man tending to a patient in a brothel. She said, despite his late night, I hope he maintains office hours tomorrow. I can't drive well enough yet to go into town. You'll have to take us. Sure. Whenever you want to go. First thing after breakfast. She hesitated, then asked if he had any fix-it jobs lined up. A couple. Why? I was thinking that as long as we're in town and if Pearl isn't too fussy, we could look around, see what might be for rent. He gave her a crooked grin. You're not as smart as you think. I wasn't lying about the old house. I knew of it, sought out the landlord, and talked him into meeting me there after he finished his supper. It's a big old rambling place, but it stood empty for years on account of the back of it is built into a wall of limestone, built into the rock. He shrugged. Wouldn't take much to make it habitable. I could do the work myself, but if you don't like it, the least I can do is take a look. Thank you, Irv. Don't thank me till you've seen it. The house couldn't be more of a nightmare than this shack she was living in. She appreciated that her father-in-law had listened to the concerns she'd raised with him this morning and had taken her ultimatum seriously enough to act on it. In gratitude, she smiled at him. You look worn out. Try to get some rest? She then retreated behind the partition with Pearl, who had become restless again and was miauling pitiably. 11. Thatcher repeated the sheriff's confounding words. Tell you where Mrs. Driscoll is? He looked over at the man who'd tried to attack him. Dr. Driscoll? Yes, you son of a bitch. And I want to know what you've done with my wife. Nothing but talk to her. Why? What's happened? Sheriff Amos said. She's missing. Missing? It's feared she was abducted from her home sometime between 10 o'clock p.m. and 1 o'clock a.m. Thatcher glanced at the wall clock. It was going on 5. He looked at each man in the room in turn, and the reason for their judgmental glowers took on meaning. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. That's why I'm here. You think I know something about it? You were seen talking with her today on her porch. I said as much. I was looking for a room to rent. You can ask him? He tipped his head toward the mayor. Mayor Croft told us that he gave you directions to their house. A decision I regret, the man boomed. The sheriff, looking irritated, turned his head partially toward the mayor and said in an undertone, Bernie, I'll handle this. Coming back around to Thatcher, he said, Where'd you get the bruises, Mr. Hutton? Your deputy Harold there poked me in the face with that pump action. Harold, who was still rifling through his belongings, shot him a dirty look over his shoulder. Not the bruise on your cheek, the sheriff said, the one on your noggin. Oh. He reached up with his cuffed hands and touched the discolored goose egg at his temple. I jumped off a freight train, had a hard landing, rolled down an incline. The sheriff tilted his head and eyed him speculatively. When was that? This morning, early, before dawn, where? 8-9 miles southeast of here, the middle of nowhere. I walked to town. You were bumming a ride? Given the circumstances, he felt that admitting to one malfeasance would be to his advantage. Yes. Where were you headed? Amarillo, or as close to there as the railroad goes these days. What's up there? He explained his longtime connection to the Hobson Ranch. I was making my way home back to the ranch and my job. The sheriff took it all in, then said, If you've got a job waiting for you in the Panhandle, why'd you jump off the freight train way down here? He came clean about the poker game and the ill will it had created with those sharing the boxcar. They were sore losers. Did you cheat? Sheriff Amos asked. No, I have a knack for winning at cards, for reading people. The sheriff glanced over at the others as though to verify that he'd heard correctly. Thatcher could tell that they were all skeptical of his boast as well as of his story, so he didn't volunteer anything else. When the sheriff came back to him, he said, "What happened when you got to the Driscoll's house?" I took one look and knew it was out of my reach. He told them about Mrs. Driscoll's coming out onto the porch and catching him as he was about to leave and saying she wanted to thank him for coming by. She called me up to the porch and brought out some fresh shortbread. The doctor said in a strained voice, "At least that much is the truth. Mila baked it this morning. We ate some after supper. She gave me a second piece to take with me," Thatcher said. "I wrapped it in my handkerchief. It left a butter stain. You can check it. Right pocket." He raised his cuffed hands, inviting the sheriff to withdraw his handkerchief from the pocket of his jacket. When he shook out the folded cloth, a few crumbs fell to the floor. The greasy spot was clearly visible. "That doesn't mean he didn't go back later and do her harm," the mayor said. The sheriff frowned. "Doesn't mean he did either," recalling Mrs. Driscoll's friendly smile and hospitality. It bothered Thatcher to think that she was in a direful situation of any kind. Mrs. Driscoll was as nice a lady as I ever met. We chatted there on the porch while I ate the shortbread. When I took my leave, she suggested I try to find a room at the boarding house. I thanked her and left. "If something bad has happened to her, you're wasting your time talking to me. You ought to be out beating the bushes looking for her." Driscoll surged to his feet. "Or maybe we'll beat the truth out of you." Hands fisted, he made a lunge for Thatcher and took a wild swing. Sheriff Amos shot out of his chair. "Damn it, Gabe. Sit down, or it'll be you. I'm locking up." The mayor took hold of the doctor's arm and dragged him back to his seat. "Can't say as I blame you, Gabe," he said, casting a glare in Thatcher's direction. "It's clear he's lying. Thatcher didn't give a damn about that blowhard's opinion. The distraught husband was another matter entirely. I'm telling you the truth, Dr. Driscoll. What call would I have had to repay Mrs. Driscoll's kindness by hurting her?" The mayor answered for him. "I think you took advantage of her kindness and got her to open the door of her house to you tonight." "I didn't," Thatcher said, but he addressed the denial to the sheriff, not to the mayor. Harold came stalking across the room. When Thatcher saw what he was bringing with him, his stomach sank. It was a set of postcards that he had brought home from France. Harold had removed the string that bound them. Smirking at Thatcher, he passed the cards to Sheriff Amos. Found these in the bottom of his bag. Each of the cards featured a photograph of a half-naked woman in a provocative pose. The sheriff fanned through them without comment or reaction, then formed a neat stack of them and set it face down on the nearby desk. Thatcher didn't offer any apology or explanation for them. Was there a man in the room who wouldn't enjoy taking a peek? The sheriff leaned back in his chair and tugged at the corner of his mustache while he studied Thatcher. Thatcher wished he knew what was going through the lawman's mind. Apparently, so did the mayor. Above the loud ticking of the wall clock's brass pendulum, he prompted him. "Bill?" Seeming to be in no hurry to respond, the sheriff waited another 15 seconds, then indicated the torn shoulder seam on Thatcher's coat. "How'd that happen?" "One of the men on the train made a grab for me." "You really believe he jumped off a freight train, Bill?" That from the mayor, whom the sheriff again ignored. He said, "You could have broken your fool neck. Why didn't you stay on the train and fight it out?" Thatcher glanced around. All of them were poised, waiting for an answer. He addressed the sheriff. "I did? Did what? Fought it out? 3 against 1? Wasn't my choice." The sheriff reached for his hand and turned it palm up. "How'd you get that cut?" "One of the men came at me with a knife. I was defending myself." "Against Mrs. Driscoll," the mayor said. The sheriff didn't acknowledge the remark. "Back there in your room, you came at us like a vandal. I told you. I woke up with a shotgun to my head. I reacted violently," the mayor said. The sheriff kept his attention on Thatcher. 3 against 1, 5 against 1. "Where'd you learn to fight like that?" "A bunkhouse. He's obviously a dangerous individual, Bill." "I'm not a danger to a woman." Thatcher fired back at the mayor. "Sure as hell, not one in the family way." The doctor choked back a sob and held his fist against his mouth to contain others. Thatcher looked directly at the sheriff. "Look, hopping the freight, guilty? I was just trying to get home, and the Army didn't pay me enough to get there. I wasn't looking to fight the men on the train, but they would have killed me if I hadn't fought back. Fought, y'all, because I've been to war and temporarily mistook you for the enemy. The last time I saw Mrs. Driscoll was mid-afternoon as she was bidding me goodbye. That's the God's truth. I would never raise a hand to a woman or harm one in any way if I could help it. He flashed to how he'd startled Laurel Plummer as she was hanging out her wash, but decided not to mention that encounter approaching two women who were strangers to him on the same day might compound their suspicions. "What did you do after leaving the Driscoll's house?" the sheriff asked. Thatcher told him about renting the room, then seeking out Mr. Barker. "He hired me as a mechanic?" "No, he's paying me to train a horse." The mayor guffawed. "That horse in the paddock behind Barker's place. If you're referring to a bay stallion, yes," Thatcher said. "He's a brute, Bill. Others have tried. No one can get near him." "I can," Thatcher said, still speaking directly to the sheriff and trying to ignore the butt-in. "That'll be easy enough to check with Mr. Barker." By the time I left his place, the sun was going down. I stopped by a second-hand store he'd recommended, but it was closed. I got back to the boarding house a little before 7 o'clock. After supper, I went out on the porch and sat for a spell. A dozen men can vouch for that. Mr. Henry Hobson would vouch for me, too. When I left for the Army, the ranch didn't have telephone service yet. It was out too far. They may have gotten it by now. If not, by hook or crook, you could get word to Mr. Hobson. As an afterthought, he added, "When you do, ask him to please send me my gear. It's locked in a trunk in the bunkhouse. He'll know." He forced himself to relax his shoulders and sit back in his chair. He'd been as honest and earnest as he knew how to be, but they locked him up anyway. For the next 2 hours, heated discussion filtered through a door that separated the main room from the cell block. Thatcher had been placed in the last cell. He was too far away to catch all the words, but he heard enough to piece together what was happening. The mayor, Bernie Croft was his name, overstepped the duties of his office. Sheriff Amos resented his interference and told him so, although it did no good. Dr. Driscoll cycled between frustration, rage, and despair. The highway department was alerted to be on the lookout for Mila Driscoll. It would be a hostage situation. She couldn't drive. It was suggested that the Texas Rangers be brought into the investigation, but none seemed enthusiastic about the prospect and postponed making a decision. Boats had been launched to search every body of water within a 25-mile radius. Volunteers on horseback and in motor vehicles, many with dogs, had converged on the sheriff's office, creating chaos and a lot of noise, until they were organized into groups and dispatched to search assigned areas. Soon after their departure, the deputy named Scotty brought Thatcher a cup of coffee, a biscuit, and a sausage patty from a nearby cafe. Thatcher thanked him, but the deputy didn't acknowledge it. Thatcher heard his name repeated hundreds of times beyond the door, but hadn't always been able to discern the context in which he was mentioned. He could guess, though, on paper he looked like a stranger of limited means who'd wandered into town after having been in a fight and was seen being friendly with a woman who was now missing. It added up. It adds up had become the mayor's refrain. But the sheriff had been reluctant to act on a supposition, especially since they didn't have a witness to a crime or one iota of evidence on which to base a charge against Thatcher Hutton. "We don't even know that a crime has been committed," Thatcher had heard the sheriff exclaim. That had been followed by the doctor's hoarse shout, "Then, where is she?" Now, as Thatcher lay on the bunk staring up at the low ceiling, he heard the telephone ring, but it had been ringing often, so he didn't place any importance on this call until Scotty reappeared and instructed him to put his hands, wrists together, through the bars of the cell. After being cuffed, he was guided back into the main room. He knew he must look disheveled, but he had fared the intervening hours better than Dr. Driscoll had. There were dark circles under his eyes. His unknotted necktie lay against his chest, which seemed to have been scooped out like a watermelon. He sat stoop-shouldered, his listless hands dangling between his knees, vacant eyes staring at the floor between his shoes. Thatcher had seen men fresh from a days-long battle looking just like that. like they'd been to hell and back and were wondering if having survived it was for the better or worse. Hulking Harold was absent. The mayor no longer looked smug, but rather like he'd eaten a bad tamale. Sheriff Amos merely looked tired. He had one hip hitched on a corner of the desk with his nameplate on it. He smoothed his mustache as Thatcher came in. "Mr. Hutton, I just got off the phone with the Potter County Sheriff. I explained our situation here. Telephone operator told him there's no line that goes out to the ranch, so he's sending a man to track down Mr. Hobson. He said it's a far piece out there, so it will take a while before we hear back." Thatcher nodded. "In the meantime, Fred Barker backed up what you'd told us. So did several men at the boarding house. One had noted that you left the porch and went inside at around 9:30. He remembered because he used the bathroom right after you and saw you go into your room. No one saw or heard you sneaking out after that." Thatcher shifted his feet. "So I can go." "Well," the sheriff sighed, seeing as we. Suddenly the door flew open and Laurel Plummer burst in, clutching a baby to her chest. Wild-eyed, she scanned the room, drawing up short when she saw Thatcher. "You?" The old man who followed her inside looked Thatcher over, noticed the handcuffs, and harumphed. "Didn't I tell you he was up to no good?" 12. Considering the short amount of time that Thatcher had planned to be in Foley, he had doubted he would ever see Laurel Plummer again. He certainly never would have predicted their next encounter would be under these circumstances. Him in handcuffs, her looking like a woman on the verge of hysteria. The dress she had on was only a little better than the one she'd been wearing yesterday morning. One of her shoelaces had come untied. Her hat looked as though it might have been an afterthought, put on to conceal how untidy and insecure the bun on her nape was. The baby was alternately crying and making strangling sounds. Thatcher guessed the old man who'd followed her in was her father-in-law yesterday. All Thatcher had seen of him was his shotgun. He didn't have it with him today, but he was squinting at Thatcher with malevolence. He asked the room at large, "What'd y'all get him for?" The sheriff blinked with surprise. "You know Mr. Hutton? Seen him?" "Where?" "He came up to our place yesterday morning." "He," Laurel said, "never mind that," and rushed across the room to Dr. Driscoll. "Thank God you're here." The plumber's sudden and disruptive entrance had roused the doctor from his stupor. He stood up unsteadily. "Mrs. Plummer, my baby, Pearl, remember you treated her for croup a week and a half ago?" "I gave her the cough syrup, but it hasn't helped. She's worse. You've got to help her." He seemed at a loss. "We went to your house," she went on. "No one answered the door. An old lady who lives across the street saw us and came over. She told us that your wife disappeared last night. I'm sure she got that wrong, but she said that you would probably be here. You've got to examine Pearl." She'd spoken so rapidly and breathlessly, she had to pause and inhale deeply before adding, "Please." The doctor didn't react, only looked at her blankly as though he hadn't sensed her anxiety or understood a word she'd said. The mayor interceded. "Mrs. Plummer, was it?" "I'm Mayor Croft. Dr. Driscoll is indisposed. He's not seeing patients this morning." "I could recommend several fine physicians who—" "I tried that," Irv said, interrupting. "She was bent on finding Doc Driscoll on account of he'd treated Pearl before. There was no saying no to her. The baby's in a bad way. She can hardly draw breath." Laurel looked pleadingly at the doctor, but, as before, he seemed to be in a trance. With a soft cry of desperation, she turned away from him and took in the scene as though just now grasping the significance of the situation she'd barged in on. His wife really has disappeared? She addressed the question to Sheriff Amos. "Last night a search is underway, but currently Mrs. Driscoll's whereabouts are unknown. The neighbor lady said she'd been abducted." The mayor loudly cleared his throat. "We're trying to ascertain that from Mr. Hutton." When Laurel's gaze moved to Thatcher, embarrassment bloomed hotly inside his chest. She focused on the handcuffs, then looked up into his eyes with misgiving. "I thought surely the old lady was senile, talking nonsense." Thatcher said quietly, "You told me where to look for the advertisement. I went to the address on the card. It was Dr. Driscoll's house. I was seen talking to Mrs. Driscoll." Laurel's father-in-law made a grunting sound, as though this news was confirmation of the low opinion of Thatcher that he'd already formed. The sheriff said Mrs. Plummer. She shifted her attention away from Thatcher and back to Bill Amos. We met on the occasion of your husband's demise. It was such a difficult time for you. I wasn't sure you would remember. Of course I do. He nodded solemnly, then gestured toward Thatcher. What can you tell me about Mr. Hutton? She scooted the baby up onto her shoulder and tried to shush her. Nothing, except what Irv already told you. He showed up at our place yesterday. What time was that? She thought on it. Around 11, but it could have been 30 minutes either side of that. How did he get there? On foot? From which direction? I didn't see, but I guess from the south. The railroad is in that direction from us, and he told me he'd jumped off a freight train. Did you believe him? She hesitated, then said, It made no difference to me if he was lying or not. It did to me, Irv said, poking around where he didn't belong. The sheriff turned to him. He poked around. No, he didn't, Laurel said, giving her father-in-law a look of asperity. He asked for a drink of water. I gave him one and told him how to get to town, then sent him on his way. The baby began to cough. Laurel patted her on the back. That's all I know, Sheriff Amos. I've got to get Pearl to a doctor. A couple more questions. You told Mr. Hutton about the Driscoll's room for rent? I didn't know it was theirs. I just remembered seeing the notice in Hancock's window and mentioned it to him when he asked if I knew of somewhere he could stay. She cut a glance at Thatcher, then said to the sheriff, This really has nothing at all to do with me. Without a blink, the sheriff continued, Altogether, how long was he there? No more than a few minutes. 10, maybe. Did he look beat up like he'd been in a fight? He had a bump on his head. His hand was wrapped in a handkerchief. The shoulder seam of his coat was ripped. What was his demeanor, Mrs. Plummer? How did he act toward you? She took another quick look at Thatcher, and he figured this was where she would tell them about the rooster's attack and what had happened after. But she didn't relate any of that. She said, He didn't act any particular way. He thanked me for the water and the information and left. She pressed her palm against the baby's forehead. I must go now and find another doctor. Doc Perkins is right down the street, Irv said, opening the door. Come on, Laurel. She walked quickly to the door, then stopped on the threshold and turned back and addressed the doctor. When I brought Pearl to your office, Mrs. Driscoll treated me kindly. I'm very sorry for what you're going through. I hope you find her soon and that she's safe. Her eyes connected with Thatcher's for a split second, and then she was gone. After they left, the doctor's knees folded and he dropped back into the chair. The mayor said Gabe is exhausted. He can't even stand, much less think straight. He should be allowed to go home for a while and rest. No, he said. I want to stay here, be here, in case something. Unable to finish the thought, he rubbed his forehead. You see, the mayor said, I'll see him home. Scotty will see him home. Bill Amos said the mayor seemed about to argue, but instead bent down and placed his arm around Driscoll's shoulders. In a murmur usually reserved for priests and undertakers, he began reassuring the doctor that he was going to stay on top of things. The sheriff turned to his deputy and spoke in an undertone, but loudly enough for Thatcher to hear, Don't let anybody talk to him. There'll probably be a parade of church ladies bearing food. You take it at the door and thank them on behalf of both the doc and Mrs. Driscoll. If they start asking questions, say you're not at liberty to talk about an ongoing investigation and that if you do, I'll have your ass chicken fried and served on a platter, and I will, Scotty. I understand, sir. Anything turns up, I'll come directly there and inform Gabe of it myself. Anything anyone else tells you regard as rumor or fabrication. Yes, sir. Get to it. Scotty crossed the room and, after nudging the mayor aside, took Driscoll gently by the arm, lifted him up, and guided him toward the door. The doctor went along without objection. He looked like a sleepwalker. As Scotty pulled the door closed behind them, Mayor Croft hitched his chin in Thatcher's direction. What are we going to do with him? You're not going to do anything with him. He's going back to his cell, and I'm going to make some calls. To whom? To whomever I damn well please, Bernie. This is my desk, my office, my department, and my investigation. Reining in his anger, he said, Thank you for your help this morning. He motioned toward Thatcher, identifying the suspect. It was the least I could do. To my knowledge, nothing like this has ever happened in Foley. You can't say that yet because we don't know what's happened. I want to be apprised as soon as news has a way of getting to you, Bernie. I'm sure you'll be among the first to hear of any developments. I'm depending on you to see that I do." The sheriff gave a nod that could have been taken either as acquiescence or could have signified nothing at all, and Thatcher figured the latter. With self-importance, the mayor headed for the door, but when he came abreast of Thatcher, he stopped. Meeting him eye to eye, he said in a low and sinister voice, "I don't care who you mistook me for. If you ever put your hands on me again, you won't live to regret it. Do we understand each other?" Thatcher met his threatening stare head on. "Oh, I think so." Croft held his gaze as he said, "I'll be checking in, Bill." Then he strode to the door and left. The sheriff's relief over seeing him go was obvious, even though that left him alone with Thatcher, who'd been referred to as dangerous and the suspect. He lifted the metal ring that held the keys to the jail cells off a nail on the wall. "You gonna give me any trouble, Mr. Hutton?" "No, but I could use the toilet." He'd seen a door at the far end of the corridor marked as such. "Can't afford you the privacy when I'm the only one here. There's a chamber pot under your bunk." He signaled for Thatcher to precede him. Once back inside his cell with the door locked, Thatcher stuck his hands between the bars. The sheriff removed the handcuffs. Thatcher said, "I don't know what's happened to Mrs. Driscoll. I had no part in it." The sheriff backed up and propped himself against the wall opposite the cell. "Why'd you choose that ratty old shack of Irv Plummer's to stop at?" "It was the first place I'd come to. I needed a drink of water and directions to the nearest town. You ever been to Foley before?" "No, and I wasn't headed here. Like I told you, I was aiming for the Hobson Ranch. But I needed a town to get myself together, earn some money before continuing on. You had your poker winnings. They didn't amount to much. They did to the men who lost. If they couldn't afford to lose, then they shouldn't have been gambling." The sheriff snuffled. "True enough." He studied Thatcher as he thoughtfully stroked his mustache. "Irv seemed to have taken a dislike to you. How come?" "I have no idea. Y'all didn't have a run-in of some kind yesterday? I never even saw him. When I got there, Mrs. Plummer was in the yard hanging out her wash. I didn't know for certain that anyone else was around until he called to her from inside the house. He didn't show himself. Deliberately, he neglected to tell the sheriff about the shotgun, although he couldn't say where his reluctance to mention it came from. Do you think the baby will be all right? My boy had croup a couple of times when he was little. Sounds worse than it is. What's Plummer do for a living?" "He's a handyman. Drives an old truck. It was parked in the yard. It's full of tools and gadgets jangling around. You can hear him coming from a mile away. He's quite a character, I gathered." Thatcher debated whether or not to leave it there, but decided to be up front. "I know that Mrs. Plummer's husband died by his own hand just a few months ago. Mrs. Driscoll told me." He recounted how that conversation had come about. "She didn't go into detail, told me only that he shot himself. He put a Colt .45 under his chin and pulled the trigger." Jesus! Thatcher hoped Mrs. Plummer hadn't been the one who found him. That was an awful thing to do to his family. He leave a note? No. The sheriff lowered his head and stared at a spot on the floor between him and the cell. When I questioned Mrs. Plummer about it, she told me her husband had come back from the war a different man, that he never recovered from his service over there, and that's what drove him to kill himself. It can happen. The sheriff kept his head down but lifted his gaze to Thatcher, looking at him from under a pair of eyebrows that matched his salt and pepper mustache. "Did it happen to you? See, Mr. Hutton, I recognize the buttons on your coat. My boy wore the same uniform." He lowered his gaze to the floor again. "I know the name of the town in France where he's buried. Can't pronounce it, but I can't see it matters much. I doubt I'll ever get there. And anyway, if I were to, there's a bunch of Company B boys all buried together. They couldn't really tell one from the other, they said. Made separate graves, well, impractical, I guess." He coughed behind his fist. Thatcher heard him swallow. Then he raised his head and looked Thatcher in the eye. Were you witness to atrocities like that? Damn near every day. Even after the armistice, I was left over there to clean up messes that folks who haven't seen can't imagine. You didn't feel the effects of seeing things like mass graves stuffed with unidentified body parts? Yes, Mr. Amos, I felt the effects all right, but they didn't make me lose my mind or tempt me to blow my brains out or drive me to abduct women. His hands closed around two of the bars. Seeing all the death only made me determined to get back home and go on living out the rest of my life as best I can. Their gazes stayed locked for a time. The sheriff was the first to break away. He turned and started down the corridor. Try to get some shut-eye. How long can you hold me without charging me? I don't think you'll have to worry about it. With all due respect, I do worry about it. Bill Amos stopped and turned. He subjected Thatcher to a long, assessing stare. There's a lot about you I'm trying to figure out, but it's occurred to me to wonder why you would spend 10 minutes or more with a young woman who you thought was all alone way out yonder and leave politely without laying a hand on her, then walk 5 more miles on a hot day that topped 80. Meet another woman who's 7 months pregnant and decide to sneak back in the dead of night and carry her off. On foot. 13, Laurel spent an anxious hour pacing the waiting area of the doctor's office, trying to comfort Pearl. Her coughing spasms were relieved only when she could draw enough breath to wail. When they finally were called into the examination room, the elderly physician peered at them through his wire-rimmed eyeglasses and asked, "What seems to be the problem?" Laurel wanted to smack him. With a maddening lack of urgency, he went about examining the screaming baby while asking Laurel pertinent questions. In the hope of moving things along, she kept her answers brief and precise. He listened to Pearl's chest and, when he removed the earpieces of the stethoscope, asked if she'd been born early. By 3 weeks, he ruminated on that, then used a medicine dropper to dose Pearl with powdered aspirin dissolved in water. This will bring down her fever. And this, he said, as he similarly administered a dose of sweet-smelling syrup, will help with her cough. He gave Laurel a small bottle of the cough remedy and a packet of the aspirin to take with her. Irv had waited in the car. When he saw her coming from the building, he got out to help her and Pearl into the passenger seat. "Is it the Spanish flu?" he asked. "Pneumonia?" He didn't say. He tilted his head and looked at Pearl, who was lying in Laurel's arms. "She seems better already." He gave her paregoric. He frowned. "That's dope, you know. You'd have been just as well off funneling some whiskey down her throat." Laurel agreed. Her mother had given her paregoric whenever she'd suffered a stomachache or diarrhea. However, rather than easing her symptoms, the opiate had always nauseated her, making her throw up. She didn't like the idea of the stuff and would be very stingy with the doses she gave Pearl for her cough. Now, however, she was grateful that the baby was no longer struggling for every breath. Pearl's eyes were blinking sleepily, and sleep would be as good a remedy as anything. Laurel kissed her daughter's forehead, then whispered to her, "Things are going to get better, Pearl. I'm going to make them better, I promise." After Irv had started the car and gotten behind the wheel, she said, "I want to see that house for rent." As they drove through town, Irv reopened the subject of the scene in the sheriff's office. "That fella Hutton, what do you think?" "I don't think anything. I mean, in connection with the doc's wife gone missing." Rather than answer his question, she asked, "How is the mayor involved? Is he a close friend of the Driscolls?" "No, he just sticks his big nose into everybody's business. Well, this is his business. He's a public official, and a woman in his city went missing overnight." "You think that Hutton took her?" "I don't know. Irv?" Her tone reflected how tired she was of his seeming obsession with Mr. Hutton. Since he'd ventured into their yard yesterday, no matter what topic they were talking about, Irv always circled back to him. Every time she'd asked what had made him so suspicious of the man, his answer was usually the same. "Just don't trust a tall, dark stranger who drops out of nowhere." As now, he muttered, "Don't trust him as far as I can throw him." He would trust Mr. Hutton even less if he knew that he'd placed his hands on Laurel's arms and held her against him. She'd taken his hand. By doing so, she'd given him an opportunity to force himself on her if he'd been of a mind to. No, they had to be wrong to suspect him of molesting Mrs. Driscoll in any way. He'd done nothing in the manner that Sheriff Amos's question had suggested. Nothing to make her fear that he meant her harm or that his intentions were dishonorable. The worst he'd done to her was to make it impossible for her not to think about those moments when they had touched. She feared that seeing him again, even in those circumstances, had prolonged the time it was going to take for her to forget them. The house was as Irv had described, rambling. It appeared to have been broken apart at one point and pieced back together incorrectly. Even more uniquely, it backed up to a sheer wall of limestone, but it was actually better than Laurel had expected. "Can we see inside?" Irv wasn't completely sold on the idea of moving into town, but he turned off the truck's motor, grumbling. Landlord said he'd leave the key under the porch in a sardine tin. They found the key. The front door's hinges screeched when Irv pushed it open. The interior smelled like mildew with an undertone of dead mouse, but Laurel reasoned that if the front windows were open, the southerly breeze would dispel the odor. Flanking the central hallway were a parlor to the left and a staircase to the right. Laurel stepped into the parlor. The wallpaper was shabby and stained, but it had tall windows and a pretty Victorian carved wood spandrel that demarcated the parlor from the dining room. A door on the far side of it led into the kitchen. "The icebox is the old-fashioned kind," Irv said. "You'd have to have ice delivered, but the stove's electric." Gesturing to the rusty faucets in the sink, he added, "It's tapped into the city water. You won't have to pump no more." "Is there a bathroom?" Irv led her to it. Obviously a late addition, it was tucked under the staircase. The fixtures needed a good scouring, but she was delirious at the thought of no longer having to use an outhouse. Upstairs, 2 bedrooms and a sleeping porch. Some of these steps are rotted, so be careful. The front bedroom faced south. Sunlight shone through the dirty windows from which she could see the tallest buildings of downtown. Having been isolated for months, the thought of having a view of nearby civilization was comforting. She could make this a pleasant room for Pearl and her to share. The sleeping porch was a screened-in, long and narrow space. She would have to think on how best to utilize it. Beyond it was a small, claustrophobic room that had only one east-facing window. The ceiling slanted downward to meet the far wall. "This'll do me fine," Irv said. "I don't require much space, but you'll have to climb the stairs," Laurel said. "That won't be good for your hip. I have a better idea." She led him back downstairs and into the kitchen. "Build a wall on this end of the kitchen to enclose the keeping room. It has a window. It would easily convert into a bedroom," he scowled. "Where'd you get that notion? From you?" "You shouldn't have lied about dividing one room into 2 for a family from Waco," he swore under his breath, but Laurel could tell that the idea appealed to him. The new room would give him access to the rest of the house without having to use the stairs. The back door leading from the kitchen to the outside would also enable him to come and go freely. She pointed that out to him, then stood by waiting hopefully as he mulled it over for an eternity. "If it's a matter of money, it ain't. I plan to pitch in." "I told you I ain't destitute. I still have my money." "Keep it. I owe you this." "How so?" "It was my boy who skipped out on you." Whenever the subject of money came up, they argued, and Irv was cranky for days after. She supposed it was a blow to his pride for her to question him about finances, but she suspected his obstinance on the matter went deeper than that. The guilt he felt over leaving Derby in an orphanage weighed even more heavily on him since the suicide. It was too late for him to make restitution to his son. Instead, he had dedicated himself to taking care of Pearl and her. She was strongly opposed to the idea of being accountable or indebted to anyone, even to her well-meaning father-in-law. But she didn't want to scotch renting the house by quarreling with him now. "When can we move in?" He hooked his thumbs under his suspenders and ran them up and down as he took a slow look around. "Well," Laurel said, "I'm taking stock." "You're stalling. We don't have any furniture." "We don't have any now," she exclaimed, causing Pearl to stir. "Why are you so opposed to this, Irv?" "I ain't." "Good. We'll move in tomorrow." Before he could say anything further, She turned on her heel and left through the front door. By the time he had followed, locked the door, and returned the key to its hiding place, she was in the car in the driver's seat. He hobbled around to the passenger side and opened the door. "What do you think you're doing?" "Pearl's asleep. You can hold her while I drive. You need a lot more practice. I'll have 5 miles worth after driving home. Now get in." 14 Thatcher was confined to the jail cell throughout the day, although after deputies returned, he was allowed 2 visits to the lavatory. Harold grudgingly provided him with a bar of soap and a towel so he was able to wash up. He heard people entering and leaving the building where briefings were held in the main room. But for most of the day, the door at the end of the hall had remained closed, so he was unable to hear everything that was being said. The telephone rang frequently. He supposed updates on the search for Mrs. Driscoll were being called in to Sheriff Amos, but Thatcher didn't sense a thunderbolt from any of the incoming information. Darkness had fallen, and the hubbub in the office had died down before Sheriff Amos came through the door. Thatcher hadn't seen him since their conversation that morning. Apparent to Thatcher immediately was that the stressful day had taken a toll. Bill Amos probably had 25 years on Thatcher, but for a man of his age, he was fit. Tonight, however, he looked like he was under a lot of strain and weary to the bone. Thatcher got up from the bunk and met him at the bars. "Any news?" "We'll get to it." He hefted a lidded enamel pot by its wire handle. "Hungry?" "I could do with something. Chicken and dumplings." He unlocked the cell and passed Thatcher the pot. "Take it by the handle. It's hot." Thatcher took the pot, lifted the lid, and sniffed. From the cafe, one of Martin's specialities. He took a spoon and napkin from his shirt pocket and passed them through the bars. "Don't dig an escape tunnel with the spoon," he said it with a smile that Thatcher returned. He carried the pot over to the bunk where he set it down carefully so not to spill. The sheriff didn't withdraw but stood just beyond the bars, staring at nothing, thoughtfully smoothing his mustache. Thatcher went back over and waited him out until he was ready to reveal the cause of his furrowed brow. He began by saying, "There's news only about where Mrs. Driscoll isn't. Nothing about where she is. None of her kin has seen or heard from her. Her uncle and aunt drove up from New Braunfels. They took over for Scotty, staying with Dr. Driscoll. How's he doing? At wit's end. Several times he tried to leave his house and join the search. Wrestled with Scotty and the uncle when they stopped him. Last I heard, they'd persuaded him to take a sleeping draft. What about me? Are you going to charge me or let me go? The district attorney has taken it under advisement. What's that mean?" "It means that even though we don't have a body or any sign of foul play, Mayor Croft is putting pressure on him." "What kind of man is the district attorney, hard or soft?" Amos snickered. "Flexible. The mayor's ready to hang me from the nearest tree. I can't figure why." Amos took a long, pondering look at him. Thatcher sensed they had arrived at the reason for the sheriff's frown. "Mr. Hutton, how familiar are you with the Anti-Saloon League?" "Not familiar at all. Must have been formed while I was overseas, but the name sort of explains itself." "Quite aptly. It's an organization of lobbyists, movers and shakers, zealots, teetotalers. They don't merely choose to abstain themselves. Their goal is to rid the earth of every drop of alcohol along with the people who make it and sell it. Then they must have got what they were after when Prohibition was made law." Bill Amos gave a wry grunt. "Backed by our fire-breathing governor, the League succeeded before that. Last year, Texas passed laws that are stricter than the federal ones. They've made even minor infractions felonies, which carry much stiffer punishments." "Did that curb consumption?" Sheriff Amos gave a soft laugh. "Just the opposite. Since these laws went into effect, moonshining and bootlegging have become booming businesses. Men wanting a drink would find one." Thatcher thought back on the 2 men at the boarding house who'd left together in search of booze. Hell, he remembered soldiers in the trenches fermenting whatever they could, making undrinkable concoctions which they drank anyway. The sheriff continued. "Some members of the Anti-Saloon League, the governor included, are of the opinion that we local law enforcement agencies and personnel are soft on transgressors, that a large number of us are corrupt, and that we're doing a lousy job of helping them accomplish their goal of making Texas 100% dry. So they've devised a way to assist us as in identifying, capturing, and prosecuting offenders. How's that? By recruiting what the governor has termed innocent bystanders. Thatcher said, "What the hell?" In order to convict a bootlegger, state law requires a third-party eyewitness to testify to the illegal sale. Since an innocent bystander of such a transaction is rarer than hen's teeth, the league is recruiting them. The sheriff nodded. Men to work undercover. They infiltrate areas where moonshiners are thriving. They make friends with the culprits, pretend to be one of them, gain their trust, then rat on them, in court and under oath. The sheriff took a deep breath and met Thatcher's gaze. "I think the reason our mayor took an immediate dislike to you is because he suspects you might be one of these official snitches." He raised his eyebrows. "I suspect it too." Thatcher gave a short laugh. "Me? I didn't even know there was such a thing. Only undercover agents I've ever heard of were Pinkerton men." The sheriff stared at him, unfazed by his denial. "Nobody sent me here," Thatcher said. "When I jumped off that train, I didn't even know where I was. It was dumb fate that I even wound up in this town. You're telling me the truth? Damn straight. Texas Rangers didn't send you here to make sure I'm square and enforcing the law? No, I wouldn't hold it against you. Swear to you, Sheriff, and I'll tell you something else." He held up his hand, palm out so the cut was visible. "I'll defend myself against a guy wanting to knife me, but I wouldn't tattle on somebody that I'd befriended that would go against my grain." Amos assimilated that, then said, "All right then, I'll take your word for it, and if Bernie ever voices his suspicion again, I'll tell him I already confronted you about it and you flat out denied it. If the mayor suspects I've been sent to rout out local moonshiners, wouldn't he favor that? Why's he hostile? Because he ramrods the most prosperous bootlegging operation in the region." Thatcher took that news like a clip on the chin. "Son of a bitch," he said under his breath. "Why don't you arrest him?" The sheriff grimaced. "That'd be messy." Thatcher didn't press him to elaborate. He felt it possible that arresting the mayor would create a conflict of interest for the sheriff. The ethics of these men were no concern of his. Even if the sheriff dealt dirty on some matters, Thatcher felt that he was a basically good and conscientious man. "Well, the mayor won't have to worry about me for long," Thatcher said. "I'll be heading up to the Panhandle soon, assuming you let me go. I thought you'd have heard something from Mr. Hobson by now." "Sheriff called me back. They had a hell of a sandstorm up there. The deputy dispatched to go out to the ranch got lost. I've experienced storms like that," Thatcher said. "You can't see a foot in front of you." Well, the fellow turned around and managed to make his way back to Amarillo without crashing into something. He'll try again tomorrow. That was disappointing. Henry Hobson Jr. had been more than simply the man he'd cowboyed for. He'd been his mentor. Mr. Hobson was a man of his word. A character reference from him would go a long way toward clearing Thatcher of suspicion. The sheriff was absently plucking at the corner of his mustache. Thatcher had come to recognize the signs. The sheriff wasn't done with him yet. Eventually he said, "There's something niggling me." Thatcher thought it best not to ask what. "When we brought you in here and started questioning you, why didn't you tell us you'd stopped at the plumber's place?" Thatcher's guard went up. "Didn't seem worth mentioning." "Bullshit. It was damn worth mentioning because Laurel Plummer could have attested that you had the bruise, the cut, before you ever made it into town and met Mila Driscoll. You relied on Fred Barker to back you up, people in the boarding house, but you deliberately omitted mention of her. Why?" Thatcher shifted his stance, knowing that it probably gave away his uneasiness. "I'd approached 2 women that day. They were strangers to me and, best to my knowledge, alone. I thought if y'all knew about Mrs. Plummer, in addition to Mrs. Driscoll, it would look bad. It does. It looks bad that you didn't volunteer the information, and I don't think you're being completely honest with me now, are you? What happened out yonder at her place? Not a thing. It was just like she said. She'd left out what had happened out by the water pail. Obviously, she was embarrassed by that and didn't want anybody knowing about it, so Thatcher wasn't going to give it away. But he could tell the sheriff the truth about the rest of it. In the short time I was there, it was plain to me that Mrs. Plummer had reached the end of her rope. I got the sense that she'd had more than her fair share of hard knocks lately, and I didn't want to heap on another problem for her. You felt compassion for her. I guess you could put it like that. Amos took his measure, then exhaled heavily. If you're indicted, I advise you against putting it like that. The mayor, the DA, would pounce on it. I don't follow. You felt sorry for Mrs. Plummer. So you got your drink of water, your directions into town, and left her alone. Then you met Mila Driscoll. It could be surmised that you felt no compassion for her. He let the implication sink in, then nodded toward the bunk. Don't let your supper get cold. 15 Wallace Johnson had been born with a pair of jug ears like none other. Not only did they exemplify the term, they sat low on his head and were pointy on top. This manifestation of a problematic gene pool had made him a target for torment by his passel of siblings, by his mother, when she got on one of her infamous tears, and by his classmates during all 6 years of his schooling. He dropped out at the age of 12 and went into the family business, for which limited literacy wasn't a drawback. By the time Wally had reached his late teens, the ridicule he'd suffered in his youth hadn't made him timid and faint-hearted as one might expect. Instead, he was arrogant, aggressive, and meaner than hell. Somewhere along the way, he had learned to wiggle his ears, making them even more notable. Nowadays, when teased, he used this talent to distract from his reaching for brass knuckles, which he then vigorously applied to the individual who'd insulted him. One of Gert's whores, who was relatively new to lefties and didn't hail from the area, was unaware of Wally Johnson's reputation for a short temper and violent bent. She was fully aware of it now, which was why Gert had left her husband to tend to a middling crowd and had taken back roads out into the countryside to where two clear-running, spring-fed creeks converged, making it an ideal spot for one of the Johnson family's distilleries. Wally was the family member assigned to operate and protect this particular still. Sometimes a kid cousin helped out with heavy lifting or needed repairs, but Wally preferred to work alone. He lived in a lean-to tucked beneath a shelf of limestone which helped shelter him from the elements. The geological configuration also hid the fire required to keep the sour mash cooking at a low boil, thus making the still unlikely to be detected. Wally's great-granddaddy Hiram had chosen the location for just that reason. The still had been producing corn liquor uninterrupted for decades. When she was still a distance away, Gert rolled her Model T to a halt and blinked her headlights twice. Slowly, then 3 times in rapid succession, signaling that she was a customer and not a hostile competitor or the law, Wally emerged from his lean-to, cradling a rifle in the crook of his elbow, but having recognized Gert's vehicle, motioned her forward. She drove up to within yards of where he stood, stopped, and climbed out. She motioned toward the still. "Why ain't you cooking tonight?" "Didn't have a mind to," Wally replied. "You bring my money?" She planted her hands on her broad hips. "Damn it, Wally. I'm as pissed off at you as I can be at a person, and that's saying something. What for? What for, I'll tell you what for. Thanks to you, I got a whore who's out of commission. You told me to do something that did guarantee getting Doc Driscoll out to the roadhouse, and that's what I did. Saw him arrive myself. I told you to rough up the girl a little. You broke her arm, her jaws out of whack, and her eyes all swole up and ain't sitting right. She told me she'd as soon fuck a bat as me. Which I reminded her of, she said. Gert gave a snort. You've heard worse. He held out his hand, palm up. $20, Gert. I ought to subtract what her ruined appearance will cost me in lost revenue. She looked over at his stockpile of moonshine, but because I'm a forgiven person, I'll take a jar for the road and we'll call it even. He cursed her under his breath, but went over to a straw-lined crate, lifted out a mason jar of white lightning, and brought it back to her. She screwed off the lid and took a swallow. You're one ugly son of a bitch, Wally, but you do make good shine, $20. He held out his hand again. Gert screwed the lid back onto the mason jar and tucked it in her left armpit, then reached into the pocket of her dress, took out a pistol and shot Wally in the forehead. She bent over his supine form, stuck the bore of the pistol into one of his ears, and fired again. As she was getting back into her car, she muttered, "Pissant cost me a week's worth of work out of that girl." 16, shortly after noon the next day, Harold came to Thatcher's cell. His looks hadn't improved since Thatcher had last seen him. He might have explained that he'd mistaken him for a German soldier and apologized for messing up his face. But the deputy radiated so much hostility as he said, "They want to see you," that Thatcher didn't bother. After being handcuffed, he was prodded out of the cell block and into the main room. Mayor Croft was standing in front of a window, a position that cast him in silhouette, obscured his face, and made him the most imposing presence in the room, which Thatcher figured was his intention. If he thought Thatcher would be intimidated by either his public office or his bootlegging, he was wrong. Thatcher looked him square in the eye. Sheriff Amos motioned Thatcher into a chair. "Coffee?" Thatcher accepted. The sheriff filled a mug from a pot simmering on a hot plate, then brought it over. When he bent down to place the mug in Thatcher's bound hands, he said under his breath, "Don't volunteer anything." Then he straightened up, sat down on the corner of his desk, and commenced another interrogation. Beginning with the fight and Thatcher's leap from the freight train, they rehashed Thatcher's account of that day. The sheriff's questions were straightforward. Following his advice, Thatcher stuck to the facts and didn't expand on any of his statements. Bernie Croft didn't pose any questions, but expressed his skepticism of Thatcher's truthfulness with snorts and harumphs and dry coughs covered by his fist. Thatcher finished with, "I went to bed, fell asleep, woke up with a shotgun in my face and y'all surrounding my bed." The sheriff waited a beat, then looked over at Croft, who had remained in his spot by the window but was now rocking back and forth on his heels like a man trying to keep his temper under control. Bill said, "We don't have one iota of evidence implicating him, Bernie, except that he was with Mrs. Driscoll earlier that day." The sheriff dismissed that with a shake of his head. "Circumstantial. The DA has declined to indict him based on that alone. Something could still turn up. Mrs. Driscoll could still turn up dead. Let's pray that's not the case. But if after further investigation we discover something that does implicate Mr. Hutton in any wrongdoing, I'll be on him like a duck on a June bug." The mayor scoffed. "He'll be long gone. He doesn't plan to leave town immediately. So he says." Thatcher said, "Mr. Barker and I shook on me training that stallion before I leave. That's hardly a binding contract. It is to me." Thatcher's words fell like 4 bricks into the room. Croft's face turned red, but he didn't respond. No one said anything. Then Sheriff Amos broke the taut silence. "I've got to release him, Bernie, but I'll do so with the provision that he doesn't leave town. If not a suspect, he's still a material witness." "Fine, but you're gambling with your reelection." "Every damn day I'm in this office, because his warning didn't have the desired cowing effect on the sheriff." Croft strode across to the door, yanked his hat off the coat tree, and stormed out, pulling the door closed so hard it rattled window panes. Amos signaled to Harold, "Uncuff him." With obvious disgust, the deputy lumbered over and removed the handcuffs. Sheriff Amos said, "Mr. Hutton, you heard the condition of me letting you go. Don't run off. What if Mrs. Driscoll never turns up? I can't stick around here forever. I want to get home. No word from Amarillo?" "Not yet, but it's early. It'll be a round trip for whoever drives out to the ranch, and you said it was a far piece from the city." Thatcher acknowledged that, then said, "As much as anybody, I want to know what happened to Mrs. Driscoll, not just for my sake. I hate to think me too." The sheriff said, "I've moved past hoping she'll turn up unharmed and with a logical explanation for her absence." Giving Thatcher a keen look, he said, "I'm letting you go. Don't betray my trust." Then he glanced over his shoulder at Harold. "You have his bag ready." The deputy carried over Thatcher's duffel and dropped it at his feet. "Everything's there, including the nudie pictures." Thatcher gave him a sardonic grin. "Good. They're souvenirs I'm taking to the other hands at the ranch." He shouldered the strap of the bag and walked out. Bill went home for lunch. He was halfway into his meal when the telephone rang. He left the table, went into the hall, and answered. A deputy identified himself. Wally Johnson's been found dead, 2 bullet wounds through his head. That was more than enough to spoil Bill's appetite. He pulled his napkin from his shirt collar and blotted his mouth. Who found him? A cousin. Where? The deputy described the scene. The still was intact. There was a stockpile of product. Barrels of mash were fermenting. Only thing spoiled was Wally. What's the cousin's name besides Johnson? Elray, he owned up to moonshining? Kid's only 14. He was scared shitless that whoever did in Wally was going to come after him too. Said he'd rather be in jail as in Wally's shoes. How do I get there? The deputy gave him directions. I'll wait for you at the turnoff, otherwise you might miss it. Has the JP been notified? He's on his way, not that we need an official pronouncement. Wally's deader'n a doornail shot through one of his ears. Sighing over the ill-concealed mirth in the deputy's voice, Bill hung up. But no sooner had he turned away from the telephone than it rang a second time. He picked it up again. This is Sheriff Amos. Gabe Driscoll sat at the dining table, force-feeding himself from the plate of food Mila's aunt had insisted he eat. He had met these relatives of Mila's only once before, and that had been on his wedding day. Whenever Mila had gotten homesick for her extended Teutonic family, with whom he had nothing in common, not even language, he would put her on a train and cite a heavy patient load as his excuse for not accompanying her. Yesterday, these family ambassadors hadn't so much arrived as descended. They had been beside themselves with worry over Mila's fate. But it had come as an unwelcome surprise that they were equally worried about him and his fragile condition. They'd smothered him with platitudes, advice, sympathy, and affection which he didn't want and certainly hadn't earned. His only means of escape had been to lock himself in his bedroom with a sleeping draught, which had been a bootleg bottle of bourbon. This morning, when he'd come downstairs looking even more haggard than he had yesterday, the older couple seemed intent on convincing him that whatever had become of Mila, her leaving hadn't been voluntary. He'd said, I'll admit that I wondered if she'd had a man in her life before she met me. Maybe she had heard from him and they chorused a swift denial. She hadn't had a serious beau before him. She wouldn't have forsaken him or broken her marriage vows. Not their Mila. She loved Gabe dearly and wanted desperately to be a mother. He'd coughed a sob and held his head between his hands. Of course I know that. I do. I'm certain she didn't leave of her own accord. Now, having eaten enough to pacify the aunt, he thanked her for preparing lunch, excused himself from the dining room, and barricaded himself in his office, where he poured himself a bourbon. He carried the drink over to the sofa, took off his shoes and reclined, covering his scratchy, burning eyes with his forearm. He hadn't slept in 2 nights. His cuffs were loose, his collar button undone, his trousers wrinkled from having been wallowed in. If he caught a glimpse of himself in a reflective surface, he barely recognized the image. He looked like a bum, bearing scant resemblance to the self-possessed physician who people relied on for healing and succor. He very much doubted that he would ever regain the high regard and status that he'd had before his wife had gone missing. Even if Mila had abandoned him of her own volition, her mysterious disappearance would leave a stain on him as permanent as a port wine birthmark. That distressing thought was interrupted when he heard an automobile approaching. Sheriff Amos, that deputy Scotty again had they found her heart thumping. He drained his bourbon, rolled up off the sofa, and padded over to the bay window. Peeking around the edge of the drapery, he watched a shiny black touring car come to a stop in front of his house. Around town it was a familiar automobile, as was the driver whose name was Jimmy Hennessy. He got out and assisted Bernie Croft from the back seat. The mayor strutted up Gabe's walkway, chest thrust out like a despot about to watch a parade of his military might. Hennessy stayed with the car, a daunting, pugnacious presence against the backdrop of Miss Wise's Victorian house and bright petunia beds. The doorbell jingled. Mila's uncle went to answer. Gabe heard him quietly explaining that the doctor was unavailable to visitors and wouldn't be seeing patients until further notice. Bernie, of course, was having none of it. He declared that the doctor would see him. Over the uncle's objections, Bernie came inside. Gabe followed the sound of his footsteps, which stopped outside his office door. There was hard knocking. "Gabe, it's Bernie." Gabe's head dropped forward and he maintained that helpless pose until the door was rapped on again, this time more imperiously. "Open up." Gabe trudged to the door, flipped the lock, and pulled it open. Looking beyond Bernie, Gabe addressed the apologetic uncle. "It's all right. Mayor Croft is a friend." The uncle retreated. Bernie forged in. Gabe closed the door. Bernie went straight over to the ledge of the bookshelf where he helped himself to the bottle of bourbon, splashing some into a tumbler. When Bernie turned and extended the bottle toward Gabe, he shook his head, noticing the empty glass on the end table beside the sofa. Bernie said, "Just as well, I think. Appears you've already been imbibing." Gabe didn't reply, but returned to the sofa and slumped against the back cushions. Mila had spent months painstakingly doing the crew work on them. The mayor made himself comfortable in an armchair. "You should open a window, Gabe. You stink. The whole room reeks of you." He could smell his sour odor himself. Since having to report Mila missing, he hadn't washed, hadn't shaved. With indifference, he'd observed himself becoming more and more disheveled, but had done nothing to stop the deterioration. "That's what you came to tell me? That I stink?" Bernie took a sip of whiskey. "The DA has declined to indict Hutton. He's been released from custody." That was hardly surprising, as no evidence had been found to implicate him. But that he'd been eliminated as a suspect wasn't welcome news, which Gabe supposed was the reason Bernie had come to break it to him personally. "No other persons of interest?" "None. Of course they're continuing the search, but sooner or later the zeal will begin to flag and eventually they'll stop looking." "I'm sure you realize that." Gabe nodded morosely. The mayor crossed one leg over the other and propped his glass of whiskey on his knee. Alerted by the feigned casualness, Gabe sat up straighter. "What? Do you recognize the name Wally Johnson, of the infamous Johnsons? More infamous than most. It was Wally who beat up that whore at Lefty's. The one you were summoned to treat? So? His body was found this morning. He'd been assassinated. My sources in the sheriff's department tell me it was ghastly. Carrion birds and such." Gabe just looked at him with dispassion. After an ahem, Bernie said, "The reason I bring it up, this homicide will divert attention from your wife's disappearance. Now that Bill Amos has a murder to solve, and seeing as how it involves a pack of jackals like the Johnsons, he'll be focused on that. The missing persons case will fade into thin air." Gabe plopped back onto the cushions. "What happens then? You resume your practice, and you begin working for me." Gabe dug his middle finger and thumb into his eye sockets. He mumbled, "I don't think I can," around a soft laugh. Bernie said, "You can, you will. Consider this a swift kick in the ass." Gabe lowered his hand from his eyes. "It's too soon. I'm not over the shock of Mila yet. Get over it. Patience isn't my strong suit. Look at me, Bernie. I can barely function, much less take on additional responsibilities." Bernie tossed back the rest of his whiskey and with a decisive thump set the glass beside Gabe's empty one on the end table. "This whining won't do, Gabe." With desperation, he said, "I can't just snap my fingers and have things return to any kind of normalcy. It's going to take time. Of course you're right." Smiling, the mayor got up and walked over to the sofa. He set a heavy hand on Gabe's shoulder and gave it a paternal squeeze. "You have 2 weeks. It was nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon before Bill made the return trip to town. It was a long drive, allowing him time to mentally review what he'd observed at the scene of the homicide and what he knew about the Johnson clan. They were notorious for thumbing their noses at the laws against their industry. If a family member was caught plying his trade, he paid his fine and, more often than not, a granny fee to empathetic officials. These payoffs were considered a cost of doing business. The additional expense was passed along to the consumer, and the offender and his kinfolk continued making moonshine with impunity. But in the months since the Volstead Act went into effect and the ensuing crackdown on offenders, culprits were getting prison time in addition to being fined. However, the possibility of stiffer punishment hadn't seemed to deter or unduly concern Wally Johnson. Crates of his product were stacked in plain sight outside his hovel, with no apparent attempt having been made to hide it from whomever had killed him. His rifle was still lying in the crook of his arm. Evidently, Wally's young cousin Elray wasn't from the most stalwart branch of the family tree. He blubbered unedited answers to all Bill's questions, providing the names of Wally's friends as well as his sworn enemies. When asked if he had any idea who would have wanted to murder Wally so ruthlessly, Elray had dragged his sleeve across his snotty nose and replied, "Any of 'em. He wasn't generally liked." "Yeah, I know, but everybody was mad at him over that girl. It drew unwanted attention." "What girl?" "Corrine, I think her name is, out at Lefty's." Bill was still mulling over Elray's explanation as he approached the Quanah Parker Creek Bridge, a town landmark and one of Mayor Croft's crowning achievements, which he unabashedly advertised. Fred Barker's auto garage was just this side of the bridge. Guessing he would find Thatcher Hutton there, Bill pulled in. Fred and his assistant mechanic were changing a tire. Seeing Bill approach, Fred wiped his hands on a shop rag and met him halfway. "What brings you, Sheriff?" "Hutton." Bill noticed the apprehension in the other man's voice and said, "I didn't come with a warrant." "I'm glad to hear it. A deputy came by yesterday, asked could I back up Hutton's story. I did, down to the letter. He showed up a while ago and apologized a dozen times for being 2 days late for work." Barker chuckled, and the sheriff smiled. "Is he still around?" Fred told Roger to keep at what he was doing, then struck off toward the stable. Bill fell into step with him. "Thatcher worked with that ornery stud for a bit," Fred said, then asked if he could inventory my tack, see if anything needed repair or replacement. "He's conscientious, not like Roger," he mumbled and spat out a chunk of tobacco. "I saw him come out of the stable a while ago. He's probably back here." Bill was led around the stable to the corral. Thatcher and the stallion were in the center of it. Thatcher was lightly dragging a wound lasso in an unhurried and unending circuit along the horse's back, down his flank, across his barrel, to his shoulder, and back up again to his withers. During one of these rotations, the animal got spooked for no good reason Bill could discern. Thatcher spoke softly and stroked him with his hand, settling him before applying the rope again. He acknowledged their arrival with a glance over his shoulder, getting him used to the sight and feel of a rope. "Never thought I'd see it," Barker said, sounding proud. "We've got a long way to go," Thatcher told him. At this point, he trusts me only so far. Thrasher hung the lasso on his shoulder and rubbed the stallion's neck with both hands while softly commending him for being so cooperative. "But you've had enough for today." He stroked his forehead and muzzle, then left him and joined the men outside the corral. "Impressive," Bill said. "You know horses?" "Know enough to stay off them unless I can't help it." Thatcher grinned. "I'm happy to give you some pointers." "Sheriff?" The three turned in unison to see Harold jogging toward them and Roger rounding the corner of the stable. The next sequence of events happened with lightning bolt suddenness. Thatcher's right hand smacked his right thigh. Then in a single, fluid motion, he jerked the Colt six-shooter from Bill's holster and fired at Harold, who fell back onto the ground. Fred Barker slapped his hand against his heart. The stallion went berserk. Bill heard the report before it had even registered that Thatcher had disarmed him and fired his weapon. By the time he gathered his wits and realized what had happened, Thatcher had lowered his gun hand. He calmly turned to Bill and extended him the pistol, grip first. Barker blurted, "What in tarnation?" The gunshot had stopped Roger in his tracks. Now he ran over to where Harold lay prone and called to them excitedly, his heads blowed clean off. 17, Roger bent down and picked up the dead rattlesnake lying within inches of Harold's size 13 boots. The deputy struggled into a sitting position. Thatcher ran over to him. He didn't even glance at the snake, but gave Harold a helping hand up. "There was no time to warn you. You all right?" Stupefied, Harold nodded. Roger was as energized as if he'd been plugged into an electrical socket, 6 feet if he's an inch. He dangled the limp, headless body, looking at Thatcher with bug-eyed admiration. Never saw shooting like that. Bill had never seen anything like it, either. Not in all his days, and he'd grown up in a family of excellent marksmen, skilled with both long guns and pistols. "Can I keep the skin?" Roger asked Thatcher. "Makes no difference to me." Assured that Harold was all right, Thatcher went back to the corral and directed his concern to the stallion as he thrashed around the paddock, his eyes crazed, whinnying at a high pitch. Fred Barker said to Bill, "I've had about all the excitement I can stand for one afternoon. I'll leave you to ask your questions of Mr. Hutton. After witnessing what you just did, you probably have a few more." He motioned for Roger to go along with him. They walked off together with Roger chattering nonstop about Thatcher's incredible shot and his prize snakeskin. Bill turned to Harold, who still hadn't said a word. Bill guessed he hadn't quite regained his senses, and who could blame him? "What did you come out here for, Harold?" "Oh, to tell you that the JP turned Wally's body over to the undertaker. I want to take another look at him before he's embalmed. Figured that I told the undertaker to hold off till you got there." Harold looked over at Thatcher. "Guess I owe him a thanks." "No, go on. Tomorrow will be soon enough." Appearing both relieved and humbled, Harold turned and walked off in the direction of the auto shop. For several minutes, Bill watched Thatcher talking soothingly to the stallion, then walked over to join him. The horse had been kicking at the fence as he bucked and reared. He'd settled down somewhat, but his ears were still flattened back. As Bill sidled up to Thatcher, he asked, "Did he hurt himself?" "I was afraid he might have. So far, though, no signs he did. I didn't stop to think how the gunshot would booger him." "You reacted out of reflex?" "I saw Harold about to step right into that rattler, and he trailed off, raising his shoulder." "Where'd you learn to shoot like that, on the ranch? Part of the job?" Bill looked at him skeptically. "Quick draw? Never know when you'll have to fend off a predator." "Of every sort, I would imagine. You name it. Wolves, coyotes, rattlers, rustlers." Thatcher looked at him, his eyes hard and alight with anger. "What? You think I'm a hired gun or something?" Bill didn't back down. "Are you? Have you ever killed a man, Mr. Hutton?" "Plenty. I was a hired gunman for Uncle Sam." He spoke with soft but angry emphasis, then turned back to watch the stallion. "I think he'll settle. He just got spooked. I'm calling it a day." As he turned away from the paddock, Bill fell into step with him. "Did you come straight here from the jail?" "Yeah, where's your duffel bag?" "In the stable." "Get it. I'll drive you." "No thanks. I'll walk. I'll drive you." Once underway, the sheriff said, "Strange day." It was clear to Thatcher that Sheriff Amos still harbored some suspicion of him. If it hadn't been for that goddamn Diamondback, but it had happened, and the sheriff had seen it, and now he'd tossed out a remark that Thatcher didn't think was offhanded. Unsure of how he was expected to respond, he didn't. "For instance," the sheriff continued, "on my way to the office this morning, I came across Irv Plummer. That old truck of his was pulled off to the side of the road, broken down, overloaded." Thatcher was curious, but pretended not to be. The sheriff said he was moving. "Moving what?" "Domiciles." Thatcher looked over at him then. "Domiciles? He's rented a house out on the north side of town with a sickly grandbaby. He thought it best to be closer in. They were moving today. He said his daughter-in-law had put her foot down. It would be a small foot. But Thatcher could envision her planting it firmly and issuing an ultimatum, spine stiff, chin angled up. It was an image he would enjoy dwelling on if he were alone. He said, "Did he say how the baby's doing?" "They took her to Dr. Perkins. He gave her some medicine." The sheriff made a right turn and honked at a spotted dog that was trotting down the center of the street. "Then," he said, picking up where he'd left off, "after releasing you and while I was at home having lunch, I got 2 telephone calls. The first was to notify me of a homicide." Thatcher's heart thumped. "Mrs. Driscoll. No sign of her yet, and the search parties are getting weary. They can't stop looking. My office won't, but volunteers are just that, volunteers. They've got businesses to run, farms to work, cattle to tend. In all truth, Mr. Hutton, we may never know what happened to her. People don't just vanish. Actually, they do." That was a depressing thought, not only because of the effect the unsolved mystery could have on his future, but it distressed him that he might never know the kind woman's fate, a fellow named Wally Johnson. Thatcher had to clear his mind of Mrs. Driscoll before the sheriff's words sank in. "Sorry?" "The murder victim. Well known around here." The sheriff went on to describe the volatile temperament of the deceased and the disreputable family that had spawned him. Thatcher took it in. Sounds like you need to find the killer before his kinfolks do. Cream doesn't rise to the top. Bad blood does. There you're right. If ever a pack of miscreants adhered to the an eye for an eye system of justice, it's the Johnsons. If a competing moonshiner is suspected of killing Wally, it'll be like lighting a short fuse to a powder keg. It's happened before. One rival shoots another. People take sides. Old grudges are reignited. Bodies start stacking up. It's all-out warfare until a truce is negotiated. Is Bernie Croft one of the Johnsons' competitors? The sheriff smiled across at him. Bernie would never do his own killing. He pulled to a stop near the railroad depot, 50 yards shy of the boarding house. If I took you to the door, it would look official. This is fine. Thanks for the ride. Thatcher reached for the door handle. The logical conclusion to draw, the sheriff said as he shut off the engine, leaned back in his seat and began stroking his mustache. Is that another, probably less successful, competitor killed Wally out of jealousy or spite? Thatcher resettled in his seat, accepting the sheriff's implied invitation for him to stay while he did his thinking out loud. He looked over at Thatcher, hesitated for a moment, then said, "You're a good listener. I've noticed that about you, because in that way you remind me of my boy. Other ways, too. Was he your only son? Only child? Damn. Did he have a family? Not yet. He was keen on a certain young lady, but hadn't declared himself. I heard recently that she's engaged. I'm happy for her, of course, but I can't help wondering, wishing." He gave Thatcher a rueful smile, then began to describe the position Wally Johnson's body had been in when found, and the ruthless nature of the wounds. He told Thatcher about the teenage cousin who'd made the gruesome discovery. Elray says he got to the still early this morning, prepared to put in a day's work. Saw Wally spread eagled on the ground. Drawing flies, he said. He drove to the nearest gas station and used the telephone to call it in. I caught up with him and deputies already at the scene. The kid was as skittish as that stallion you're trying to train. Least little sound, Elray would jump 3 feet. He paused before continuing. What I can't figure is this: if it was a competitor or any perceived enemy, why was Wally found lying flat on his back holding a rifle that hadn't been fired? The shot to the ear was overkill. He was already dead. The shot that killed him was fired point blank. He and his killer were face to face. If Wally felt anything at all, it was a split second of shock. No resistance? Looks like none. Then he knew the person, trusted him to get that close. That's what I'm thinking. Well, you're probably right, Sheriff. I hope you catch the culprit soon. Thanks again for the lift. Thatcher opened the passenger door and put his right foot on the running board, but got no farther before the sheriff waylaid him again. None of the Johnsons are geniuses. As book learning goes, they're ignorant, but they're cagey, wily, and came out of the womb lying. Even so, I believe Elray was telling the truth. Too scared not to, I think. And he told me something that I keep going back to. Something niggling you. Exactly that. The sheriff gave him a crooked smile and shook his index finger at him. See? I noted that you're a good listener. Anyway, Elray told me that he and Wally were at Lefty's Roadhouse night before last. You know Lefty's? Thatcher shook his head. It's a blind tiger. Thatcher couldn't contain his surprise. A speakeasy here in Foley? I see you're familiar with the term. Thatcher shrugged with chagrin and pulled his foot back into the car. In Norfolk, when we got off the troop ship, some buddies and me were ready to let off steam. The sheriff smiled in a way that didn't pass judgment. Your first stop off the boat was a speakeasy. One of the ship's crewmen who'd been to this one gave us the password. Never would have known it was there otherwise. What was the front? A haberdashery. Family-owned, established 1898. There was a black and gold sign above the door. A family of smart entrepreneurs, it seems. These days, booze is selling hotter than tweeds. Thatcher chuckled. We didn't go there for tweeds. Good stock of liquor. Nobody left thirsty, ladies. Thatcher didn't say anything, but he figured his expression was telling enough. The sheriff chuckled. Was it a nice place? Nice enough for us. We'd come off a troop ship. We didn't care whether or not it was high-toned. Well, Lefty's isn't high-toned, not by a long shot. It's a roadhouse, a typical diner that serves fat hamburgers. It's also a cath house. Gert, Lefty's wife, probably common law, oversees that aspect of their business. It was a popular watering hole, but since Lefty can't sell liquor legally anymore, customers have to enter through a rear door into a back room. Bootleg booze and locally made moonshine flow as steady as Quanah Parker Creek during a heavy rain. Thatcher didn't see how any of this concerned him, so he didn't comment. Now, I don't meddle in Lefty's business so long as the peace is kept and nobody bleeds over much. But Wally died with his brains in the dirt. Approximately 24 hours earlier, he was at Lefty's, where, according to his cousin, he got a little too amorous with one of the girls upstairs. She didn't favor him, turned him down in terms to which he took exception, and he beat the hell out of her. This afternoon, I dropped by there to ask her about the incident, to see if it had any relevance to Wally's murder. He'd bashed in her mouth and broken her arm. In time, those will heal, but she'll be lucky not to lose sight in one eye. He shook his head and made a sound of profound regret. She's 17. A train came rumbling into the station, spewing steam, its brakes squealing. The sheriff let the noise die down before resuming. The reason it's bothering me is that Doc Driscoll went out to Lefty's that night for the purpose of patching up that girl. Thatcher reacted with a start. The same night Mrs. Driscoll disappeared? That's why she was alone in the house. Gabe had told me about the incident at Lefty's. He didn't name Wally Johnson as the offender. He might not have known, but that connection is what niggles. The sheriff shrugged. It's thready at best. Maybe nothing. Could be something. Thatcher turned his head aside and watched passengers disembark from the train. Some were greeted, others not. A porter unloaded luggage. The engineer climbed down from the locomotive and stood on the platform, stretching his back. The atmosphere inside the sheriff's car had become weighty, although, if pressed, Thatcher couldn't have said why. Sensing that the sheriff was waiting for a response from him, he said, "It's probably just a coincidence."
Probably. An interesting one, though.
After a lapse, Thatcher said, "Well, my landlady is a stickler for clearing the sideboard on the dot. I don't want to miss supper. Thanks again for the lift." Thatcher? He'd been about to step from the car, but pulled up short when the sheriff addressed him by his first name, something he hadn't done before. He turned back to him. "I told you I'd received 2 telephone calls during lunch. The second was the one you've been waiting on from the sheriff's department in Amarillo. I hate telling you. Truly, I do. Some while back, Mr. Hobson passed away. 18 Bill Amos didn't soft soap it. Not that it mattered how delicately he broke the news. To Thatcher, it came as a heavy blow. Mr. Hobson had suffered a stroke. His son, Henry Hobson III, had sold the herd, sold the ranch. Learning of Mr. Hobson's passing was dismantling enough. But Thatcher listened with disbelief when the sheriff told him that the ranch, his home for 15 years, no longer existed. Trey sold the ranch. Not the land itself, Bill explained, but what's under it. Oil leases, dozens of them. Everybody's punching holes in the ground up there looking for oil. Thatcher couldn't bear the thought of the sweeping plains being dotted with drilling derricks instead of beef cattle. But he wasn't surprised that Henry III's eye was on the future rather than the past, much to Mr. Hobson, Jr. Disappointment. His son never had desired to take over the ranch and had wanted nothing to do with the operation of it. When Thatcher had left for Europe in 1917, Trey had already moved to Dallas and was serving in a managerial capacity in a bank on his way up. What happened to all the ranch hands? I don't know, Thatcher, the sheriff replied. The intimate conversation had established a first-name basis between them. I guess they scattered. The deputy who went out there said the place was deserted except for a dog that looked half wolf and an old Mexican man. Jesse, Thatcher said, he was born on the ranch. His daddy worked for the first Mr. Hobson, Henry Sr. His mother cooked for the family. Well, Jesse was still out there, living in the bunkhouse. He told the deputy he would stay until somebody forced him off or he died. He preferred the latter. That sounded like Jesse. He was glad to learn that you'd survived the war, Bill said. He's been safeguarding your trunk and saddle. He sent the trunk back to Amarillo with the deputy so he could put it on a train. He was reluctant to send the saddle, though, didn't trust it to arrive undamaged or not at all. Thatcher nodded absently. He would make arrangements to reclaim it later. In the meantime, he struggled to take in that Mr. Hobson was gone. "I'm awfully sorry about this, Thatcher," the sheriff said. Thatcher replied by rote, "Thanks." He retrieved his duffel bag from the back seat of the sheriff's car and returned to the boarding house. He hadn't been back since being hauled out in handcuffs. He ignored Landlady May's glare and the sidelong glances of the other boarders, and skipping supper went straight upstairs to his room, where he weathered a sleepless night remembering the kindness and generosity of the man under whose wing he had spent formative years of his life. The next morning, shortly after breakfast, when all the other boarders had cleared out, he used the telephone in the central hallway to place a long-distance call to the bank in Dallas where Trey Hobson worked. He had to wait for 5 minutes for the local telephone office to get through. A lady with a smooth and polite voice answered with the name of the bank. "Thatcher asked to speak to Mr. Hobson. May I ask who's calling?" Thatcher gave her his name. "He knows me. Up till the war, I was a hand on his daddy's ranch. I didn't learn about Mr. Hobson till yesterday. I phoned to tell Trey how sorry I am. Please hold on, Mr. Hudden. I'll get him to the phone." She came back about a minute later, still smooth and polite. "Regrettably, he's in a meeting, Mr. Hudden, and can't talk right now, but he said to tell you that he's relieved and glad to know that you made it back from the war, and that it was very kind of you to call about his father." "Okay. I have a number here if he gets a chance to call me back. It's in Foley." He gave her the information and hung up, disappointed but not surprised that Trey was unavailable to talk to him. Mr. Hobson had shared more interests with Thatcher than he had with his son. Although Trey never would have wanted to switch places with Thatcher, Thatcher felt he might have resented the relationship that had developed between Mr. Hobson and him. But then again, Trey had never warmed to any of the cowhands, regarding all of them as nothing more than hired help. His trunk arrived 2 days later. Thatcher picked it up at the depot and opened it in the privacy of his room. He'd placed his most cherished possessions on top, so they were the first things he saw when he raised the lid: a tooled leather gun belt with holster and a shiny Colt revolver with a staghorn grip. They'd been Mr. Hobson's gift to him on his 18th birthday. From that day forward, he'd strapped it on every day until he'd packed it in the trunk. The pistol had been what he'd reached for when he saw the rattlesnake poised to strike Harold. For the next week, he went about his business, but without enthusiasm. He slogged through each day, the finality of his mentor's death catching him at odd times, and he would experience the crushing impact of the news all over again. The more permanent residents of the boarding house continued to be standoffish. He sensed that they still harbored doubts about his innocence regarding Mrs. Driscoll. He didn't mind them keeping their distance. He didn't feel like making meaningless conversation. However, one evening after supper, he was invited to join a round of poker being played out on the porch. The stakes were diddly, but $1 was $1, so he ended up. He won 5 hands straight. Then, to avoid antagonizing the others, he lost the next 2 hands on purpose before excusing himself. The landlady made no secret of her dislike and mistrust of him, but she accepted his rent money for the second week. Laurel was certain the preacher knew the appropriate scriptures by heart. He was old. No doubt he had performed this rite hundreds of times. Nevertheless, he held his Bible open in the palm of one hand and pretended to read the passages. Although they came from several books of both the Old Testament and the New, he never turned a single page. It would have been awkward for him even to try. In his other hand, he was holding an open umbrella above his head. Rain drummed on it so loudly it made his creaky voice nearly inaudible. Low, dark clouds had created a false dusk at mid-morning. The rain fell straight down in oppressive monotony. Even so, Laurel welcomed the miserable weather. On the day she was burying her daughter, even one ray of sunshine would have seemed obscene. Pearl had died less than 24 hours ago, but there had been no reason to postpone her interment. There was no one to host a wake and no one to invite even if one had been held. The undertaker had an infant coffin in his stockroom. The plot next to Derby's was available. No purpose would have been served to delay the inevitable. The preacher closed his Bible. Please join me in prayer. Beside her, in spite of the rain, Irv removed his hat before bowing his head, because she couldn't bear seeing the tiny coffin being pounded by the rain. She bowed her head and tightly closed her eyes as she joined the preacher and her father-in-law in reciting the Lord's Prayer. Two gravediggers hunched inside rubber rain capes had been standing by. They moved in immediately after the amen and began lowering the casket. Laurel, unable to watch it being buried, turned away. The bleak trio made their way back to their cars. Irv had driven them to the cemetery in a roadster. When they reached it, they thanked the preacher, who looked relieved that the brief service wasn't being prolonged. He made a hasty departure, Irv, and she rode home in silence. Their footsteps echoed in the hollow silence of the house as they let themselves in. "You want me to put the kettle on, make you some tea?" Laurel wanted to decline the offer, but Irv looked so distraught she thought that perhaps he needed a task to alleviate his despair. "That sounds nice, thank you." She removed her hat and sat down at the table. He brewed her tea. He took his secreted jar of whiskey from the cabinet. "A touch of this wouldn't hurt you." "No, thank you." He poured some of the moonshine into a glass for himself. "You hungry?" She shook her head. He sat down across from her. They sipped their beverages. After a lengthy silence, he said, "I was tore up when Derby died, but nothing like this. This hurts something awful." Looking across at him, she watched his eyes fill. "Derby died of his own choosing," he said, gulping a breath. "That baby girl didn't." Then a terrible sound issued from deep in his throat, and he began to cry. Laurel left her chair in a rush, knelt beside his chair, and placed her arms around his shoulders, drawing him to her. They clung to each other as he wept. She murmured to him all the banalities that would cause her to scream and run mad if anyone were saying them to her, yet he seemed to derive comfort from them. He cried himself out. As he wiped his wet face with a large handkerchief he always carried in his back pocket, he looked embarrassed. "I haven't carried on like that since Derby's mother passed. It helped a little to get it out. What can I do for you, Laurel?" "Nothing, thank you. I'm going up to my room. I understand. But you'll let me know if you need anything." "I will." "The hurt will never leave you, but you learn to tuck it away," he said, tapping his heart, "and get on." She gave him a wan smile, but as she climbed the stairs she doubted that she would survive the night. She would surely die of grief. At first, Thatcher had been too aggrieved over Mr. Hobson's demise to give much thought to how it would affect his future. But soon he had to face the reality of his situation and figure out a way to make money. Even living frugally, he'd gone through his poker winnings from the men on the freight train and at the boarding house. He couldn't live for long on $1.50 a day. One afternoon, Thatcher approached Fred Barker. "I'm making progress with a stallion, but I've got to scare up more business for myself. What's on your mind? You've got 5 empty stalls that aren't earning you a cent. If I can get some horses to work with, how much will you charge me to stable them here and use your paddock?" They struck a deal that Thatcher thought favored him. But it wouldn't matter how good the terms were. If he couldn't fill the stalls, he put in another few evenings of poker at the boarding house, won the largest pot each night, and invested his winnings in having handbills printed. He spent the next Saturday afternoon going around town nailing them to utility poles. That's when he spotted Laurel Plummer on the other side of Main Street. Her hair was in a long braid hanging down her back out from under a wide-brimmed straw hat. She was dressed in a dark skirt, a white blouse, and a pair of black gloves. She was trying to secure something on top of the trunk of her Model T with a leather strap. Looked to Thatcher like the strap wasn't cooperating. He hit the head of the nail he'd been hammering one final time. Then, taking the sack of nails, hammer, and handbills with him, he crossed the street. "Need a hand?" She let go of the strap and whipped around. As before, her features were taut, her expression guarded. They relaxed only slightly when she recognized him. "Oh, Mr. Hutton? Hi, seems you're always wrestling with something." He gestured toward the strap. He saw now that she'd been trying to get the ends to meet so she could buckle it. She looked him up and down, taking in his cowboy hat, faded shirt, and dusty boots, then turned away and resumed pulling on the strap. My father-in-law told me they had released you from jail. They had no reason to hold me in the first place. Mrs. Driscoll is still missing. She yanked hard on the strap as she glanced over her shoulder at him. If she had meant that as an implied accusation, he wasn't going to honor it with a denial. I heard you moved into town. That's right. Do you like your new house? It's a far cry from new, but it's better than where we were. How's your hand? He held it up, palm out. Healed. How's your little girl? She gave the strap another yank. She died. The ground seemed to give way underneath him. Her blunt statement had left him dumbfounded, and she must have sensed it. She stopped grappling with the strap and faced him. Please don't feel like you have to say anything, Mr. Hutton. Actually, I would rather you didn't. All right, it's just that it's difficult for me to talk about. He nodded. I can see where it would be. She wet her lips, then pulled the lower one through her teeth. He squinted up at the sun and readjusted the brim of his hat to shade his eyes. After several awkward moments, he set the sack of nails, hammer, and handful of flyers on the hood of the car, then stepped around her and easily buckled the strap over several bundles of what looked like household goods. He gave it a test tug. That ought to hold. Thank you. You're welcome. He looked down at her. The straw brim of her hat cast a patterned shadow over her face that intrigued him, or he just liked looking at her. Her eyes were green and skittish. They looked everywhere except back at him. A strand of hair had escaped both the braid and her hat. She pushed at it with the back of her wrist, the small knob of which barely cleared the curled edge of her worn leather glove. He didn't remember ever seeing a wrist that delicate or a gesture that feminine, but if he weren't mistaken, the collarless shirt she wore was a man's garment. It was way too large for her. The sleeves were rolled back, forming bulky cuffs against her thin forearms. The top button had been left open, exposing the triangular hollow at the base of her throat and making it about the most tempting patch of skin on the planet. Her darting eyes eventually landed on the handbills. She tilted her head in order to read the bold printing upside down. You break and train horses for a living? Trying to. That explains the cowboy clothes. She glanced down at the ground. The boots make you taller? Pleased to know that she'd noticed anything about him. He lifted his foot and looked at the scuffed riding heel. I reckon so. I never thought about the height thing because I've always worn them. Only recently have I been without. These didn't catch up to me until a few days ago, and it was like meeting up with old friends. He explained about the trunk. It had been up there waiting on me, but turns out I won't be going back to the Panhandle after all. No? No. Circumstances up there changed while I was gone. Anyhow, these breeches are more suited to my occupation, he grinned. The seat of my suit pants ripped the first time I got thrown. Thrun? You mean bucked off? That's what I mean. The horse I'm working with now, his name's Ulysses, is spirited to say the least. Were you hurt? A knock or two. Nothing to speak of. He could do it to you again. Oh, you can count on it. You're not scared? He hesitated, then said, I'm not that easy to scare off. He's a bit touchy, but he'll learn to trust me. He could tell by the way she dropped her gaze that she'd caught his underlying meaning. I have to go, she said. Good luck with Ulysses. There's no give in that strap. What? He tipped his head toward the bundle on top of the trunk. You're going to have trouble unbuckling it without some help. If your father-in-law isn't around, I'll be glad to lend you a hand. I can manage. I don't doubt that. But why turn down my offer to help? Because she broke off whatever it was she had been about to say and turned her head aside. Oh, I get it. He took a step back. Mrs. Driscoll is still missing. She came back around and said quickly, No, that's not the reason. Not at all. She clasped her hands together then, as though realizing she was still wearing the gloves, took them off and tapped the pair of them against her palm. I don't want to be beholden to you, Mr. Hutton. You wouldn't be. I don't want to be beholden to anybody. She looked like she meant it, and he didn't want to provoke her by trying to change her mind. He supposed a young widow would be sensitive to becoming indebted to a single man, though knowing that didn't make him any less sorry that he couldn't get near her without her bristling. He motioned toward the driver's door. "At least let me crank the motor for you. Climb in." He extended his hand to help her onto the running board. She hesitated only briefly before setting her hand in his. It was the one with the cut across his palm. She looked into his eyes, swiftly, then reclaimed her hand and stepped into the car. He went around to the front of it. After she'd adjusted the spark and throttle levers on the steering column, he turned the crank twice. She switched on the battery and the engine sputtered to life. He collected his things from the hood, came back to the driver's side, and passed her one of the handbills. "In case you come across anyone with a horse that needs to be taught some manners," she took the sheet from him and gave him a small smile. "I'll pass it along. I'd sure appreciate it. Thank you." He looked at her for maybe a couple of seconds longer than was easy on either of them. Long before he wanted to, he brushed the brim of his hat. "Take care, Mrs. Plummer." He started back across the street. It was pneumonia. Her blurted statement brought him to a halt. He turned around. She was off by 5 degrees of looking him directly in the eye. Pearl came early. Her lungs probably weren't finished developing, Dr. Perkins said. They were too weak to fight off the infection. He let his breath out slowly. "You asked me not to say anything just as well. I don't have the words." She did look straight at him then, her expression stark with pain. Then she bobbed her head, put the car in gear, and drove away. 19 Bernie stood at one of the 4 windows in his office. It was on the 2nd floor of City Hall, affording him a bird's-eye view of Main Street. From this advantageous point he could monitor who was doing what, sometimes to his amusement, sometimes to his consternation. Presently he was watching Thatcher Hutton make his way along the thoroughfare, going from utility pole to utility pole, nailing a notice to each one. "What does it say?" Bernie asked and held out his hand. Hennessy passed him one of the flyers. Bernie scanned it, then said to his bodyguard, "Thanks, that's all for now." Hennessy left the office and closed the door. "Does he ever speak?" Bernie's associate asked. "He doesn't need to." "No, I guess the scowl does speak for itself. What about Mr. Hutton? What does his handbill say?" Bernie turned away from the window and sat down at his mayoral desk. "It's an advertisement for his services. Read for yourself." He pushed the printed sheet across his desk toward the man sitting facing it. "This indicates to me that he's sticking around. He paid our charming landlady another week's rent. What do you make of it?" Frowning in thought. Chester Landry needlessly straightened his perfectly tied bow tie. "I would suspect, as you do, that he's a spy for the Anti-Saloon League in conjunction with a law enforcement agency. May they all roast in hell. Although, if they get their way, that's where we're destined." Bill Amos swears up and down that Hutton appears to be exactly what he claims, a cowpoke without a herd, a straggler of a dying breed. "Well, the sheriff may be right," Chester told Bernie about the arrival of Hutton's trunk. "He dragged it up 2 flights of stairs, declining assistance from several who offered, myself included. The following morning, he came down for breakfast, wearing common cowboy getup. He dusted an imaginary speck of lint from the knee of his trousers, a lazy gesture Bernie privately regarded with scorn. Chester Landry fancied himself a dandy. His hair was slicked down with enough pomade to pave the highway from here to El Paso. The side part looked like it had been carved into his scalp. He was always dressed to the nines, favoring patterned vests and brightly colored bow ties that Bernie wouldn't have been caught dead in. The man also had a gold upper molar that glinted whenever he flashed his wolfish smile. He was Bernie's partner in business. He was also a pain in Bernie's ass. Bernie couldn't get moonshine out of the county and into the speakeasies in Fort Worth and Dallas without it going through Chester Landry's manicured hands, nor could he get bootlegged liquor smuggled into the county without Landry. He brokered the deals on both ends, and the percentage he demanded for each transaction was downright usurious. But without him and his powers of persuasion, Bernie's business wouldn't run as smoothly or as covertly, which brought him to a matter of importance. Is that loudmouth still at the boarding house? Randy Wells? Yes. As talkative and obnoxious as ever, his hobby is goading the teetotalers, and the most pious among them can't resist the bait. It results in some lively give and take. He hasn't told you who he buys his whiskey from. It remains his secret. Damn it, Chester. I want to know who it is. Well, the choices are limited to either one of the Johnsons or to someone in our organization. Or it's a lone wolf who's selling cheaper and undercutting all of us. In other words, someone not playing by the rules as set by you. You're damn right, Landry chuckled. Should we try to unionize? I'm thinking more of monopolizing. Chester raised his brows. An interesting prospect. It would be good for everybody. Especially you. And you, Landry conceded that with another languid gesture and sly smile. Get me the identity of this Randy's source. I'm working on it. Chester's smile remained in place, but his voice suddenly had a bite, and that didn't sit well with Bernie. The bootlegger was a necessary evil, but Bernie never would allow him to get the upper hand. He feared that most of Landry's posturing was just that, posturing. He wasn't nearly as insouciant as he pretended to be. These things require finessing, Bernie, he said, speaking smoothly again. I can't press Randy on it or seem overeager, and he doesn't want to reveal his source because he's acting as his own middleman. I'm not his only customer. For every jar he sells, he jacks up the price and takes a cut for himself. Everybody and his dog takes a cut. If you don't like the system, you should have invested in another enterprise. As it is now, the system is taking money out of my pocket. The gold tooth flashed, but by anyone's standards, they're still awfully deep pockets. Bernie grumbled in response, then said, It takes only one hotshot like your pal Randy to put all of us in jeopardy. Advise him to keep his fat mouth shut. I'll put it more diplomatically, but consider the problem of Randy's loquaciousness solved. With that, he shot his cuffs and straightened his cuff link. Anything happening toward finding that missing woman? Nothing. How's the doctor getting on? He isn't. He's holed up in his house. He hasn't resumed seeing patients. Bernie didn't add that he wanted to throttle the man. Gabe was a veritable wreck. He needed to be brought up to snuff soon. What was his missus like? You're speaking in the past tense. Chester shrugged negligently. Bernie said she had butter-colored curls, a round, rosy face, and big jugs of Fraulein. So anybody with an axe to grind against the Germans could have wished her harm, including our sheriff. He lost a son to the war. He's cleared Hutton as a suspect. He hasn't cleared anybody. Frustrated, Bernie got up and moved to the window again. Speaking of, across the street, Hutton was engaged in conversation with Irv Plummer's daughter-in-law. Chester joined him at the window. Who's she? Bernie filled the bootlegger in on what he knew about the woman's history and described the scene that had taken place in the sheriff's office. Stunned us all that she and Hutton had met, but she backed up everything he had told us about his random arrival here. Well then, Chester said, I don't think we need to worry about him working undercover. I worry, the mayor said. I live here. I don't flit in and out like you do. Flit? Landry said, taking umbrage. Don't forget that I represent a line of quality women's shoes. I have a vast sales territory to cover. Bernie snorted. Shoes, shoes! Just today I arm-twisted Hancock into placing his largest order yet. It's not like I come here to relax and enjoy the quaintness of the boarding house. Down below, Thatcher Hutton was helping the recent widow with something on the back of her auto. Bernie thoughtfully fingered the chain on his pocket watch. How's he act around the other boarders? Polite, but not engaging, keeps his head down, never offers an opinion unless asked, and then he hedges. What do they say about him? They're split down the middle. Half think he was the victim of circumstance and wrongly accused. The other half aren't so sure, but they all agree on one point. No one wants to cross him. Has he made a single friend? No. Does he socialize at all? He's played cards a couple of times, and won big. Landry looked at Bernie with surprise. How did you know? He told the sheriff he had a knack. The mayor turned his head and met the bootlegger's gaze. A knack for reading people, an enviable talent, a problematic one. Through the window, Bernie focused again on their subject. When we startled him awake in the boarding house, he came up out of that bed as though he'd been catapulted. It was quite a commotion, Landry said. I'm on the second floor. I was afraid the ceiling would collapse. It took 5 of us to subdue him. And have you heard about the Rattler? Chester hadn't. Bernie related the story that had been circulating. He doesn't get flustered. He fights with ferocity and shoots with awe-inspiring skill. He's a surprise to you, Bernie. That's all. I hate surprises. I'm not discounting that he's more than an ordinary cowboy, which is why I'm going to keep a close eye on Mr. Thatcher Hutton, and if you're as smart as I think you are, Chester, you will too. In fact, he said, smiling, the man is in want of a friend. A knock on the door forestalled any rejoinder Landry might have made. Bernie consulted his watch and called out, "Bill?" Sheriff Amos opened the door and came in. "Right on time," Bernie said. "In fact, we were just talking about you. Anything good?" "You tell us." Bernie pointed him into a chair and Landry returned to the one he'd been occupying. As Bernie sat down behind his desk, he thumbed over his shoulder and said to Bill, "We were observing Mr. Hutton out there on the street and speculating on his future." He picked up the handbill on his desk and pretended to reread it. As a horse trainer at Barker's, what happened to going home to the ranch in the Panhandle? He suffered a misfortune. Bill took off his hat and set it on his crossed knee. Finds himself adrift. He knows horses, and until something better comes along, he's got to eat. "What were you speculating about?" Landry said. "Bernie fears that Mr. Hutton is an agent of some sort who could put a crimp in our profitable endeavor." I asked. He denied it. I believe him. Bernie said, "I think you're being naive, Bill, and I think you're needlessly fixated on Thatcher Hutton when you should be concerned about Wally Johnson's murder and the hell that's sure to rain down because of it." He was fuming. "You talk about a crimp, Mr. Landry? I'm talking about castration if Harem finds out that you two killed him." Bernie barked a laugh. "Don't be ridiculous. I wouldn't go within a mile of that freak." "Then who'd you send?" "Nobody." "Hennessy? Neither Chester nor I had anything to do with it?" Landry raised his hands. "No blood on these, Sheriff Amos." "No, but I would swear your nails are buffed," Bernie said. The two of them laughed. The sheriff, however, didn't find either of them funny. To humor him, Bernie clasped his hands on his desk and spoke with exaggerated seriousness. "Though Hiram would never admit it, he's probably secretly glad that Wally is no longer an embarrassment to the family, as a testament to their inbreeding. What motive would I have had for killing him, and in doing so putting my manhood at risk? Because the Johnson clan is making inroads into markets you covet." Bernie tried to keep his expression schooled. "True. I'll admit that they've got a relay route up to the oil towns that I wish I had, but it would have been petty to kill Wally over it." "The more mischief you make for them, Bernie, the more ground you gain. Don't insult my intelligence or their vengeful mentality. I didn't order Wally's execution. I haven't heard you sound that sincere since your swearing-in speech." The sheriff snuffled a laugh as he stood up and put his hat back on. "But it's not me, you've got to convince. It's the bloodthirsty Johnson tribe." Supremely annoyed by Bill's amusement as his expense, Bernie said, "Wait a minute, Sheriff. Amos, you don't want to forget this." He opened the bottom drawer on the left side of his desk and took out an unopened bottle of Jim Beam and a letter envelope bulging with cash. He pushed both to the edge of his desk. For ponderous moments, the sheriff stared at both. Then he did something he had never done before. He took only one of them and left the other. 20 Laurel hadn't believed she would live through the night after Pearl's burial. She had, but the days and nights that followed were just as difficult to endure. She'd sequestered herself in her bedroom, holding Pearl's baby clothes against her face, inhaling the familiar scent, using the soft garments to muffle her continual keening. She'd bound her breasts. Eventually her milk had stopped coming. Irv had checked on her periodically, delivering plates of food she hadn't wanted. Those trips up and down the stairs must have pained his hip, but he didn't complain. And although he was visibly concerned about her well-being, he didn't admonish her to hurry along her grieving process. One morning she had opened her eyes and realized that tears were no longer blurring the sunlight coming through her window. The pain in her heart wasn't as sharp. When she went down and joined Irv in the kitchen for breakfast, his smile was worth the effort it had taken her to bathe and dress. Later that morning, she'd sealed all Pearl's clothes and baby things inside a box and slid it beneath her bed. That dreaded right behind her, she'd pushed through the remainder of that day, fearing that if she didn't, she would remain inert and languish until she died. Damned if she would give death that satisfaction. She'd attacked the leased house as though it were an embodiment of all her recent misfortunes. She dipped into her nest egg money to buy items that would spruce it up, then had thrown herself into every chore, scrubbing, painting, repairing, in order to keep her hands busy and her mind from reverting to debilitating heartache. She'd made the bedroom she had expected to share with Pearl into a retreat for herself, complete with a cozy sitting area. Once Irv had built the wall to enclose the keeping room, she'd made it as comfortable for him as he would let her, although he'd told her repeatedly not to fuss. He'd brought his barrel seat from the shack. It was an eyesore, but she'd said nothing when he'd rolled it into his room and turned it right side up in a spot of his choosing. He'd declined her offer to make him a new cushion for it. She'd painted the kitchen cabinetry white, which had brightened the drab room considerably. She'd bought a dining set in a second-hand store and varnished it to a new shine. Irv had complained of the bathroom being so sanitary he was reluctant to do his business in it. She'd given the parlor and formal dining room thorough cleanings but had left them unfurnished. They weren't needed for living space because she and Irv each enjoyed spending time alone in their private quarters. When they were together, both were content to remain at the table in the kitchen. Another area of the house that she'd left alone was the cellar. She discovered it one day while trimming a thick honeysuckle vine that blanketed the exterior wall of the kitchen. Behind the dense foliage was a door which she'd had to use a crowbar to pry open. She'd lit a lantern before venturing down an unstable set of steps. The cellar was musty-smelling, but not as damp as one would expect. The dirt floor was well packed and firm. Cobwebs clung to the ceiling, and a few cast-off articles had been abandoned there, but otherwise the space was remarkably unlittered. It attached the house to the limestone hill. The far wall was solid rock, the edges of it sealed with a clay-like matter. That evening she'd told Irv about her discovery. "Did you know it was there?" "Landlord mentioned it, but he didn't take me down there. Nothing more had been said about it. Day by day, the house had become more livable." Eventually, Laurel had completed all the projects she had planned for herself and had begun nagging Irv to finish the list of undertakings she'd assigned to him this night. As she was clearing the table after their meal, she asked him for the third time to repair an electric light fixture in the ceiling of the central hallway. She said, "If I need the bathroom during the night, I have to feel my way. You could carry down a lamp, and you could fix the electric light." "Can't tonight? I've got something else to do." Her impatience boiled over. She shook her handwritten list at him. "If I could do these things myself, I would. I can't reach the ceiling, even with a ladder. I tried. You got up on that rickety step ladder. It's a wonder you didn't fall and break your neck." "Well, I didn't." "Don't change the subject." He ran a hand over his bald pate. "I'm keeping food on the table by repairing other people's light fixtures, Laurel. Work is a blessing, and in my whole life, I've never backed down from it, but I've got more than I can handle right now, and I'm tuckered out of an evening." She piled their dishes in the sink and turned on the taps, muttering, "Not too tuckered out to leave and stay gone for hours on end. What was that?" She turned off the water and faced him. "I hear you sneaking out 3 or 4 nights a week, Irv. Where do you go?" When he remained stubbornly silent, she pressed on. "Keeping an eye out for Mr. Hutton is an excuse that no longer holds." "It should," he retorted. "They haven't found nary a trace of that woman." They didn't find nary a trace of evidence against him either. Irv gave a grunt of distaste. Immediately after her encounter with Thatcher Hutton on the street, she had regretted having told him the circumstances of Pearl's death. Even Ive, who'd had that one crying jag following the burial, avoided talking about it with her. Perhaps he sensed that her sorrow was too raw, too personal to be shared, which was why she hated herself for exposing it to Mr. Hutton. Now he would look at her with pity, when she didn't want him looking at her at all. Each of their chance meetings, the last one in particular, had left her discomfited. On the surface, they spoke as courteous strangers, their dialogue commonplace and harmless. But it seemed as though they were actually communicating in an unspoken language which he understood but which escaped her. She couldn't fault his behavior or criticize his manners. He was just too observant for her to feel comfortable around him. When he looked at her, she feared he was detecting more about her than she was willing to reveal. Fortunately, there would be few, if any, opportunities for them to cross paths. Her last sight of him might very well be of his walking away, the straps of his braces forming a large letter Y tapering from his shoulders and down his lengthy spine. His walk the slightly bow-legged saunter of a man who had spent most of his waking hours astride a saddle. That retreating image of him was scandalously stirring. She conjured it with irritating frequency, and it always brought with it an ache that was paradoxically pleasurable. Averse to acknowledging that forbidden sensation for what it was, she always forced it from her mind, as now, when it had distracted her from finishing this squabble with her headstrong father-in-law. I'm not going to argue with you about Mr. Hutton, Irv. In fact, I'm not going to argue with you at all. She turned back to the sink and braced herself against the rim of it. I'm tired too, tired. Hell, you're exhausted. You tear around here every day like your hair was on fire, painting this, scrubbing that, wearing yourself to a frazzle. Yes, I do, feeling tears welling in her eyes. She kept her back to him and began to wash the dishes with ruthless efficiency. He sighed. Where'd you leave that damn ladder? An hour later, with her holding the ladder steady for him, he twisted a new bulb into the repaired fixture, flooding the hallway with light. Leave the ladder here, he said as he climbed down. I'll take it out in the morning. Thank you. He waved off her thanks, but she touched his arm to keep him from dismissing her. It was important to her that he knew how genuine her gratitude was. I apologize for being short-tempered, Irv. It's not you I'm mad at. It's life. I know I'm sort of put out with it myself. His smile was empathetic. I'll get around to those other chores, Laurel, I promise. But I do have something else to do tonight. He left and didn't return until the wee hours. Only a few days after their spat over his mysterious nighttime excursions, Laurel learned of something else he'd been keeping from her, a money shortage. Because she shopped in Hancock's store so frequently, she'd come to know the head cashier by name. Mr. Hamill was always chatty and friendly. Today, when she placed the items she wished to purchase on the counter, he looked askance, stammered a greeting, then hastily excused himself. At least 2 minutes went by while other customers ready to check out stacked up behind her. She became hotly self-conscious of their malcontent over the delay she was causing. Mr. Hamill returned, followed by another of the store employees who took over the register while he drew Laurel aside. He wore an agonized expression and spoke in an undertone. I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Plummer, but Mr. Hancock refuses to extend further credit until your father-in-law brings his account current. It's months in arrears. What? You must be mistaken. I'm afraid not. Her cheeks flamed. I'm certain it's an oversight. Oh, I'm certain of that, too, he said hastily. As is Mr. Hancock. It's just that he wrung his hands. You understand. Of course, she asked the amount of the balance due, and when he told her, her knees went weak. She opened her pocketbook and removed the small change purse in which she carried her nest egg money when she was on an errand. She rapidly counted the bills folded inside it. They covered only half the amount owed to the store, but she gave what she had to Mr. Hamill. I'll bring you the rest later today, still looking pained, he said. Should I restock the goods on the counter? Aware of people nosily staring, she forced herself to smile. I wouldn't have you go to all that trouble. If you'll please sack them up, I'll pay cash for them when I return. Then, with as much dignity as she could muster, she exited the store. As promised, she returned with cash in an envelope addressed to Mr. Hancock. In it, she included a note of apology and assured him that it would never happen again. But getting current with Hancock's had taken a huge bite out of her nest egg. She was loaded for bear when Irv came home for supper. But he looked weary to the core, and without her even asking, he undertook the first to-do task on her list. She didn't have the heart to relate the humiliating experience she'd suffered, or to demand an explanation for the embarrassing delinquency. Perhaps he'd bitten off more than he could chew by renting the house. If so, whose fault was that? Hers. Although it wasn't like Irv to be absent-minded, maybe the unpaid account had been a mere oversight. That night she went to bed praying that was the case. However, the next day while he was away working, she entered his sanctum and opened the lidded cardboard box he referred to as his filing cabinet. To her dismay, several recent bills had balances carried over from previous months. How had he gotten them into these straits? When he went out at night, was he gambling? He could have been lying when he denied seeing another woman. Was he supporting a mistress in addition to Laurel? She couldn't tell him how to live his life. But to hell with his pride, she would relieve the financial burden she had become to supplement Derby's paltry income from the Army while he was overseas. She'd taken a job clerking in a drugstore. She'd enjoyed the sense of purpose and independence employment had given her. But once Derby got back, he'd insisted she resign. He was the breadwinner, he'd said. Taking care of him would be her full-time job, he joked. After Pearl was conceived, the issue was never again addressed. Not even when he couldn't hold a job for more than weeks, sometimes days at a time. She was not going to give up another home in order to spare a man's ego. If Irv couldn't afford for them to live here on what he earned, then she would subsidize the household income, and not only for the short term, not just long enough to bring their bills current. She must begin thinking long range, to the time when Irv was too old and infirm to provide for her to any extent. She must plan for a future without him, without anybody, because she had resolved never again to hand over the reins of her life to someone else as she'd done with Derby. She would be self-supporting, thank you. Making that resolution was one thing, implementing it quite another, and she had no time to waste. Days passed, bills piled up. Without Irv's knowledge, she went around to local vendors, paying them out of her nest egg only enough to pacify them and buy herself a little more time. In secret, she began perusing the local newspapers' want ads. She wasn't qualified to teach school. The telephone company had more applications for operators than they had switchboards. Other jobs open to women required secretarial skills like typewriting and shorthand. She could learn to do both, but not without Irv's knowledge, and she didn't want to raise the subject with him until she had something already in place, giving him no opportunity to argue with her about it. She also began keeping count of the nights he left the house and how long he stayed away. He was entitled to a private life, of course. He was a man, after all. But if he was gambling money away or spending it on a woman or women instead of keeping their household bills current, she had a right to her say-so on the matter. She planned and prepared to follow him at a moment's notice the next time he slipped out the back door the night arrived. When she heard the back door closing behind him, she hurried downstairs and watched him from the kitchen window as he climbed into his truck and drove away. She rushed outside, frantically cranked up her car, and miraculously, it started the first time. She followed the taillights of Irv's truck, never getting too close. He had repaired the faulty headlights so she didn't have to worry about a winking one giving her away. Once he cleared the streets of town, he took the familiar highway that led to the shack. Maybe he simply missed his solitude and came out here to be alone. But when they reached the drive leading up to the old place, he drove on past. The farther they got from town, the more uneasy Laurel became. Where on earth was he going? When he turned off the highway, Laurel dropped farther back and switched off her headlights before carefully taking the same turn. But her ploy didn't work. She topped a rise, and there in the middle of the road was Irv's truck. He was standing in front of the tailgate with his hands on his hips. She pulled to a stop. He walked up to her car, scowling. "Did you think I wouldn't notice I was being followed? Where are you going? Damn it, Laurel, where are you going?" He stewed, cursed under his breath, then said, "You want to know so bad? Come on, then." He stalked lopsidedly back to his truck, climbed in, and pushed it into low gear. After a couple of miles, he turned onto another road, narrower and more rutted than the previous one. It wound its way between the hills. As they rounded a curve, Laurel saw flickering firelight ahead. Irv pulled his truck off the road and drove cross-country toward the fire. The old truck jounced over the rugged ground, its headlight beams eerily bouncing off stands of cedar trees and rock formations. Laurel, with her teeth clenched to keep them from being jarred loose, followed and pulled up behind him when he braked and killed his engine. He got out of his truck and waited as she picked her way over the rocky ground to join him. He extended his arms from his sides. Well, satisfied? She looked beyond him at the glow of the fire. You camp out here? Damn, girl, what'd you think I'm making whiskey? 21 muttering imprecations. Irv turned and led her toward the contraption, being attended by a man she'd never seen before. As Irv and she approached, he stayed where he was, but stopped what he'd been doing and gaped at the two of them, slack-jawed. He was holding onto a long stick that extended out of a pear-shaped metal vat, the rounded bottom of which was nestled in the center of a man-made stone pit. An opening had been left in the pit's base in order to stoke and fuel the fire smoldering inside it. The fire smoke drifted out of a flue on the back side of the pit and curled up the face of a limestone outcropping, which formed a natural backdrop for the still, which seemed to Laurel to have been haphazardly engineered. Meet Mr. Ernest Sawyer, Irv said. Ernie, this is my nosy daughter-in-law, Laurel. The other man let go of the stick and doffed the brim of his newsboy's cap. Ma'am, I've heard a lot about you. Me and Ernie worked together on the railroad, Irv said. Known and trusted each other for years. He's from Kentucky. Knows everything there is to know about making corn liquor. So, when I retired, Ernie said to hell with the railroad and quit, too. We partnered up. This is why you've been sneaking out at night. You thought I was seeing a woman, didn't you? You're making moonshine? Good moonshine. It's illegal. Her voice echoed off the surrounding hills, making both men cringe. Pipe down, Irv said. Sound carries out here. And, yes, it's illegal, but it's a living. A damn good one. How do you think I'm affording that rent house? She was presently too flabbergasted to cite the past due bills. She took in her immediate surroundings, which by all indications was a permanent encampment. In addition to the components of the whiskey-making apparatus, a tent had been erected at the edge of the clearing. It was dark in color and camouflaged by cedar boughs. She took a closer look at Ernie Sawyer. He was as thin as a string bean, his overalls hung straight from the shoulder straps, seeming to touch him nowhere else. He wasn't nearly as young as she, but not nearly as old as Irv. He was watching her with misgiving. You stay out here in the tent, Mr. Sawyer. Yes, ma'am. All the time, mostly yes, ma'am. Always when we're doing runs. Laurel looked to Irv for clarification. A run is the process that starts with cooking the mash and ends with a jug of distilled whiskey. Ernie oversees the making of, I distribute. We split the revenue 50-50. The pride with which he spoke left Laurel at a loss for words. Resuming her survey of the area, she noticed a number of metal barrels lined up. What's in those? Mash. Fermenting till it's ready to cook. And all that? She indicated a pile of what appeared to be building supplies materials to make our second still, Irv said. We're duplicating this one based on Ernie's great-granddaddy's design. It would already be assembled and doubling our production, but I had a list. She let that shot pass without comment. What about your fix-it business? A front. Don't get me wrong, I fix plenty. I'm good at it and in demand. But driving around hither and yon, going from job to job, allows me to distribute your product secret-like. There's a false floor in the bed of the truck. You can't hear the jars clinking together with all my tools rattling around. Plus, I'm old and have a crippled hip. He plays that up, remarked Ernie. Irv shot him a dirty look, then said to Laurel, I've got the perfect cover. Still disbelieving, she rubbed her forehead, wet her lips. It's not only against the law, it's dangerous. A local moonshiner was murdered recently. At his still, I read about it in the newspaper, Wally Johnson. Irv said with a snort of disdain, The world's better off, believe me. They's all sorry, them Johnsons, Ernie said.
Sorry and mean. We're smart enough not to cross him. Ernest was befittingly named. He spoke with perfect conviction. However, Laurel questioned his smarts. "Why didn't you set up shop in Kentucky?" she asked him. "Isn't it known for moonshining?" Irv spoke up ahead of his partner. "So's this area, Texas's best held secret. There's stills all over these parts." He made a broad sweep with his hand. Lot of hills to hide them in, unlimited cedar and oak for the fires.
Cedar gets it to going good. Oak keeps it burning low. And even hear that gurgle? He angled his head toward the wall of limestone. A natural spring flows out of that, unlimited supply of cold, clean water filtered by Mother Nature herself. You gotta have good water to make good shine. He pointed toward a wooden barrel with a spout close to the bottom which emptied into a glass jug with a funnel, acting as a stopper. Ernie's great-granddaddy preached filtering and testing. First, filtering makes the whiskey smell and taste better. Testing prevents accidents. Ernie chimed in. No Sawyer in my branch of the family tree has ever poisoned or blinded nobody. We don't turn out Popsicle, neither. Popsicle is. I don't care what it is, Irv. Laurel snapped, cutting him off. Then she took a deep, calming breath. Her father-in-law and his crony had obviously lost their marbles, to say nothing of their morality. She must make them see reason. The consequences of what you're doing could be dire, dire, dire. Who owns this land? Tell me it's not government property. No, me and Ernie own it. He chose this spot saying it was as ideal a place for a still as he'd ever seen. The previous owner, a cotton farmer who'd lost 3 crops in 3 years straight to the boll weevil, was happy to get rid of some of his land that wasn't fit to grow nothing. Ernie and me pooled our savings and relieved him of 10 acres. The tract is long and skinny, shaped sort of like a fish hook. He drew one in the air. We're here at the bottom of the bend. The shack is up here on top. She'd never thought to ask about who owned the shack and the plot it was on. It seems farther than that. Nope. The road loops and meanders around. But as the crow flies, the shack is just over that hill. Didn't you ever notice the smoke coming from this direction? I thought it was another house. She'd had distractions, God knew, but her own gullibility fanned her temper. You could get caught, Irv. Haven't yet, and we've been at it going on 5 years. Yes, but now prohibition is in effect. Increasing the demand for whiskey, he said, giving her a shrug that emphasized the practicality. That's why we want to double our production. You could go to jail. Not for the first offense, we'd be fined, is all. She flung her hand back toward their vehicles. You drive around in that rattle trap, which is always breaking down and it's loaded with jars of moonshine. That's begging to be found out. I stage most of the truck's breakdowns, so all its rattling is convincing. As for being found out, I'm in plain sight every day. People are used to seeing me. Who do you sell to? I have a route of regular customers that I keep supplied. Someone, anyone who buys from you could turn you in. What kind of damn fool getting corn liquor delivered straight to his door would turn me in? Wives now are another thing. Gotta be careful of them, but that ain't my problem. Infuriated by the logic of his arguments, she lashed out. I should turn you in myself. She pivoted and gave the two of them her back, hugging her elbows to her body. Ernie hissed. Shit, Irv. Have you gone plumb crazy bringing her out here? I didn't bring her. She followed me. Irv whispered back. Apparently, both had forgotten how well sound carried, on top of Derby's suicide, on top of Pearl's cruel death, on top of everything, this. Her father-in-law was committing a federal crime with nonchalance and no shame, and for months she had been living off the profits of it, oblivious. Dear God, when would enough be enough? What was she supposed to do about this, Laurel? Irv said softly and with hesitation, Are you gonna? She raised her hands, fingers spread, in an unspoken but emphatic demand that he not say another word. He fell silent. She looked above at the panoply of stars. There was only a fingernail moon. The sky was very black. Somewhere in the distance, a coyote yapped. While living out here in the shack, she'd gotten used to hearing them. Now that she thought about it, it was remarkable how much she had gotten used to in the months she had been here. She was a different person from the woman who had left Sherman, clinging to the fragile hope that Derby and she would be happy together, or at least that their situation would improve. How naive she'd been about love, loyalty, life, about a lot of things. She looked down at the ground, pressed a loose rock deep into the chalky soil with the toe of her shoe, then turned her head and looked back at the still. It was an odd configuration. All the separate parts of it looked crudely assembled, wrongly angled, and disjointed. She wandered over and went up the slight incline toward the limestone backdrop where Ernie had resumed using the long stick to stir the contents of the cooker. Still regarding her with apprehension, he said, "It's just beginning to bubble. We'll be capping her soon." Laurel peered down into the simmering mixture, then looked over at the empty glass jug sitting on the ground beneath the spout of the barrel, waiting to be filled with a product in huge demand. She thought of the file cabinet full of unpaid bills. She met Ernie's nervous gaze, then turned to Irv. "What's the recipe?" 22, when Sheriff Amos strolled into the stable late one afternoon, Thatcher was in the center aisle grooming a mare that had been brought to him the day before. "Another bucking bronco?" Bill asked. "No, this one just needs to be taught that it's not up to her when she's ridden. Her owner has to chase her down. She has him trained, not the other way around. I've seen your handbills all over town. They've paid off. I've got only one empty stall. Good for you. When you're done there, let's take a walk." Thatcher lowered the currycomb and looked over at the sheriff, whose grave expression indicated that this wasn't a social call. He asked the first question that came to mind. "Has she been found?" "No." Thatcher waited, but when the sheriff didn't expand on that, he said, "Time to quit anyway." After returning the mare to her stall and putting away the grooming utensils, he walked with Bill toward the bridge. They didn't cross. Instead, the sheriff led him down the grassy embankment to the water's edge. The creek's current was sluggish. Bill removed his hat and fanned his face. "This spot isn't as cool as I thought it would be. Not much of a breeze." "Doesn't bother me if it doesn't bother you." The sheriff turned his head and gave Thatcher several moments of intense scrutiny. "Does anything bother you, Thatcher?" "Lots of things. You don't show it." Thatcher raised his shoulder, not knowing how else to respond. "What about people's opinion of you?" Thatcher shifted his stance and tilted his head to one side. "One thing that bothers me is for someone to beat around the bush." "All right." Bill hiked up his gun belt and took a deep breath. "I officially called off the search for Mila Driscoll today. It's been 3 weeks volunteers have petered out. I can't spare the manpower to keep up the search. I informed Gabe in person. I promised to hop on any leads that turned up, but I'm not hopeful there'll be any. The case remains open-ended." Thatcher was quick to catch on to the reason for this visit. "This leaves me the one and only suspect." The sheriff backed up to a butt-high boulder, propped himself against it, and folded his arms. "I don't think you had anything to do with it, Thatcher. None at all. But people are funny. It'll be like a shadow of doubt following me around. I hope not, but people need somebody to blame. It's human nature." Thatcher knew Bill was right. An unsolved mystery was like a sore tooth. It couldn't be left alone. He was the logical solution to this mystery, and no matter what he did in the back of some folks' minds, he would continue to be. He supposed he could leave town as suddenly as he'd arrived, but that would look like running and only justify suspicion. And where would he go? He could probably be hired on at another ranch, but that would somehow seem disloyal to Mr. Hobson. City life held no allure for him. Wildcatters were actively soliciting for roughnecks to work in the new oil patches, promising good pay, but he'd be living in a men-only camp and doing a dirty and dangerous job. If that lifestyle had held any appeal for him, he would have stayed in the Army. For the time being, staying in Foley was his best option. But he knew the prejudice he would come up against every day, and that rankled. Damn. There'll always be those who think I'm guilty, won't there? Until proven otherwise. What do you think happened to her? What difference does it make? Venture a guess? What for? Why not? Thatcher hesitated, then squatted down, picked up a rock, bounced it against his palm a few times before pitching it overhanded into the creek. The plop sounded loud in the still air. He squinted up at the sheriff from beneath the brim of his cowboy hat. My guess, I'd say the doc had her with him when he left the house that night. The sheriff assumed a contemplative expression. She wasn't with him at Lefty's, or with him when he made the stop to check on that breech delivery. Breech delivery? I haven't mentioned that to you, Bill explained Dr. Driscoll's second stop that night. All had gone well, but because of that additional delay, he didn't get back home until after 1 o'clock when he discovered that Mrs. Driscoll wasn't in their bed where he'd left her. Nobody can vouch for that, except for the old biddy across the street who put Mayor Croft on to you. She says she saw their bedroom light go off around 9:30. That's consistent with what Gabe told me about their bedtime. The light came back on around 10, then went back off only a few minutes later. Eleanor Wise saw him collecting his medical bag from his office. That light went off. He backed his car out of the driveway a few minutes after that. Is watching other people all that old lady does, apparently? Thatcher looked out across the creek to the opposite bank where a black and gray striped cat was stalking something in the tall grass. Did the old lady see the doctor walk from the house and get into his auto? He keeps it parked around back. Thatcher brought his gaze back to the sheriff, but he didn't say anything. Bill said, "You're thinking Mrs. Driscoll was dead, and he carried out her body without Eleanor Wise seeing him. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. Understood. We're just talking off the top of our heads here." Thatcher didn't contradict him, but the truth was, he'd given this a lot of thought, based on what he knew for fact and not scuttlebutt. He dismissed the various theories that had been disproved already or were too outlandish to put stock in. The process of elimination always left Thatcher with only one plausible explanation for Mila Driscoll's disappearance. If she died accidentally, Bill said, musing aloud, like if she'd fallen down the stairs, something like that, Gabe would have reported it. If they'd had a quarrel that got out of hand, if he flew off the handle and struck her, a quarrel between them wouldn't have gone that far. Bill's sharp look invited Thatcher to explain why he thought that. He said when she talked about him, her cheeks turned rosier than normal. A woman in love, a woman who worshipped the ground her husband walked on, Thatcher said. Do you have a lot of experience in that area? Thatcher smiled. No. Just wish I had a woman light up when she talked about me like Mrs. Driscoll did when she told me how fond her husband was of her shortbread. I doubt she ever said a cross word to him, but if they did have a squabble, she would have given in early. It would never have reached the boiling point. Looking troubled, the sheriff ran his hand over his mouth and mustache. Here's the thing, Thatcher. If a man kills his wife, it's usually in a fit of passion. Fed up with her nagging about his multiple failures, he loses his temper, and while teaching her a hard lesson in who's boss, he kills her, intentionally or not. Or a husband finds his beloved in bed with another man, goes blind with rage, kills them both. Afterward, he feels either justified for doing it, they had it coming, I'd kill them all over again, or mortified, and he lives out the days till they hang him, eaten up with regret. Of course, some wife killings are plotted. Another woman catches a man's eye. He disposes of the spouse who's blocking his path to greener pastures. Bill paused and took a breath. Over the course of my career, I've seen all that many times. What I haven't seen is a man killing his pregnant wife, his very pregnant, devoted wife who thought the sun rose and set in him. Not accidentally, not in a burst of violent rage, but with cold calculation. To take her life as well as his unborn child's, to do that with a forethought would call for a total absence of soul. I just can't feature it. Not wanting to interrupt the sheriff's thought process, Thatcher held his peace. He picked up another rock and tossed it from hand to hand. And anyhow, Bill went on. It couldn't have been premeditated. The doc didn't know he was going to get called away from the house that night. It would help to know the length of time between the emergency call from the roadhouse and his arrival there. No more than half an hour, Lefty said. What's it usually take to drive it? Roughly that. Gabe would have had to plan a perfect murder and implement it in a matter of minutes before racing out to treat the young prostitute who got beat up. Thatcher looked at him intuitively. You already asked this Lefty about the timing of the doc's arrival? Bill nodded. So this isn't a sudden notion of yours. It had crossed your mind that the doc had a hand in Mrs. Driscoll's vanishing. Bill's sigh was as good as an admission. He's the one link between Mrs. Driscoll's disappearance and Wally Johnson's homicide. The more I thought about it, the less coincidental it seemed. I thought so all along, Thatcher said. So did I. I just didn't want to say so. Me either, glumly, Bill added. I wish you'd scoffed at the idea. Doesn't make me feel any better to learn that it had occurred to you, too. Are you going to arrest Driscoll? Without any evidence? No, it's still all speculation. That didn't stop you from arresting me. The sheriff put his hat back on and slapped his thighs as he stood up. I had that coming. You sure as hell did. Thatcher also came to his feet. Cut me some slack. Hauling in a drifter for questioning is one thing. Hauling in a highly respected pillar of the community is another. The sheriff started up the embankment. But I could make it up to you. That is, if you're willing. Willing? When the ground leveled off, the sheriff took advantage of the shade cast by the steel grillwork of the suspension bridge. I've thought of a way to relieve you of suspicion. How's that? I'll deputize you, Thatcher laughed. Come again? You heard me. It would be a show of the faith I have in your innocence. If you wore a badge, folks would start looking at you in a different light. Still amused, Thatcher shook his head. Thanks for the offer and the show of faith, but I don't want to be a lawman. You've got a natural aptitude for it. You're cool-headed. You listen more than you talk, and you yourself boasted of having a knack for reading people. In a game of poker, bluffing at cards is a form of lying. Detecting it is a talent. You'd sense when a witness or suspect was giving me the runaround. When he saw that Thatcher was about to argue, he held up a hand. Besides all that, Mrs. Driscoll's fate is eating at you. You want to know what happened to her, so does everybody. But not everybody has a personal stake in solving the mystery. You've dwelled on it in my idle time. Bill grinned. That speaks volumes. I'm headed out to talk again with that woman who had the breech birth. Maybe she'll provide some insight into the doc's frame of mind that night. Why don't you come with me, listen in, give it a trial run? Thatcher shook his head. It won't do any good to go on about it. I appreciate your trying to improve people's opinion of me, but I don't want to be a deputy. All I know is ranching and horses. You could still do your horse training. You wouldn't be on staff. Just, every once in a while I could use an extra set of eyes and ears and I've seen you shoot. After the blunt statement, he waited a beat. I count on needing extra firepower soon because I fear all hell's about to break loose. The Johnsons have sworn vengeance for Wally. I've heard rumblings that they're going to start sniffing out their competitors and they're going to keep at it until they find and execute Wally's murderer. How will they know when they've got the right man, when they've killed all of them? He couldn't have hammered his point home any harder, and Thatcher felt the impact of it. Nevertheless, he had no aspiration to wear a badge. I hope it doesn't turn into a bloodbath, Bill. But a war between moonshiners isn't my fight, and I'm staying out of it. The sheriff held his gaze for several seconds. We'll see. They walked back to the stable together, but said nothing more until they parted there with exchanged goodbyes. As Thatcher watched the sheriff walk away, the words "we'll see" echoed in his head. He wasn't struck by the words themselves so much as by the way Bill had said them. Not with disappointment over being unable to change Thatcher's mind, but with the shrewd confidence that he would. 23. The morning following her discovery of the still, Laurel plunged headfirst into her study of the centuries-old art of making sour mash whiskey. The more product they had to sell, the more money they could make, and the sooner she could settle their outstanding accounts. In addition to the pressing financial necessity propelling her was a personal goal. As long as she was embarking on an illicit business, she wanted to excel at it. Under pain of death, Ernie confided in her his family's recipe for the mash unsprouted corn kernels, malted barley, water, sugar, yeast, and pot tail. But he warned, you got to know how much of each ingredient to add. You got to know what stage to add it, and it has to be the right temperature. You got to know when the mash has reached the perfect stage of fermentation. If your mash ain't good, your whiskey ain't gonna be. How do you know when it's fermented long enough? When it gets foamy on top. But I dipped my finger in and tasted just to be sure. Many of his instructions went that way. What's pot tail, also called slop? It's what's left in the cooker at the end of the run. And when is the run at an end? When the liquor breaks at the worm and won't hold a bead. After that, it's distilling less than a Hunard-proof liquor. You stop cooking and pour out the pot tail right then so it won't burn. Hogs love it if you want to use it for feed. Chickens too, but save some to start another batch of mash. Oh, like sourdough bread, I reckon. Never heard of that. Is it like cornbread? She had a lot to learn, beginning with Ernie's vast glossary of moonshining terminology. Thumper, backings, goose eye, popsicle. That's low-quality shine that gives you headaches for days on end, Ernie explained. A swab stick was what he'd been using to stir the mash as it had begun to cook. It was different from a stir stick, which had a forked end with a wire strung between the points, that was used to stir the mash as it was fermenting, which usually took 4 to 5 days. Longer when the weather's cooler. The referred to worm, she learned, was slang for the copper tubing coiled inside the wooden barrels she'd noticed the night before. The hot vapor created by the cooking mash rose up to the cap and made its way through the cap arm into the worm, where the steam was cooled by circulating water inside the barrel. The condensed result that funneled out of the worm into the container outside the bottom of the barrel was corn liquor. Because of his down-home way of speaking, Laurel's first impression of Ernie was that he was simple. Most would still have that impression of him. In actuality, Ernest Sawyer was a chemist who prided himself on the quality of his product. You only got to poison 1 or 2 customers and your business is to guard against contaminants or toxins. He held to a rigid standard of filtering their moonshine 3 times before bottling it. Grinning widely, he told her, "I sample each run my own self just to be sure." He walked and talked her through their next run, letting her observe the entire process. She asked a lot of questions. She even took 1 sip of the white lightning. Ernie and Irv laughed at the face she made. Eyes watering, coughing, she said she would leave them in charge of testing their whiskey's quality. Although she had no intention of taking over the distilling process, she'd wanted to have a rudimentary understanding of the science behind it. Of course, it was also essential to learn how not to get caught. That was a science she must master. One evening when Irv skipped going out to the still, she brought up her fear of being found out. The 2 of them were seated at the kitchen table enjoying a coconut meringue pie she had baked earlier that day. "Around a bite of pie," he said. "You don't have to be fearful, just careful. There's dyed-in-the-wool abstainers, sure, but a lot of folks around here turn a blind eye to moonshining because they understand the farmer's plight brought on by the boll weevil. They switched from cotton to corn because corn is a boon market, and that's because of whiskey making. It's basic economics. It's basic crime. Yeah, well, tell that to a sodbuster trying to keep his kids from going hungry. These people aren't outlaws, Laurel. They're hard-working, poor folk striking while the iron is hot. I don't think you take the potential dangers seriously enough, Irv. All right, I'll admit that things have clamped down since Prohibition. Before it, many lawmen ignored the illegal whiskey trade. Others adhered to if you can't beat 'em, join 'em. They lined their pockets with bribes. Now, though, they're getting squeezed by federal revenue officers and the Texas Rangers. He raised his fork for emphasis. That bunch is serious about upholding the law no matter how unpopular it is. They can muscle their way past local and county officials clean or crooked. Rumor is, he continued, the Rangers and other agencies are recruiting men to snitch, and typically these snitches are former moonshiners and bootleggers who know the business inside out. They swap sides in exchange for clemency. Or maybe they found religion and reformed. Who knows? What I do know is that it's happening, which is why I was leery of that Hutton when he showed up at the shack, what with our whiskey still being just over the hill. He raised the hair on the back of my neck. You still suspect him of being one of those snitches? He looks the type. What type? Like Pinkerton agents. I used to see them in depots. Could spot 'em a mile off. All had the same traits. Polite, quiet, calm, deadly, one of my regular customers. His boy Roger works for Fred Barker, who has the auto garage and stable just across the bridge from downtown. That was where Mr. Hutton's handbill said he did his horse training. But she hadn't told Irv about their meeting on the street, so she said, "I know the place." Well, Roger saw this Hutton, if that's his real name, shoot the head off a rattlesnake poised to strike a deputy sheriff. Faster than a blink, Roger said. He described the incident to Laurel as it had been told to him. They were all dumbfounded, none more than Sheriff Amos, who'd been disarmed before he realized what was happening. The deputy had dirty drawers, but Roger claims Hutton took it in stride, never broke a sweat, like he was accustomed to beheading rattlers with one shot from 20 yards, firing a pistol he'd never touched before. After taking another bite, he'd added, "This is damn good pie, Laurel. Save some for Ernie." Of course, she wished he would elaborate on Thatcher Hutton without her having to prompt him with questions. However, he said no more about him and returned to the topic of avoiding detection. Days ago, she had proposed to her partners that she take over half of Irv's regulars route, giving him more time to work on the new still. It only makes sense, she had argued, stressing that she had time on her hands and that the new still was essential to increasing their production. After a lengthy back and forth with the two men, she'd gotten them to agree, but since she was now an active participant, actually transporting the product, Irv seized every opportunity like tonight to emphasize how careful she must be to avoid pitfalls. Don't make a track that leads off-road. Lawmen look for them. One of Ernie's cousins got caught by creating a trail with his truck that led through the woods straight to his still. But to get to our still, we have to drive over ground. So never turn off at the same place twice. Also, lawmen are on the lookout for anybody buying copper. It's a dead giveaway. I was lucky to sneak in mine for the new still. Bought the copper sheets from an outfit in Weatherford, then smuggled them in on the bottom of my truck. He had already explained that the purchase of the copper had coincided with their leasing the house. That was why their other bills had gone unpaid. He had planned to make up the temporary shortfall soon by doubling whiskey production. Her list had limited his time to work on it. "You trust the copper seller not to report you?" she asked. Now, Irv laughed out loud. "He ain't gonna tell. He's supplying every moonshiner west of Fort Worth. See? The business is good for everybody. How's the still coming along?" "About finished. Soon's the cap passes Ernie's inspection. He's persnickety about the tapering. Says even before it's sealed during a run, it's gotta fit into the cooker as tight as a clearing his throat." He'd left the analogy unspoken and simply said the fit had to be airtight. He then circled back to other giveaways. Don't be caught with a stockpile of mason jars or sugar. Nobody needs 20 or 30 pounds of sugar at a time unless they're making moonshine. Where do you buy your supplies? From my trusted suppliers who will remain nameless to me. Especially to you, for your own safety as well as theirs. They're making money hand over fist too, but they can't be too obvious about it and jeopardize their legitimate businesses. They could trust me. The system doesn't work that way, Laurel. Their trust in me doesn't rub off on you. You'll have to earn it yourself. All right, but what's the risk to me? Competition for goods is fierce. Men have had knockdown dragouts over bags of Dixie crystals. That might have been what got Wally Johnson killed, the man who was murdered. Gossip is that he hijacked a hay wagon loaded with contraband sugar that was meant for somebody else. I don't know if it's true, but it stands to reason. His family have recently upped their production to meet the demand in Ranger and Breckenridge, oil boom towns, populated by hundreds of thirsty men that the Johnsons intend to keep quenched. Not you, though. Hell no, he said. Those are lucrative markets, all right, but they come with risks. Ernie and me aren't willing to take. The men working on those drilling rigs are a tough crowd. They'll shoot each other over a roll of dice, a perceived insult, or a whore, pardon the mention. I can hardly take offense, Irv. I'm a moonshiner in no position to judge how another woman makes her living. Well, around here they don't walk the streets like in the boom towns. Mostly they ply their trade at Lefty's, the roadhouse. That's why I told you not to go near it. If a man is so inclined, he can take his pleasure in the rooms upstairs or get skunk drunk in the back room. Lefty's is a regular den of iniquity, a blind tiger. A what? He'd explained the term, and she was astonished. A speakeasy? Here? Where there's a church on every corner. He snuffled. Me and Ernie, and every moonshiner around, love nothing better than a tent revival that goes on for days. We raise more spirits selling corn liquor on the parking lot than the preachers raise under the tent. Make more money than what's dropped in the offering plate, too. They laughed together before he turned solemn again. When this new still is up and running, I'd like to expand the business. But those boomtowns gnaw, he said, shaking his head. I'm too old for all that rowdiness. And if I was to poach on the Johnsons' territory, they'd cut out my heart and feed it to a mad dog. Just as scary, he went on, are the government agents on the hunt for bootleggers and moonshiners. And it's open season. They patrol every road going in and out of those oil towns armed to the teeth. More and more of them are getting those new submachine guns. And even if it weren't for the guns, Ernie and me don't have a vehicle fast enough to outrun theirs. They fell into a ponderous silence, each lost in thought. Laurel picked up a piece of pie crust left on her plate and crumbled it between her finger and thumb. Her mother had taught her the technique of making it flaky. She remembered standing on a footstool in the kitchen, watching as her mother combined the ingredients and added cold water, one drop at a time, until the dough was the perfect consistency to roll out on the floured surface. She often felt a wave of nostalgia for her mother, but never for her father. The condemnation he would heap on his daughter, the moonshiner, perversely deepened her determination to succeed at it. Tell me more about Lefty, she said. It does a brisk business. Folks come from all round. Who keeps him stocked? A bootlegger out of Dallas, or so I'm told. He's talked about, but not by name. Lefty also supports the local economy, though. Laurel raised an inquisitive eyebrow. All Irv said was, Lefty and me have an understanding and do just fine by each other. Who else does he have an understanding with? That's his business. It's our business, Irv. Our bills are caught up. But I don't want to be just caught up. I want to make money. And my stock in trade is moonshine whiskey. She leaned forward across the table. Maybe Lefty. What's his last name? Irv scratched his cheek. You know, I don't recall ever hearing. It's always just been him and his wife, Gert. Could Lefty be enticed to buy more from you if you discounted the price per jug? He buys by the jug, he does, and I'm leaving well enough alone, Missy. We'll make enough profit without taking a baseball bat to a hornet's nest. He ended on that note, pushing back his chair and announcing that he was beat. Thanks for the pie. I don't think I've ever had better. She wished him a good night. He retreated to his bedroom and shut the door, but Laurel was too keyed up to go to bed. Over the course of their lengthy conversation, several things had become crystal clear to her. One, the new still would double their production, but it was unlikely that Irv's regulars would correspondingly double their consumption, especially under the watchful eyes of their wives. In order for the new still to pay for itself, they must increase their customer base. Two, Ernie's talent was distillation and controlling the quality of their product. Thus far, Irv had proved to be a crafty and capable distributor of it. However, neither thought like an entrepreneur growing the business would be her contribution, and she was eager to start. It galled her to think that the Johnsons had a foothold in the boom towns, but any attempt to compete with cutthroat big-timers like them would be foolish and potentially hazardous. And realistically, neither Irv nor Ernie nor she could make the long and dangerous trips up and back to the oil patch towns, hauling hooch in newspapers. They were portrayed as fertile fields for every form of wickedness. One was either a purveyor of it or a victim, but no one was immune to peril. If the immoral climate and fearsome competition weren't enough cause for trepidation, there were the heavily armed lawmen who couldn't be outrun. Surely there was a safer, saner way to conduct business, but how when the manufacturing and selling of their product were illegal? These inherent dangers wouldn't abound if they were making and selling hat pins or sachets, or she drew focus on the coconut meringue confection in the center of the table. 8 hours later, she was still seated at the table, but the pie had been replaced with the scattered contents of the recipe box her mother had given her when she married. She'd filled sheets of paper with scribbled notes, jotting down ideas as they occurred to her. Various lists had grown longer as the night had stretched into morning. What the hell's all this? Not having even noticed that Irv had emerged from his bedroom dressed and expecting breakfast. Laurel looked at him and declared, I'm going to need more than 20 or 30 pounds of sugar, a lot more. 24 for days after his discussion with Bill Amos at the creek. Thatcher couldn't shake everything they'd talked about. He accepted that suspicion would shadow him until it was confirmed that someone else had abducted Mrs. Driscoll. His bet was on the doctor. Sheriff Amos was leaning that way too. But Thatcher was no crime solver, and he rejected having to pin on a badge in order to convince skeptics of his innocence. Nevertheless, the specter of suspicion continued to weigh on him. At least on this night, he had something to take his mind off of it for a while. He was going out to dinner. It would be a distraction, but not one he particularly looked forward to. After work, he washed up and changed into a fresh white shirt, dark tie, and his black suit. He'd had it dry cleaned, the tears in his pants and shoulder seams sewn up, and his shoes shined. He put on his fedora. The cracked mirror above the dresser in his room reflected a man who looked like he had a lot on his mind, but one presentable enough to go to supper with Mr. Chester Landry. The shoe salesman's invitation had taken Thatcher off guard, except for renting rooms in the same boarding house. He and the city slicker from Dallas had nothing in common that Thatcher could see. But when Landry had approached him the night before and invited him to join him for a dinner out, he'd felt obliged to accept. Landry was waiting for him out on the porch. He too was wearing a dark suit, but his bow tie was the color of bile and his satiny vest was striped. Thatcher caught a glimpse of a gold-jawed tooth when the salesman smiled in greeting and informed Thatcher that he would drive them to the cafe. As they motored through the streets of Foley, Landry kept the conversation flowing, commenting on aspects of the town and how it compared to others on his sales route. Thatcher wasn't the least bit interested in either women's footwear or the salesman's travels, but he listened attentively and made polite inquiries that encouraged Landry to keep the chit-chat on himself and off Thatcher, which was precisely Thatcher's intention. Most of the locals stuck to the more agrarian schedule with which they'd been reared and tended to eat their larger meal at noon. Consequently, Martin's Cafe wasn't all that crowded at the dinner hour. But parked in front of it was a long black Ford, the most expensive of this year's models. As Landry pulled in beside it, he said, "I see the mayor is dining here tonight. That's his car? It is. You know him?" "We've met. Chamber of Commerce meeting, I believe it was. I attended as a guest of Mr. Hancock. Seated in the driver's seat of the town car was a man with the bill of a newsboy cap pulled low over his eyes. Thatcher asked, "Who's that?" "Mayor Croft's chauffeur," Landry said, adding tongue-in-cheek. "And if you believe that, I'll sell you the Brooklyn Bridge." They alighted from Landry's car. As they walked toward the entrance of the cafe, Thatcher got a closer look at Croft's chauffeur. He had bulky shoulders and the face of a boxer who'd gone 1,000 rounds. As Thatcher and Landry reached the door of the cafe, Bernie Croft emerged from it. Upon seeing them, he pulled up short. His eyes sawed between them, lighting on Landry. "Mr. Landry, isn't it?" He stuck out his hand and Landry shook. "Thank you for remembering Mayor Croft. Allow me to introduce. I know who he is." Croft settled a brittle gaze on Thatcher. "Mr. Hutton." Thatcher tipped his head. Croft hooked his thumbs in the pockets of his vest. "Your companion is well known for his during-do, Mr. Landry, and his amazing skill with a six-shooter." Then to Thatcher, "I heard you saved a deputy's life. A lot of agony, anyway." "Well, splendid marksmanship, thanks." Landry stepped in. "What do you recommend from the menu, Mr. Croft?" "You can't go wrong with the fried chicken." He doffed his hat. "Enjoy, gentlemen. Evening." Landry murmured a response, then entered the cafe. Thatcher followed, but as he stepped inside, he looked over his shoulder to see the chauffeur holding the rear seat door open for Bernie Croft. Both were looking back at him. Clyde Martin was a rotund and cheerful man who took obvious pride in his establishment and its longevity. It had occupied the same corner on Main Street since the turn of the century, serving breakfast through dinner. Salt, pepper, and sugar shakers, along with bottles of ketchup and Tabasco, were kept on the tables. Mr. Martin welcomed the new arrivals personally and ushered them to a table. Thatcher took the chair with its back to the wall, giving him a view of the entire room. This was his habit, but also from the moment he'd noticed Landry loitering in the dark corner of the boarding house porch. Unobtrusively observing the others as he smoked, Thatcher had determined that he would never turn his back to this man. Was it Landry's sly grin and oily manner that put him off? His pomaded hair? Was it the gold tooth tucked into his jaw like a kernel of secret knowledge waiting to be exposed and used to someone's disadvantage? Thatcher also had gotten the sense that he was better acquainted with Bernie Croft than either had let on. Thatcher couldn't specify what it was that caused him to question Landry's integrity, but on matters as important as trust, he relied on his gut. The salesman's friendly overtures toward him seemed a little too polished to be genuine or spontaneous. Now, as Landry cut into his thick slice of fried ham, he said, "I'm as tired of the other boarders as I am of Mrs. May's uninspired cooking. Why do you room there, then?" "It's cheap, but the company is dull. Their conversation isn't exactly scintillating, is it? Or even interesting." "You seem to get on with Randy all right?" He smiled. "He isn't bad company. He can tell a good, dirty joke. He's just young, outgoing. Yes, he's gregarious. But underneath all the braggadocio, he's as shallow as this pool of red-eye gravy. He dipped the slice of meat into it. Unlike you, Thatcher had chosen a T-bone. Unlike me." The strong, silent type Landry intoned the statement like a stage actor. Thatcher speared a bite of steak and put it in his mouth. His failure to comment didn't deter Landry. "You keep your own counsel, Hutton." He wagged his fork at Thatcher. "You never give away what's going through your mind, usually because it's not worth knowing." "Oh, I doubt that. I seriously do," he appraised Thatcher as he broke off a piece of dinner roll and spread it with butter. "Tell me about yourself." Thatcher gave him a sketchy biography, sharing nothing of importance. "Mustered out, was making my way back, wound up here." "Where you got stuck and now plan to stay for a while? Is that about it?" "Just taking it one day at a time. A man with no plan. In the trenches, I saw men die in mid-sentence. Planning your next breath is a wasted effort. Strong, silent, and a philosopher." Flashing the wily grin that instilled Thatcher with dislike as well as mistrust. Chester held his stare a beat longer, then continued eating. When he was done, he leaned back in his chair, patted his stomach, and sighed with contentment. "Must say, that was tasty. I'll have to trust the mayor's endorsement and try the fried chicken next time. Have you had a hamburger at Lefty's?" The salesman cocked his head. "Lefty's? It's a roadhouse, out a ways. I've heard the burgers are worth the drive." Thatcher couldn't say what had prompted him to drop a mention of the roadhouse into the conversation. It had been a gambit, like placing a large opening bid only to see how the other player at the table would react. Chester Landry didn't take the bait. He gave a hum of disinterest and signaled to Mr. Martin that they were finished. Thatcher noticed that they were the only two diners remaining. They passed on dessert but ordered coffee as Mr. Martin served it. He said, "Take your time, gentlemen. There's plenty in the pot for a refill." Thatcher sipped his coffee, piping hot and black. Landry added cream and sugar to his and stirred it for longer than necessary. When he lifted the spoon from the cup, he clinked it against the rim several times. He said, "It's such a shame that you were associated with the investigation into the missing woman. That couldn't have been a pleasant experience. It didn't last long, even so." Thatcher sipped his coffee, saying nothing, hoping the subject would die. Landry wagged his spoon just as he had his fork earlier. "See, Hutton? That's what I'm talking about. Most men would be furious railing at the sheriff, at everybody who would listen about the unfairness of your detention. You act unaffected, but I wonder if behind this steely veneer you're seething, or are you truly this slow to rile?" Before Thatcher could answer, motion toward the back of the cafe drew his attention. The swinging door into the kitchen was being pushed open by Laurel Plummer, by Laurel Plummer's bottom, her very shapely bottom. She was attempting to wedge through the door with both hands raised, each supporting what looked like a baking dish draped in a dish towel. It was a precarious balancing act. In an instant, Thatcher was out of his chair. Mr. Martin was late to respond because he'd been behind the counter matching the day's receipts with the money in his till. Thatcher pulled wide the door. "Thank you, Mr. Martin," she said as she was turning. "I shouldn't have tried to..." She came to an abrupt stop and blinked up at Thatcher. Several seconds passed without either of them speaking. Then she mumbled a thank you and sidestepped to go around him. He reached for the dish in her left hand. "Let me take this one." "No, thank you. I've got them." Mr. Martin rushed around the end of the counter. "Mrs. Plummer, forgive me. My people working in back were supposed to tell me when you got here. It's quite all right. They were busy." She took a breath and gave a shaky smile. As ordered, a pecan pie and a peach cobbler. She handed them to Mr. Martin in turn. He set the baked goods side by side on the counter and whisked off the muslin towels with the flourish of a magician over a top hat. Ah, they looked scrumptious. Beautiful, too. My wife, God rest her soul, always got the crust too brown. Laurel looked pleased but self-conscious over the compliment. "I hope your customers approve. I've got 2 gents here now who turned down dessert, but I'll bet they'll reconsider." He winked at her. "Gentlemen, Mrs. Plummer has started baking for me, and her pies are out of this world. The cobbler is still warm. Can I tempt you? I'll add a scoop of ice cream on the house." "You've sold me," Chester Landry said. He had pushed away from the table and was standing with his napkin in his hand. "Mrs. Plummer, Chester Landry." He touched his chest and gave her a nod. "How do you do?" "Actually, I regretted that my dinner partner. Oh, forgive me. This is Mr. Thatcher Hutton." The introduction required her to acknowledge him again, something she had avoided doing since her stunned reaction to another unexpected meeting with him. Having recovered, she now said coolly, "Mr. Hutton, Mrs. Plummer." Landry said, as I was saying to my disappointment, "Mr. Hutton had declined dessert, so I felt compelled to do likewise. "Thank you for coming to my rescue. I hope you enjoy the cobbler." Landry pulled an empty chair from beneath the table. "Would you care to join us?" "No." Then, as though realizing how curtly she'd answered, she added, "I can't. I have other deliveries to make." She turned back to Mr. Martin and spoke to him in an undertone. Thatcher didn't catch her words, but Martin said, of course," and bustled back around the counter to the cash register. Laurel meticulously folded the dish towels and tucked them beneath her arm. When Mr. Martin returned to her, she extended her hand and he counted out bills into her palm. She slipped the money into a pocket of her skirt. "Do you want to place an order for Thursday, Mr. Martin? Can you do another apple? And people are still raving about the lemon meringue. I could make another lemon, of course, although—" She dragged out the word, capturing the cafe owner's attention. "I also do a chocolate meringue." 1 apple, 1 lemon, 1 chocolate. She reached across the counter to shake his hand. "Thank you. I'll see you before closing on Thursday." She turned and gave Chester Landry a nod, which looked token to Thatcher. He outdistanced her to the swinging door and pulled it open for her. "I'll walk you out." "No, thank you. I'm in a hurry." He suspected her of fibbing about having more deliveries to make, but there was no way to gracefully call her on it. "Then good night, Mrs. Plummer." "Good night." He watched her wend her way through the kitchen, where 2 women were washing dishes and a man was chopping up raw chickens. After Laurel disappeared through the rear exit, Thatcher let the door swing shut. Mr. Martin was behind the counter spooning Landry's cobbler into a bowl. Landry himself had remained standing, his hand on the back of his chair, smarmy smile in place. Thatcher walked over and resumed his seat. As Landry sat down, he said, "I was wrong." "About what?" Thatcher sipped his cold coffee. "One sometimes can guess what's going through your mind." He cocked an eyebrow in a one-man to another leer. Thatcher gave him a long, unwavering stare from which most men would back down. Landry's grin only widened enough to reveal his gold tooth. Thatcher badly wanted to knock it out. Instead, he called over to Mr. Martin, "I'll have a slice of the pecan pie, please." No ice cream. His attempt to deflect Landry's interest only seemed to amuse the man more. But the salesman didn't pursue the subject of Laurel Plummer. Instead, he asked Thatcher about his horse training technique. Each bite of the rich pie melted in Thatcher's mouth. As they left the cafe, Thatcher declined the ride back to the boarding house. "I need to stretch my legs." "I'm going to walk back." Giving Landry no opportunity to quibble, he stuck out his right hand. "Thanks for dinner." Chester Landry shook hands. "Don't get used to it. Next time it's Dutch treat." Thatcher, planning for there never to be a next time, smiled as expected, then turned and headed down the street in the opposite direction from which he intended to go. He waited until Landry's car was out of sight, then doubled back. He looked in Hancock's storefront window. The advertisement was still there. He continued on, following the directions Bernie Croft had given him that first day. Along the way, he kept to the shadows. 5 minutes later, the picturesque facade of the Driscoll's house came into view. Lights were on in some of the downstairs rooms, including the parlor with the bay window, the doctor's office. Aware of Miss Eleanor Wise's seemingly uninterrupted vigilance, Thatcher didn't go any farther, but took cover behind the catty-corner neighbor's detached shed. He slid down the exterior wall of it, worked his butt around until he'd created a depression for it in the ground, and settled in to wait. What he was anticipating he couldn't say. The sudden reappearance of Mrs. Driscoll, a surefire giveaway of the doctor's guilt. He was irrationally annoyed with Bill Amos for lending credibility to his notions about the physician. If the sheriff had instead laughed himself silly over them, Thatcher wouldn't be sitting here in the dark, swatting at mosquitoes, accomplishing nothing. Time passed. He whiled most of it away thinking about Laurel Plummer. She'd charmed Mr. Martin into increasing his order and had seemed damned pleased with herself for having done so. Features hadn't looked as strained as they had the other times Thatcher had seen her. The smile she'd given the cafe owner looked genuine. She'd been dressed different, too. Her skirt was shorter than any he'd seen her in before. It was nipped in at the waist, and right off he'd noticed the good fit of her blouse. He wished he'd thought of an excuse to touch her during the brief time she'd been in the cafe. As mouth-watering as her pie had been, Thatcher was certain her mouth would be even more delicious. He'd enjoyed the sight of her bottom wiggling its way through that door and couldn't help thinking back onto what it had felt like when it had bumped up against his front during the rooster episode. As he'd come to think of it, the contact hadn't lasted more than a few seconds, but it had flooded him with lust then, and remembering it did now, not for the first time, he meant no disrespect. He had no control over the fantasies about her that came to his mind, some so vivid and arousing they justified Landry's insinuating grin. He wished he'd punched that sly mug. As the lights in the Driscoll house began to go out, he pushed the image of Laurel from his mind. The last light to be turned off was on the second floor. The bedroom, no doubt Thatcher stood up and looked toward the old busybody's house. "I guess we can get to bed now." He slipped out of the cover of the shed and headed toward the boarding house, hoping he wouldn't be spotted walking the streets where he didn't belong, skulking around in the dark like a criminal returning to the scene of his crime. 25 Laurel pulled her Ford into the gravel drive that led around to the back of the house. Irv had told her always to park facing out toward the street in case she ever had to leave in a hurry. It'll probably never happen, but you know. Tonight may be the night when taking the precaution would pay off. Although it wasn't something easily done, she executed the three-point turn and killed the headlights. She reached beneath the seat for the pistol Irv had insisted she begin keeping with her. She couldn't feature an instance where she would actually fire it, but it was a comforting weight in her hand now. Heartbeat thumped as she made a rapid sweep of her surroundings, then took more time to probe the shadows for a possible ambush, seeking out anyone who might have followed her from Martin's Cafe, which had been the last stop on tonight's round despite her claim of having more deliveries to make. As she'd pulled away from the alley behind the cafe, she'd had no indication that she was under anyone's surveillance. Nevertheless, during the drive home, she'd half expected someone to roar up behind her. She waited inside her car for several minutes longer, but no one showed himself, nothing stirred. Weak with relief, she dropped the pistol in her lap, placed both hands on the steering wheel, and pressed her damp forehead against the backs of them. She took deep breaths, of all people to happen upon, the perceptive Mr. Thatcher Hutton, while standing face to face with him, one of Mr. Martin's cooks was out back retrieving 4 jars of moonshine from the trunk of her car. At the sight of Mr. Hutton, her heart had almost burst. But despite the unexpectedness of their near collision, she'd recovered reasonably well, she thought now. Mr. Martin had kept his head and had given nothing away. Of course, he wasn't the novice that she was. Since the county had been dry for decades, Clyde Martin had been pouring illegal alcoholic beverages for drinking customers for as long as he'd been in business, or so Irv had informed her. Neither Mr. Hutton nor the man with him whose name now escaped her had seemed the least bit suspicious of her transaction with Mr. Martin, or of the order he had placed for 3 pies, which, in the coded language they'd worked out between them, translated to that many pies, plus twice that number of jars of corn liquor. She'd taken her money and run, getting a nod from the cook on her way through the kitchen that the transfer of fruit jars from her car to a hidden compartment in the kitchen had been conducted without detection. Nothing had gone awry all the same. She felt she had escaped a close call. Deciding it was safe to do so, she turned off the engine and got out. She let herself into the house through the back door and went directly upstairs to her bedroom, relieved that she didn't have to explain her shakes to Irv, who was helping Ernie at the still tonight. As she entered her room, she left the light off, being more fearful of light than of the dark. She acknowledged that was standard criminal behavior. Hands still unsteady, she set the pistol on the dresser. The handgun was small enough to fit in her palm, but Irv had assured her that the business end of it would give pause to anyone with harmful intent. He'd also assured her that it wasn't the one Derby had used to kill himself. Feeling claustrophobic, she hastily undressed. When she was down to her chemise, she poured water from the pitcher into the washbowl and sponged off a film of nervous sweat. Then, moving to the bed, she sat on the edge of it and bowed her head, if not in prayer, certainly in relief. Over the past several weeks, she had become so wrapped up in her exciting new enterprise that at times she had to pause and remind herself that she wasn't playing a high-stakes game where she was merely trying to out-trick an opponent. She was breaking the law. If caught, the penalty was steep. She did not want to go to jail. Nor did she want to be responsible for Irv and Ernie being incarcerated. When she'd first laid out her idea to use bakery goods as a cover for moving moonshine, Irv had responded with guffaws. Then he'd put up stubborn resistance, followed by pessimistic predictions. But after talking herself hoarse, she'd finally won his grudging support to try it. Just for a time. If it doesn't work, I'll stop, he'd retorted. If it doesn't work, we'll all be behind bars. Clyde Martin, the restaurateur, had been the logical choice for their first prospective client. He used to keep a bootlegged stock, Irv had told her. So long as it was only a state infraction, and a fine if caught, he poured bourbon and scotch on the sly and called it Mama's Sweet Tea. He bought his moonshine for me, but the new law spooked him. He stopped buying, and as far as I know, has gone completely dry. I don't figure he's a convert to abstinence, though. Might be worth me going to see him. Let me. Irv had argued, but ultimately relented. All right. But don't take this wrong, Laurel. When you go soliciting, wouldn't hurt if you girlied up some. Girlied up? What does that mean? You know what it means? Every woman in the world knows what it means. I'm not soliciting at Lefty's. Alls I'm saying is, you might want to throw away those baggy old shirts of Derby's and fix yourself up to be more girlified. She'd spent that evening taking in the waistlines of garments that she'd let out during her pregnancy. As an afterthought, she'd also taken up the hemlines 1.5 inches. She'd ironed a blouse with a front placket flanked by strips of lace and had dusted off her best hat. She'd timed her arrival at the cafe during the lull between the midday meal and dinner. She gave the busboy her name and asked to see Mr. Martin. After getting clearance, he'd escorted her to a cramped office off the kitchen. When she'd walked in, Clyde Martin had been standing behind his desk, looking the picture of benevolence. "Mrs. Plummer, I'd like to express my sincere condolences for your—" She'd cut him off. "You're losing money, Mr. Martin?" I beg your pardon. Try this." She'd taken a mason jar of moonshine from her tote bag, strode forward and set it on the paper-littered desk. And this, also from the tote, she'd produced a slice of apple pie wrapped in wax paper and set it beside the jar. "You need to be offering both in your cafe. I'll come back tomorrow to work out the particulars of a deal. Have a pleasant afternoon." She'd left him with his mouth agape when she'd returned the following day. Mr. Martin had been eager to negotiate terms. He'd soon learned that she was no shrinking violet, further weakened by grief. Settling on a price, he'd placed an initial order for 2 pies and 4 jars of moonshine. "I'll come by twice weekly to deliver the products and take your next order," she'd told him. As they shook hands on the deal, he'd said, "I thought you were going to apply for a waitress job. This pays better." Initially, Irv had kept up his route and the handyman cover, but once the new still was in operation, she'd suggested that she take over his deliveries. "I could drive your route on the days I don't bake. You can't drive my truck." "Why not? It's a truck." She'd given him a roll of her eyes. "I could drive it, but you make a valid point. It would attract unwanted curiosity. Instead, what if you built some kind of false floor in my car, the way you did in your truck?" He'd fashioned a false bottom in her trunk, creating a hidey hole underneath which she padded with an old quilt. Thus outfitted, she'd begun driving his route. As she became better acquainted with the roads and back roads in the area, she'd gone further afield scouting for new opportunities. She'd picked up 2 cafes in 2 different towns, both of which had been customers of Irv's before becoming gun-shy of the Prohibition law. In addition to delicious pies, cobblers, and corn whiskey, she'd promised her customers utmost discretion. As Irv was leaving one evening to work at the still, she'd approached him with another idea. "What about Logan's Grocery? What about it? As a possible broker. Held freeze over first. A nicer man you'll never meet. Logan extends credit even to folks he knows will take a long time paying. But he's a staunch teetotaler. His wife was the standard bearer for the local temperance society. Does he sell fresh baked goods in his store? Not that I know of. He should, don't you think? I'll pay him a call and take samples." "I just told you, Laurel. I saw a notice in his window that he offers delivery service for a small charge. That's recent." "Who makes the deliveries?" "A couple of young men, twins, in fact, Davy and Mike O'Connor." "Are they teetotalers?" He'd scoffed. "They worked in the pool hall until it was forced to shut down. A campaign led by Mrs. Logan. By the way, I guess Logan felt bad about the twins losing their livelihood. He hired them to deliver groceries." It took several days for her to secure an interview with the busy grocer. As Irv had said of him, he was extremely polite and highly complimentary of the samples of pie she'd brought for him to try. Even so, he declined. "I would like to stock them, Mrs. Plummer, but the problem is a shortage of shelf space. I'm at full capacity." She'd made a sound of regret. "That is unfortunate, because I noticed that all the baked goods you carry are factory-made and packaged." After a strategic pause, she'd added, "There's nothing wrong with that, of course, at that." His smile had slipped a bit. The next day, she'd gone back and told him, with rehearsed animation, that she had slept on his dilemma and believed that she had a solution. "I could make up a menu of my pies. You display it and take orders. The pies will be delivered from my kitchen directly to the customer. You never have to touch the goods, and they won't take up your valuable shelf space." "How would you get the orders?" "You could telephone them in to me. Do you have a telephone?" "I will by tomorrow." Her cheekiness had made him smile. "I think this idea is growing on you, Mr. Logan. You certainly have my interest, and I admire your initiative, which is rare in a young and recent widow. But we haven't yet talked terms." Acting girlified, she'd smoothed her hands over her skirt nervously, then had pretended to summon the courage to open the bidding. "For each pie order you submit, I'll give you 10%, 15. My 2 delivery men are kept busy during store hours. Your deliveries will have to be made after closing. I'll have to pay them extra." After-hours deliveries were what she'd hoped for, but she'd pursed her lips as though she hadn't considered this stumbling block. Perhaps just one could work overtime. Perhaps they could swap off. They're twins, inseparable, and they work as a unit. One drives their truck and waits while the other runs the delivery to the customer's door. It's a very efficient system. With the 2 of them working together, it takes only half as long to make the deliveries because they're paid by the hour. It's actually more economic to have both on the payroll. She'd appeared impressed by his business savvy, but crestfallen by how it affected their deal. I see. Well, I'll give you 2% more to cover that expense for a total of 12.
15.
13, 15. She'd been prepared to give him 20. Her cash crop wasn't pies, it was whiskey. You drive a hard bargain, Mr. Logan. I'll agree to 15%. He beamed. Then she jerked the rug out from under him. But we haven't yet shaken on it. There is a matter that concerns me because I can't take any chances with my reputation as a businesswoman. I'm sure you understand. Of course, what's the nature of your concern? Your deliveryman? My father-in-law told me they used to work in a pool parlor. Are they presentable? Do they have integrity? Can I trust them? What Mr. Plummer told you is correct. They went through a wild phase, as young men are wont to do, but they've been tempered by my influence and that of Mrs. Logan. I've received no complaints from customers about their comportment. I wouldn't have them in the store if I thought they were dishonest. I'll summon them right now so you can meet them. No, if they know employment is riding on the introduction, they'll be on their best behavior, won't they? I'd rather see them in action when they don't know it's an audition. As I leave, I'll pick out some grocery items and opt to have them delivered. If I approve their service and manner, you'll get your 15%. She'd straightened her backbone. But if, in my opinion, they're unsuitable for any reason, I'll hire someone else and pay him out of my share, in which case your percentage will be reduced to 13%. That's the deal, Mr. Logan, non-negotiable. I'm agreeing because I'm confident that the O'Connor twins will work well for you. Laurel had been confident of that herself. That evening, Davy O'Connor had showed up at her front door, a box of groceries balanced on his shoulder. He flashed her a winning smile. Mrs. Plummer, good evening. Whenever you come into the store, the very sight of you makes my day. But in this gloaming light, you look a vision. You're cut it out. Mr. Logan went for it. Have Mike drive around to the back. I baked a strawberry and rhubarb pie for our celebration. Her deal with the O'Connor brothers had been struck even before she had approached Logan. Irv had been downright apoplectic when she'd advanced her idea to use the twins. They're crazy kids, rambunctious and reckless. Wish I'd never told you about them. Well, you did? Please arrange a meeting. Davy and Mike would have been interchangeable except for Davy's front tooth, which at some point in his boyhood had been chipped by a fist thrown by Mike. Both were handsome, flirtatious, and devilishly witty. Laurel liked them instantly. Irv had informed them that the meeting was to discuss the peddling of moonshine. Already enticed, the two had been eager to hear what Laurel had in mind. Gathered around the kitchen table, she'd gotten down to business. We need runners to move our product. You seem qualified. Count us in, Davy had said, winking at her. We like excitement, right, brother? We only went to work in that bloody store because we need to eat. Laurel had explained why they would need to continue working at the store. At least for the time being, we need the cover of a legitimate business. The twins had looked at each other, obviously troubled. Speaking for both, Davy had said, the Logans walk the straight and narrow. I've told her that, Irv had said. Mrs. Logan is trying to save our souls. Mike had grinned when he said that. Being Catholic is failing in that regard, according to her. So when I approach Mr. Logan, I should act the prude Lady Laurel. I'll keep that in mind. When she'd told them her plans for expanding the business, they'd surprised Irv and her by contributing ideas of their own. All those men who used to hang out at the pool hall have worked up powerful thirsts, Mrs. Plummer. We can sell them your whiskey, whether or not they buy the baked goods. But we'll push your pies too, Mike had said, as though pledging fealty as hoped. Mr. Logan's customers had gone wild for Laurel's pies. The twins delivered them after hours, and while at it, peddled moonshine to standing customers. 2 weeks into their sideline, the twins had asked for another meeting with Irv and Laurel. Davy had acted as spokesperson. One of our friends from the pool hall is working up in Ranger. He says, if we deliver your pies up there, he could sell them for $1 a slice. Irv had dismissed that with a harumph. That ain't worth the bother or the price of gasoline. It's 70 miles one way. Mike had said if, along with the pies, we delivered 5 gallons of whiskey. 5 gallons? Every other day? Davy had turned to Laurel and winked. Em and she had given the O'Connors the go-ahead. Wearing their St. Christopher medals for protection, they'd begun making trips to places where angels feared to tread. Irv and Ernie had difficulty keeping up with the demand, and so had Laurel. A second oven had become necessary. She'd applied at the First National Bank for a loan. The bank officer, a long-standing customer of Irv's moonshine, had approved the note. To accommodate the new appliance, Laurel had moved their dining table from the kitchen into the unfurnished dining room. Between making deliveries and baking, she'd become so busy that hours would go by without Pearl crossing her mind. Her marriage to Derby seemed to have belonged to another woman in another life far removed from the one she was living, but as exhilarating as this venture was, it came with constant threats to her newfound independence, even to her life. She'd had a shocking reminder of that tonight when, once again, she'd crossed paths with Thatcher Hutton. Recently, on a trip out to the still to deliver supplies to Ernie. As they passed the cutoff to the shack, she'd casually remarked to Irv that it seemed a long time ago since Mr. Hutton had wandered into the yard asking for directions. Irv had said if he wandered and if it was directions he was after. Her father-in-law still had Thatcher typed as a man who was polite, quiet, calm, and deadly. Now, as she huddled on the side of her bed, Laurel wondered if the cowboy who broke horses was a guise for a government agent who broke up stills. On the front page of today's newspaper had been a picture of a still in northeast Texas near the Arkansas line that had been discovered and destroyed by state and federal law enforcement officers, unsmiling men with firearms and stern resolve. They'd been grouped around the disassembled still and busted casks, spilled corn liquor pooling around their boots and the handcuffed men sitting on the ground. The photograph had been staged to make a point, to send a warning to current or aspiring distillers of illegal whiskey. Was Thatcher Hutton one of the snitches that Irv had warned her to be wary of? Had he come to the shack that day looking for a still? Did he suspect her of doing precisely what she was doing? Was that why he always regarded her with such intensity? Despite the summer heat that had collected in her bedroom during the afternoon, her arms broke out in gooseflesh. She clumsily removed the pins from her bun and let it unfurl down her back. Ordinarily, the release felt good, but tonight, the scene in the cafe had left her nape and shoulders knotted with tension. She folded back the bed covers and slid in beneath the top sheet. She settled her head on her pillow, closed her eyes, and tried willing herself not to dwell on the encounter, but her mind replayed the incident anyway. Had she done anything that might have given her away? Should she tell Irv about it? No, absolutely not. He would make far more of it than it warranted. He would say that she hadn't just bumped into any man during a delivery, she'd bumped into that man. As reluctant as she was to admit it, her father-in-law would be right. Whatever else he was, Thatcher Hutton was no ordinary man, and neither was her middle's flighty reaction to the very sight of him. 26, what are you doing out here? Randy asked as he clomped up the front steps of the boarding house. Too early to go to bed, just taking in the air, Chester Landry replied. He lazily fanned himself with a folded newspaper. You appear to be drunk. Randy laughed and plopped down into the chair beside Landry's as a skunk. Fun evening? Fun and frolic, my friend. He chortled over his alliteration. Landry shushed him. Lower your voice. Everyone else has turned in for the night. Everyone except for him, Randy, and Thatcher Hutton, who'd yet to return to the boarding house since they'd bade each other good night at the cafe. Landry couldn't help but wonder if his dinner guest had cut out on him in order to follow the widow home. He made a mental note to pursue that later, but right now his focus was more on the indiscreet and talkative Randy Wells. Who were you frolicking with? Randy leaned across the arm of his chair and crooked his finger. Landry moved closer. Randy said the public library hosts a Bible study every Tuesday night for young singles. What's to whisper about? Randy giggled. What's to whisper about is what happens after Bible study. Landry pretended that was the most delicious piece of information he'd ever heard. Do tell, those young ladies who sing in church choirs on Sunday are just dying to be led astray on Tuesday. So me and some other guys, like who? Davy and Mike O'Connor, know them? I don't believe so. You'd know if you did, they're twins. Anyhow, They've joined the Bible study because they work for Deacon Logan, and his wife is practically a missionary. He hiccuped, then waved his hand. Doesn't matter. Tonight, we treated a few of those young ladies to all the sin they could handle. You and these O'Connor brothers, they are my kind of folk, if you know what I mean. He bobbed his eyebrows. Drunk and disorderly? Randy roared with laughter. Shh! Oh, sorry. He pressed his index finger vertically against his lips. You know what? Landry said, as though he'd had a sudden inspiration, when actually he'd been planning this since his talk with Mayor Croft about Randy and his loose tongue. I could use some diversion. I had a rather dull evening tonight with Mr. Hutton. Tight-lipped, isn't he good at cards, though? Do you think he cheats? If he does, he's good. I haven't caught him at it. No, me neither. Lost $5 to him. Landry pushed out of his chair. Come on. Randy stood up, swaying. Where are we going? For a drive. Did you sinners drink all your hooch? Still have half a jar under the seat of my car. Then let's go in it. He threw his arm across Randy's shoulder. But I'll drive. 27 dusk was easing into full-blown darkness when Bill Amos came out of his headquarters and headed toward his car. Thatcher had been waiting for this opportunity to speak to him in private. Bill? The sheriff turned as Thatcher materialized out of the wide band of shadow under the eaves of the building. Hey, Thatcher, what's doing? Got a minute? Bill glanced back toward his office, hesitated, then asked, Have you had supper? No, me neither. And Mrs. Amos is hosting bridge tonight. Get in. Thatcher went around to the passenger side. Once on the road, he asked, What's your wife's name? Daisy. Her bridge club meets one night a month. Does she know how to play poker? Bill laughed. Not with you. She doesn't. After a beat, he said, I'm glad she's having the group at the house tonight. She doesn't entertain as often as she used to. That had sounded like a loaded statement. Thatcher waited for him to expand. Bill cleared his throat. Daisy isn't always up to socializing. She has declines, a heart condition. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, well, you know, life. He gave Thatcher a weak smile. How's it been treating you lately? Can't complain. Me and Ulysses have finally resolved our differences. His owner is picking him up later this week. Will he take to another rider? We'll see. Bill chuckled. I wouldn't want to be the first to try. Did you fill that last stall? I've got a waiting list. Bill removed his pocket watch and checked the time. I have a hankering for a juicy hamburger. Have you been to Lefty's yet? Thatcher shook his head. Then you're past due. He tucked his watch away and settled into his seat. Did you wait in the dark to see me so you could ask my wife's name? Naw. Thatcher exhaled heavily and propped his elbow on the door ledge. I was wondering if you had talked to that woman, Dr. Driscoll's patient who had the breech birth. Bill gave him a sharp look, swerving in the process. The driver of an oncoming vehicle tooted a warning. Bill waved an apology as he passed a jalopy of a truck with two young men inside, Mrs. Plummer's delivery boys. Thatcher reacted with a start. Delivery boys? Bill told him about the arrangement Laurel had made with Logan's grocery. Although Thatcher turned his head aside and pretended to be absorbed in the passing scenery, he listened with avid interest. I hear her pies are selling like hotcakes, Bill said, no pun intended. I knew she'd gone into the business one night last week. I had supper in Martin's Cafe while I was there. She came in to deliver an order. Really? To Clyde? Huh. What? Nothing. Just that Clyde has always used his own cooks for everything. I guess he prefers her pies to theirs. Guess so. Have you sampled her wares yet? Thatcher looked over to see if there was an innuendo behind the question, but Bill had his head turned away, signaling to make a left turn. I had a slice of pecan pie. Was it good? Damn good. Bill had turned onto a road leading away from town. We've got a ways to go before we get to Lefty's, he said. Tell me why you asked about Gabe Driscoll's patient. I've been watching his house every night for a week. Bill looked across at him with both consternation and curiosity. What for? Thatcher started by telling him about his dinner out with Chester Landry. He's a shoo. I know who he is and what he claims to be. Claims to be? Are y'all pals? Hell no, Thatcher said. I don't trust that grin of his. So why'd you go to dinner with him? I didn't have a reason not to. Bill gave him a knowing glance. You want to find out what he's hiding behind that grin? He was right, but Thatcher didn't want to admit it. Anyway, that's why I was in the cafe when Mrs. Plummer came in. By the time Landry and I had finished our desserts, I'd had about all of his company I could stomach. I opted to walk back to the boarding house, but I didn't go straight there. I circled around to the Driscoll's place. Again, what for? Shit, I don't know. But after you and I talked about the dock, the coincidences that took place that night, I couldn't get it off my mind. I just felt led to go over there, take a look. See, I didn't really expect to uncover anything, didn't even know what I was looking for, but I went back the next night and I've been going back. He paused. Did you question that woman again? Her name is Norma Blanchard, and yes, I went straight from our conversation by the creek to talk to her about that night. And, have you changed your mind about becoming a deputy? No, then I shouldn't be discussing an open investigation. You called it open-ended. Doesn't mean the same as active, does it? Bill waved that away with annoyance. Speak your mind, Thatcher. They were in the countryside now. They passed barbed wire fence pastures with horses and cattle grazing, farmhouses lit by lamps and lanterns instead of incandescent bulbs, chalky rock formations. Thatcher took time to choose carefully what he was going to say and how he was going to phrase it. He turned slightly in his seat to better address Bill and gauge his reactions. Describe Norma Blanchard. Late 20s, I'd say. Dark hair parted down the middle, all knotted up in back, not pretty, but just say men would take to her better than women would. She came to the doc's house last night. Bill gnawed on that as Thatcher figured he would. After office hours, at 11:28, he shrugged. Could have been an emergency. Thatcher said nothing, just looked at him. But you don't think so? No, I don't, Bill. She was dropped off at the street and seemed in perfect health, best as I could tell by the way she walked. How'd she walk? Like she owned the place. Knocked on the door the same way. The dock was up, or at least his bedroom light was on. Drapes were drawn, but there was light around the edges of them, which was why I hadn't left yet. He came to the door in his pajamas in a bathrobe. It appeared to me that he wasn't altogether happy to see her. In fact, when she tried to step inside, he blocked her. They didn't raise their voices or tussle, but there was a lot of angry gesturing. Eventually, he let her in. Bill kept his eyes on the road and didn't comment, so Thatcher continued. I don't know where they spent their time while inside, because no other lights in the house came on. If she'd come for medicine or something, they'd have gone into his office, don't you think? How long did she stay? Almost an hour. The car came back at 12:15. She walked out to it and got in. It drove off. A few minutes later, the upstairs bedroom light went off. She didn't have the baby with her? No, could have been in the car, I guess. Did you see who was driving? Another woman, her sister. No doubt, Patsy Kemp. They live together, Mrs. Kemp's husband is off working somewhere, Montana, Alaska, somewhere like that, which is why Norma is living with her, I guess. Norma isn't married? I didn't ask. But she wasn't wearing a wedding band and no reference was made to a husband. Did you see the baby? He was sleeping there in a basket in the living room. She showed him off to me. If he was born out of wedlock, she gave no sign of being ashamed about it. What did she tell you about Dr. Driscoll? What she'd told Scotty when he questioned her, which matched what Gabe had told us. He paid her a house call earlier in the day while she was still in labor. On his way home from Lefty's, he stopped there again to check on her. In the meantime, she'd given birth and all was well. Thatcher took off his hat and ran his fingers through his hair. I feel like a damn peeping Tom. It feels like that sometimes. What feels like that? Detective work. That's not what I was doing. Then you're a peeping Tom. Swear to God, Thatcher, I ought to arrest you again. Thatcher shot him a look. Well then, tell me what's compelled you to go over there every night for the past week? I wish now I hadn't. I wish I'd left it alone. No, you don't. Thatcher gave him another hard look, which didn't dent Bill in the slightest. He said if you had wanted it left alone, you wouldn't have told me about Norma's late-night visit. Thatcher didn't have a chance to form a comeback. They had arrived at the roadhouse. There were 20 or 30 vehicles parked around it, and yet only weak light shone through the screened windows. Built of unpainted clapboard, the structure was as square as a box of saltines and totally without character. A set of warped wood steps led up to the entrance. It looked nothing like the speakeasy Thatcher had been to in Norfolk, which had had the classy veneer of the haberdashery and an aura of intrigue. "You seem let down," Bill remarked. Thatcher shrugged. "Doesn't have much atmosphere." "Oh, it's got atmosphere." He reached beneath his car seat and came up with a Colt revolver. "A hostile atmosphere." 28 Bill passed the pistol to Thatcher. "It's loaded." "Will I need it?" "Depends." He didn't say on what. Even though Thatcher had been told the gun was loaded, he checked the cylinder before pushing the pistol into his waistband and buttoning his jacket over it. He and Bill got out of the car and walked toward the porch steps where two men sat smoking. As they went around them in order to reach the door, Bill addressed the men by name. They kept their heads down and replied to his greeting with surly mumbles. The instant they stepped inside, the low rumble of conversation died. Bill acted as though he didn't notice and pointed Thatcher toward an empty table. They sat in adjacent chairs, both facing out into the room, their backs to the wall. Thatcher was about to take off his fedora when Bill said, "Leave it on, bad manners. I know, but the brim shades your eyes. Nobody can tell where you're looking." Following Bill's example, Thatcher left his hat on. Once his eyes had adjusted to the dim interior made even foggier by tobacco and grease smoke, he surveyed the place, trying not to noticeably move his head. The bar ran almost the full length of the back wall, but behind it the shelves were stocked with bottled soft drinks only. A gramophone in the corner emitted scratchy, tinny music. Only a few of the tables were occupied. Thatcher remarked on the small crowd, "Doesn't match the number of vehicles outside. And you say you're no detective." A steep staircase was attached to the far wall. Thatcher noticed a hulking figure leaning against the banister halfway up, smoking a cigarette and staring at him through the haze. Bill said, "I see you've captured Gert's attention. That's Gert, the madam. What did you expect?" "A red velvet dress, an hourglass figure," lowering his voice, Bill added. "Careful how you answer. Here comes her other half." The man approaching their table had the proportions of a praying mantis and the lips of a lizard. They formed a tight seam between his beak of a nose and pointed chin. A smile would have looked out of place on such a face, but in any case he didn't fashion one. "Sheriff, been a while." "Hello, Lefty. How are things?" He jutted his chin toward Thatcher. "Who's he?" "Meet Thatcher Hutton. He's new to town." "Hutton. You're the one what shot the snake." "He's a horse trainer," Bill said amiably. Horse trainer. He said it like he'd been told that Thatcher performed a high-wire act in the circus. "Well, welcome to Lefty's." Thatcher didn't say anything, just gave a bob of his head. Bill placed their order for 2 hamburgers and cold Coca-Colas. "Coming up." Thatcher watched Lefty's progress back across the room. Midway, he was intercepted by his wife. They had a brief exchange. Then Lefty continued on toward the grill behind the bar while Gert made her way toward their table. Through the soles of his boots, Thatcher could feel the vibration of her heavy tread. Unlike her husband, who looked like he could be snapped in two as easily as a toothpick, Thatcher didn't think Gert could be knocked over with a tank like those he'd seen on the battlefront. When she reached them, she sized him up. "Thatcher, huh?" "Yes, ma'am." "Never knew nobody with that name. Who are your people?" "You wouldn't know them." "Try me." He gave her a one-sided smile that didn't show teeth. "I wouldn't know them." Still appraising him, she took a drag of her cigarette, then leaned over and ground it out in the ashtray in the center of their table. She blew a plume of smoke out of the corner of her mouth. Turning her attention to Bill, she said, "What are you doing here?" Bill, who'd checked his watch again, pocketed it. "Hello to you too, Gert. I'm here for a hamburger, also to ask after the girl. Which? You know which, Gert?" She huffed a gust of stinky breath. "That Wally Johnson. Jug-eared little bastard ruined her face, her arms healing all crooked, and she can't see out one eye." "Is she still here?" She hitched a thumb over her shoulder. Thatcher and Bill looked in the direction she'd indicated. A young woman with her arm in a sling was flipping meat patties on the grill while Lefty was uncapping Coke bottles. Gert was saying, "Her name's Corrine. Out of the goodness of my heart, I'm keeping her on, even though she ain't much use to me upstairs no more." But some men, if they're that hard up, ain't all that particular about looks. She gave Thatcher a sly glance. "You interested?" "You can have half an hour at a cut rate," Bill said. "Gert, if you openly solicit, I'll slam down your operation upstairs." He spoke in a low voice that thrummed with warning. Her eyes, set in folds of ruddy fat, narrowed to slits. "Lesson you forgot you and me have a deal, Sheriff. Only as long as we both keep up the pretense that this isn't a low-rent whorehouse." "Beg your pardon. It ain't low rent. All I'm saying is don't forget the terms of our deal, or I'll forget we have a deal, I'll close you down, and you'd lose a shitload. What with all the roughnecks racing down here from Ranger every Saturday night." He looked over at Thatcher. "They've struck oil up there." "Yeah, I've heard. Despite the distance they have to drive, the oil field workers have been a boon to Gert's business." "I don't know what you're talking about," she said. Bill snickered. "The hell you don't. They're a wild bunch, those boys. I hear you've got them lining up in the hall and making them bid on who goes next. That's begging for trouble." Then, after a beat, he said in a steely undertone, "Keep things under control, Gert, or our deal is off." She took a challenging stance. "I got iron control. You didn't the night Wally battered that girl." Bill eyed her keenly. "Or was that under your control?" Looking up at her from beneath the brim of his hat, Thatcher noticed an instantaneous slackening of the woman's smirk, her rapid blinking. Bill had struck a nerve, but she recovered quickly. "Chew good, Sheriff. It'd be a damn shame if you choked to death on your burger." She looked again at Thatcher. "Any of my girls would be tickled to see you." She turned and lumbered off. "Why, Thatcher?" "I think she took a shine to you," Bill said. He was still laughing under his breath when Lefty brought over their food. After one bite, Thatcher understood why the burgers had earned their reputation. He'd polished his off in no time and was about to comment on the tastiness when the crack of a gunshot silenced him. Reflexively, he dropped sideways out of his chair onto the floor and pulled the pistol from his waistband. Much more calmly, Bill stood up and drew his weapon. "That was only the warning shot, Thatcher. But any from now on you should take seriously. Warning shot. We're raiding the back room." Bill left him and began swimming upstream of all the patrons who were hot-footing it toward the entry. "I could use some help," he shouted back at Thatcher. Thatcher was furious at Bill and at himself for being so goddamn gullible, but he followed, pushing people aside before they could trample him. When he and Bill drew even with the staircase, Gert leaned over the banister and screamed, "I won't forget this, Sheriff. Fuck you." Ignoring her, Bill slid into a narrow space behind the bar that accessed a door. He knocked on it twice with the butt of his gun. It was opened by Harold, who was breathing heavily. Hells broke loose. From beyond the doorway came the sounds of pandemonium, swearing and shouting, grunts of pain, the splintering sound of breaking furniture, glass shattering. Bill turned and slapped his hand over Thatcher's chest. "Pin that on and consider yourself deputized." Thatcher fumbled the star-shaped badge, pricking his finger on the pin. "You son of a bitch." "Well, I guess I am, but a barrage of gunshots drowned out the rest." "Damn it!" Bill barged through the open doorway. Thatcher slid the badge into the breast pocket of his jacket as he followed the sheriff. Holding the Colt at shoulder level, barrel toward the ceiling, he entered the fray. Scotty had the man obviously responsible for firing the gunshots pinned face down on the floor. Bill was trying to wrestle away the man's handgun before he could fire another round. Harold was dodging the uncoordinated jabs of a broken beer bottle wielded by a man so drunk he could barely stand. Thatcher rushed over and bonked the drunk on the back of his head with the grip of his pistol. The man dropped the broken bottle and landed on the floor like a sandbag face first. Harold said, "That's twice I owe you. Thanks." Then he dashed off to help other deputies whom Thatcher recognized but didn't know by name. They were swapping blows with some of the angrier, drunker customers. Others, trying to avoid arrest, were overturning tables, chairs, and each other in their mad scramble to exit through the single door at the back of the room. Some were making their escape by jumping through windows. Along with their male counterparts, a few women were kicking and clawing their way toward the nearest way out. A dozen or more people had bottlenecked at the exit. Thatcher noticed in the midst of them a familiar head of hair, so pomaded it looked like it had been painted onto his scalp. No sooner had he identified Chester Landry than the man managed to squeeze through the congested exit to the outside. Thatcher fought his way toward the door. Harold, he realized, was following in his wake, apprehending the people Thatcher shoved back toward him. When Thatcher reached the door, he bolted outside and tried to catch sight of Landry. Mad confusion was made even worse by the darkness and by the sudden blinding glare of headlights as people made it to their cars and peeled out in every direction. A car without headlights came speeding out of the darkness, missing Thatcher by a hair. Thatcher saw two autos collide in their haste to leave the area. Some drove over ground in the opposite direction of the road, leaving clouds of dust that further obscured vision. He didn't catch sight of either Chester Landry or his automobile, which Thatcher probably couldn't have identified anyway. But one vehicle did catch his eye, and it caused his heart to lurch. He ran over to it. No one was inside. He replaced the Colt in his waistband and ran full out back into the building where the chaos continued. The deputies and Sheriff Amos were trying to restrain those still bent on escaping and to keep corralled those they'd halted. Above the cacophony, Gert was bellowing profane threats. Lefty was swinging a full bottle of whiskey at the head of a man he was calling a goddamn snitch, which his victim was frantically denying as he ducked each hazardous arc of the bottle. On his first sweep of the room, Thatcher didn't see whom he sought, but there were several men down, lying on the floor either wounded or dead of gunshot. He rushed over to the first, who was cursing and clutching his thigh. He yelled, "I'm shot." Thatcher squatted down and took a look. It would be spurting if it had clipped an artery. "You have a handkerchief?" The man nodded. "Use it as a tourniquet. Tie it tight. You'll be all right." "I'm dead," he wailed. "You're not going to die." "Hell, I ain't. My wife's going to kill me." Thatcher left him and moved to another person lying motionless nearby. He was on his side, facing away from Thatcher. Fresh blood was spreading a dark blotch on the back of his shirt. There was no mistaking the bald pate, as round and shiny as a cue ball, fringed by wiry gray hair. Thatcher knelt and eased Irv Plummer onto his back. His eyelids fluttered open, but when he saw Thatcher, he scowled. "Did you shoot me?" "Where you shot?" "Under my arm." He raised his left arm, or tried to, but pain drained his face of color and he gnashed his teeth. "Hurts like a son of a bitch. Put your right arm around my neck. I can make it my own self." Thatcher swore at him, then hooked Irv's right arm around his neck, put his shoulder to Irv's middle, and stood up with Irv draped over him. He felt the old man go limp. He'd fainted. Thatcher wove his way through the overturned tables and chairs toward the door, but it was slow going. The floor was littered with broken glass and slick with spilled liquor and blood. He'd almost reached the exit when Thatcher. He turned to face Bill Amos, who asked, "Irv Plummer? Is he dead?" "No, but he's been shot. How bad?" "I don't know. I'll take him to a doctor. Put him in my car. His truck is outside. I'll drive him in that. Can't leave it here. It's his livelihood. Thatcher, I'm driving him." He turned to go, but Bill caught his sleeve. "When you told me that this wasn't your fight and that you were staying out of it, I knew better." Thatcher didn't waste time arguing with him. He pulled himself loose and left through the door. Most everyone had cleared the area. Only a few stragglers remained. He carried Irv over the rough ground with as little jostling as possible. When he reached the truck, he opened the tailgate and eased Irv off his shoulder and into the bed of it. Thatcher shook him slightly. "Where's your key?" Irv groaned, but he'd understood the question and patted his right pants pocket. Thatcher fished out the key, then adjusted Irv's legs and feet to clear the tailgate. "I saw you sitting with the sheriff." Thatcher turned quickly. Standing behind him was the young prostitute in the arm sling. She said, "You law?" "No," Gert said, "you probably was." "She's wrong." The badge in his breast pocket seemed to be branding him through his shirt. With the tip of her head, the girl indicated Irv, who was moaning and muttering incoherently. "Is he gonna die?" "I don't know. If you'll take me away from here, I'll help you with him." No thanks, I'm a good helper. Thanks, but don't make me go back to Gert, mister. Please. Thatcher took in her misshapen jaw and the damaged eye. He mouthed the vulgarity used frequently in the trenches. Get in! 29 Laurel was accustomed to Irv's truck clanking into the drive at all hours of the night. So when it did now, her subconscious registered that he had made it home, but she didn't fully wake up until there was thunderous knocking on the back door. She threw off the sheet, grabbed her housecoat, and pulled it on as she rushed downstairs. She didn't even bother to turn on the kitchen light before running to the back door and yanking it open. Even having been certain that the knocking didn't bode well, she still wasn't prepared for the sight that greeted her. Thatcher Hutton stood on the other side of the threshold. He was wearing the familiar black fedora, a blood-stained Henley undershirt, and dark trousers with a pistol stuck in the waistband. He was carrying Irv over his shoulder. "Your father-in-law has been hurt?" Laurel stepped around him to better see Irv, who hung limply, his arms dangling lifelessly. "Irv?" She turned his face toward her and repeated his name. When he didn't respond, she cried out in alarm. "He's not dead, just unconscious. He's bleeding. He was. I stanched the wound." "What wound?" "He was shot," aghast. Laurel looked down at the pistol in his waistband. "Not by me," he said. "Let's get him inside, see how bad it is. We already know it's bad. He needs a doctor. He refused a doctor, refused. How could he refuse if he's unconscious? Where should I put him?" "Back in his truck. I'll drive him myself." He took a breath. Then, in a voice that brooked no argument, said, "Where to?" He seemed immovable. Realizing that further argument would be a waste of valuable time, she motioned. The room behind the kitchen, Thatcher stepped inside and headed in that direction. She reached out to close the door, but a young woman with her arm in a sling was coming through. The old man threatened to chop off Mr. Hutton's pecker if he took him to a doctor. She scuttled past Laurel and followed Thatcher into Irv's room. Laurel shut the door, then rushed to follow them, reaching the room just as the girl switched on the overhead light. Thatcher eased Irv off his shoulder and lowered him onto his back on the bed. Out of sheer desperation, Laurel prayed, "God, please no." She elbowed Thatcher aside and sat down on the edge of the mattress. She took hold of Irv's hand, squeezed it tightly, and exhaled in relief when he opened his eyes. "Hi, Laurel." "What in the world happened? Ain't Hutton told you? You need a doctor. It ain't gonna be that bad. You don't know that. Fetch that jar of shine from my dresser drawer." "Which drawer?" Thatcher asked. "Bottom." On his way over to the dresser, he pulled the pistol out of his waistband and set it on the cushion atop Irv's barrel, then took off his hat and placed it over the gun. He eased his braces off his shoulders and let them fall to form loops over his hips. He found the jar of corn liquor, brought it over to the bed and screwed the lid off, then held it against Irv's lips while he sipped. After a few swallows, Irv relaxed his head on the pillow. "Don't fret, Laurel. Pour some of this whiskey in the bullet hole. Smear it with a little coal oil and cover it with a bandage. In a day or two, I'll be right as rain. Coal oil cures everything." Irv gave her a woozy grin and helped himself to another sip of moonshine when Thatcher pressed the rim of the jar to his lips, then gave a grunt of satisfaction and closed his eyes. "Get on with it." Thatcher turned to the girl. "Corinne, think you can put a kettle on to boil?" "Sure. While you're waiting on it, gather up some things, towels, tweezers, rubbing alcohol, bandages, some." "I don't have any bandages," Laurel said, interrupting him. She resented his taking charge of her emergency with her father-in-law in her house. "You'll have to cut strips of bedsheets," she said to the girl. "Fresh ones are in the cupboard in the upstairs hallway." She rattled off where the girl could find the other items. The girl repeated the instructions to make sure she'd gotten them all, then turned to leave. In her haste through the door, she bumped into the jamb. Laurel had noticed that her right eye was swollen and partially closed. She was curious about her, but for the time being, she shelved her curiosity and asked the question uppermost in her mind. How did this happen? She was afraid that Irv had been assaulted at the still. What of Ernie? Irv made a limp motion with his hand, ceding the explanation to Thatcher, who asked her, "Do you know about lefties?" She gave a brusque nod. "The back room?" "I've heard about it." "Well, the sheriff raided it tonight. It was bedlam. Someone started shooting at Irv." Although his eyes remained closed, Irv answered no. Laurel looked to Thatcher for confirmation. He said, "I don't know for sure, but I think it was random. He caught a wild shot. I got him out of there quick as I could." "I appreciate that, Mr. Hutton. Thank you for seeing to him, but you don't have to stay. I'll take over from here." "You'll need help." "I'll manage. I don't think the bullet is still in there, but the wound needs to be cleaned out. Have you ever dug around in a bullet hole?" The thought of it made her queasy. She gave a tight shake of her head. "It's nasty business," he said, "and through some of it he'll probably have to be held down." Laurel was still clutching Irv's hand, though his had gone slack. His face was ashen. She understood that Mr. Hutton was right. Giving in to him smarted, but it wasn't only her pride at stake here. Irv's life was at risk. "All right, I accept your offer to help." "Good." She swiveled her head to look up at him. "But I don't like it. I know you don't want to be beholden." His gaze stayed steady on hers for several beats. Then he turned his attention to Irv. "Let's get him out of his shirt." The cloth had turned stiff with drying blood, front and back. Whenever they had to readjust his position to work his arms free of the sleeves, he hissed through clenched teeth. When the garment was off, Laurel wadded it up and tossed it into a corner. "This isn't going to be pretty," Thatcher said. He lifted Irv's left arm and removed a balled-up shirt from his armpit. It was more blood-soaked than Irv's had been. "Yours?" she asked as she sent it the way of the other. "It was the only thing I had handy." He gave his shirt no heed as he assessed the raw, gaping wound. "This is where the bullet came out and went in where? On the back of his arm. Help me roll him over." Following his directions, she went around to the other side of the bed and helped him turn Irv toward her. Her father-in-law wasn't too drunk to spew some colorful expletives. "Sorry," Thatcher said to him. "Bullet went straight through a fleshy part of your arm. Best I can tell, it missed bones all told. You're lucky. Told you it weren't going to be bad, but right now I ain't feeling so lucky," Irv grumbled. "Where's the whiskey at?" The girl moved like a whirlwind. She made several trips in and out of the room, depositing everything that she'd been sent to scavenge. She placed them on a table that Laurel had cleared for that purpose and had moved close to the bedside. Thatcher put the tweezers and scissors in a washbowl and poured boiling water over them. While he organized the things they would need, Laurel stayed at Irv's side and plied him with moonshine from their own still. At one point, as Thatcher was packing towels beneath Irv's left side, he said to her, "Go easy on that whiskey. We'll need it for later. There's plenty more." Then, realizing her slip, she added, "He keeps another jar hidden in the bottom of that barrel. He doesn't know that I know." Thatcher gave her a wry grin. "Before we're done, you and I may need a swig." "Don't be giving away my whiskey, Laurel," Irv mumbled into his pillow. "Or my secrets." She leaned down and whispered directly into his ear, "Our secrets, and I won't." When everything was ready, and Irv was good, and looped Thatcher and she bathed their hands with rubbing alcohol, they worked on the entry wound, first since it was the minor one. Irv remained stoic, but when they repositioned him on his back, placed his arm above his head, and began to clean the exit wound, Thatcher had to restrain him while Laurel tweezed out a scrap of his shirt fabric from deep inside. Irv yelped, swore, then fainted. He remained blessedly unconscious while they continued. At last, Thatcher said, "I think that's the best we can do. We're going to leave the wounds open? You want to close them with stitches?" She shuddered. "I dread the thought, and I'm not sure closing them would be best anyway. I don't advise it," he said. When she looked up at him, he gave a small shrug. "One time one of the ranch hands got shot by a rustler as we were chasing him. The boss, Mr. Hobson, sent for a doctor. The doc got the bullet out and wanted to stitch up the hole. Mr. Hobson wouldn't let him. He said the cowboy might survive the blood loss, but then die of infection. Did he live? Yeah, he did fine. Well, until he tried to ride a bull on a dare. He got gored, bled to death after all." Laurel looked over to see if he was joking, but his brow was furrowed with concentration as he flooded Irv's wound with rubbing alcohol. She stood by to blot up the runoff, then covered the bullet holes with folded patches of cloth. Only then did the tension drain from her shoulders. Thatcher must have felt similar relief. He leaned against the wall and wiped his perspiring hairline with the back of his hand. He's a tough old coot. He is. Laurel regarded the sleeping Irv with affection as she sponged dried blood off his arm and torso. But I don't know what I would have done without him. Thatcher let that hover for a moment, then said, "Tomorrow when you change the dressing, it probably wouldn't hurt to apply a little coal oil." "I plan to," she said around a light laugh, but I wasn't going to admit it. My mother swore by its healing properties. Keep the moonshine handy, too. I also planned to do that. She used a clean towel to dry Irv's damp skin where she had washed. "Ready to wrap?" Thatcher asked. The girl had left them with neatly stacked bands of cloth. Together, she and Thatcher began winding them around Irv's torso, being as gentle as possible when they rolled him from one side to the other. The room Irv had created for himself wasn't that spacious, but the quarters had never seemed small to Laurel until now, when sharing it with Thatcher Hutton. As they wound the bandage, their movements were so in sync they could have been choreographed, or perhaps they were just keenly attuned to each other, so attuned they read each other's mind. Occasionally, their fingertips brushed. When even a whisper of contact was made, she felt his eyes on her, but she didn't have the nerve to look into his. She kept her head down and pretended that her concentration was solely on their task, but her awareness of him was breath-stealing. The 5-button placket on his undershirt was open, revealing a wedge of dark chest hair that looked soft. The long sleeves had been rolled up to above his elbows, tightly cuffing his arms just beneath his biceps. Plump veins ran down his forearms all the way to the backs of his hands, which she watched now as long, strong fingers tied a knot to secure the bandage. "It's snug," he said, "but keeping pressure on it tonight will keep the bleeding down. Thank you for stanching it when you did." She glanced over at his discarded shirt on the floor in the corner. "I'll wash it for you. It isn't a favorite. That one is worse for wear, too." He looked down at the streaks of blood on his undershirt. "It'll soak out." Looking away from him, she rested her hand on Irv's forehead. "He doesn't feel hot now, but I'll keep checking for fever. If the wounds get red and puffy or start to stink, call in a doctor only. Please don't tell Irv I was the one who suggested it." Remembering what Irv had threatened to do if Thatcher took him to a doctor, Laurel bit back a smile. 30, Laurel had learned that the girl's name was Corinne. She had been very useful, eagerly fetching and carrying, handling everything with remarkable efficiency, considering that she had the use of only one arm and limited eyesight. She re-entered Irv's room now. "There was a pie in the pie safe. I cut each of y'all a piece and started a pot of coffee. Take a breather, I'll sit with the old man. Irv's his name? Never mind that bloody water in the washbowl. I'll pitch it out the window. Did you help yourself to some pie?" Laurel asked. "It looked too good to pass up. I hope you don't mind." "Not at all. You've been extremely helpful tonight. Thank you." Corinne shrugged off the thanks, and with her free hand made a shooing motion for Laurel and Thatcher to leave the room. Irv was snoring loudly through his open mouth. Laurel didn't think she would be missed. Thatcher followed her into the kitchen. When they were out of earshot of Corinne, she asked quietly, "Who is that girl? Where did she come from? She works at Lefty's." Laurel looked toward Irv's room, then back at Thatcher. "Not upstairs, surely." The look he gave her said otherwise. "She's just a girl, 17. She was about to say more, ask more, but then remembered that Thatcher had been at Lefty's tonight when it was raided, and that what he was doing in the company of a teenage prostitute was none of her business. He stood there looking down at her as though waiting for her to pose questions she had thought better of asking. Then, stepping around her, he said, "I'll be right back," and went out through the back door. She loaded a tray with the slices of pie Corinne had prepared, cups of coffee and the fixings, and carried it into the dining room, where she laid 2 place settings on the table. Since she and Irv had begun eating their meals here, she'd bought a second-hand sideboard. At each end of it, she'd placed matching kerosene lamps with milk glass chimneys. Preferring their glow to the glaring overhead electric light, she lit them now. As she leaned down to adjust the flame, her long braid swung forward, lured throughout the ordeal with Irv. She'd lost sight of the fact that she was in her nightclothes, barefoot, her hair plaited for bedtime. But it was too late to correct these oversights. The back door squeaked open. She made certain her housecoat was fully buttoned, flipped her braid over her shoulder, and called, "In here, Mr. Hutton?" He must have gone to Irv's truck to get his suit jacket. He'd put it on over his undershirt. His braces were no longer lying loose against his hips, so she assumed he'd pulled them back onto his shoulders. He might also have smoothed down his hair, although it seemed to have a will of its own. In spite of the bloodstains on his undershirt, he looked more respectable and suitable to the setting than she did. They sat down across from each other. She tucked her bare feet beneath her chair, then pulled it closer to the table in a belated attempt to hide her dishabille. She placed a napkin in her lap. As she poured a dollop of cream into her coffee, she noticed that he hadn't yet started on his pie. His hands were loosely fisted on either side of the plate, and he was studying it. "You don't like peach?" "Oh, a lot. I was just wondering how you get the crust to wave like that at the edge. I flute it." He raised his head and looked over at her, like this. She used her fingers to demonstrate, to the dough. Huh. He picked up his fork and began to eat. After a full minute of strained silence, at least to Laurel it seemed strange, she asked, "Have you been thrown from a horse again?" "Only once today. I was being serious." He gave a lopsided grin. "So was the horse." She laughed softly and shook her head. "I don't know how you do that. Well, I don't know how to flute pie dough." They smiled across at each other. Then she set her fork on the rim of her plate and clasped her hands in her lap. "You were right, Mr. Hutton." "I? Why won't you call me Thatcher?" For a moment she was thrown by his interrupting her to ask that. She picked up her fork, set it back down. "It wouldn't be appropriate for us to use first names." "How come?" "Because we're not that well acquainted. Using first names would be a start in that direction, wouldn't it?" All things taken into account, not the least of which was the privacy of this moment. Relaxing the rules of etiquette was a risky step she was unwilling to take. Once a boundary was breached, it was difficult, if not impossible, to re-establish. Breaching boundaries with him seemed particularly chancy. "I think we should leave things as they are." He didn't respond immediately, but ultimately made a gesture of concession with his shoulder. "You were saying?" It took a moment for her to remember what she'd been saying. "I apologize for the curt way I turned down your offer to help with Irv. I couldn't have adequately tended to him by myself. Thank you for getting him home. Thank you for staying." "You're welcome, Mrs. Plummer." He didn't smile, but his eyes, the bluish-gray color of storm clouds, glinted with humor. His amusement made her feel silly and prudish for making first names an issue. But it would take on greater significance if she amended her position on the matter now. Instead, she changed the subject. "I grew up on a farm. The nearest doctor was 10 miles away at least. Accidents happen frequently. Even as a girl, I patched up cuts and scrapes, bound up sprains, things like that. I don't faint at the sight of blood, but I never had to deal with a bullet wound before. I hope I never have to again. How ammunition can rip through a body can be ugly. All right. You're referring to the war. I'm sure you saw some horrific things on the battlefield and in the hospital. Some of the men brought in might have been better off dying on the front. In the hospital, they were just made to suffer longer." "You were wounded?" He shook his head. "Spanish flu. I was laid up with it for 3 weeks. 3 miserable weeks. I lived in constant fear of Derby being blown to bits or dying of exposure to mustard gas, something war-related. But I was just as scared that he would die of flu. Thousands did. In some ways, that seems a crueler death than being killed during a battle. Little glory, less heroic, more of a waste." He focused on tracing the curved handle of the coffee cup with his fingertip. "I'm sorry about your husband." His somber tone indicated that he knew how Derby had died. Foley was a small town. Through someone he would have heard the circumstances by which she'd become a widow. She nodded in acknowledgement of his condolence, then gestured to his empty plate. "Would you care for another piece?" "No, thanks. Sure was good, though. I'm glad you liked it. The peaches came from Parker County. It's famous for them. I didn't know that. They must be special if you went all that way to buy them. How long a drive is it?" When she realized the dangerous territory she'd carelessly wandered into, her throat seized up. "Well, I didn't go myself. You sent Irv?" "No. A couple of young men who deliver my bakery items were up in that area several days ago. They stopped at a roadside stand and brought a bushel of Freestones back for me. It was very sweet and thoughtful of them." She could kick herself for bringing that up and then for blabbering on about it. Hadn't she warned Irv that telling too much was the best way to get caught lying, although she'd essentially told the truth? The O'Connor twins had brought her back a bushel of peaches, but their primary errand had been to deliver several gallons of whiskey to the man in Weatherford who'd sold Irv the copper to make the new still. Mr. Hutton seemed to detect that she was nervously dancing around something. He continued to stare at her over the rim of his cup as he drank the last of his coffee. He returned the cup to the saucer. "Your father-in-law is going to mend." She smiled. "I'm relieved." "He'll be ornery for a week or so." Her smile broadened. "I expect so. He's fiercely independent and doesn't like to be fussed over. I got that about him." He shifted in his seat, stretched out his long legs at an angle to the table, then drew them back beneath it. He turned his head aside and studied the spandrel with much more absorption than it warranted. Evidently he wanted to say something, but was hesitant. She waited. Finally, his meandering gaze came back to her. "I hated having to give you a scare tonight." "You mean when you arrived?" "I knew it would shock you, seeing your father-in-law like that, the blood and all, but there was just no way to make it easy. At least I couldn't think of a way." "No, there wouldn't have been an easy way. My heart was in my throat. You must have thought the worst had happened. Not Irv, too. That's what flashed through my mind. I saw the fear in your face. Was it that obvious? It was to me." The 4 words, softly and solemnly spoken, had an immediate and noticeable effect on the atmosphere. He said nothing more, for which she was glad, except that, moments into the ensuing silence, during which they just sat there looking at each other, she wished for more dialogue or a movement, no matter how slight, anything to relieve her awareness of him, which had become both terrible and tantalizing. Night clothes were made of summer-weight cotton, old and soft from so many washings, but they began to feel like chainmail against her chest, equaling the pressure collecting behind her breastbone. When she could stand it no longer, she said, "I had better check on Irv." She pushed back her chair and came out of it so quickly. She tripped on the hem of her housecoat. She hadn't quite made it out of the dining room when he touched her arm from behind. "Laurel, wait." She didn't upbraid him for using her first name. Of greater consequence was that he had covered the distance from the table in half the time she had and was now standing close behind her, so terrible and tantalizing that she kept her back to him. "What, Mr. Hutton? Why didn't you ask me about Corinne?" "I did ask you about her. You wanted to know more." "No, I didn't." "Yes, you did." He reached for her hand and turned her around, then kept his fingers clasping hers as they faced each other. "Why didn't you ask how come she was with me?" "Because it isn't any of my business." "Yes, it is." He drew on her hand, bringing her closer to him, close enough for her to feel his body heat. Denying to herself that she felt anything at all, she kept her head lowered and whispered insistently into the open placket of his undershirt. "No, it isn't." "Well, it's about to be." With his other hand, he tipped her chin up. His eyes moved over her face, pausing momentarily on each feature. He brought his hand up to her cheek and rested it there. His thumb stroked her chin, coming close enough to her lips to make them tingle. He lowered his head, then more still, until his face filled her field of vision, and she felt his breath drift warmly over her lips. Her eyes closed. His lips met hers softly, whisking back and forth, sipping gently, teasing her so maddeningly that she came up on tiptoes to secure the connection. He made a low sound as his arm curved around her waist. The hand against her cheek slid beneath her chin, supporting her jaw and neck as he tilted her head and realigned their lips. His were parted, hers responded in kind. Tongues touched, shyly and fleetingly, but electrically, breaths caught and were suspended. He waited. For her it was agonizing, this indecision, this self-denial, this wanting but fearing. But then he spoke her name on a ragged breath, and something inside her that had been fettered for a long time broke free and took flight. He sensed it immediately and deepened the kiss with hunger and heat, a low growl, his tongue searching. His arm tightened around her waist until their bodies met where his was straining and hers was aching. He nudged the dip between her thighs and stayed and pressed, and still it wasn't close enough. She placed her hands on his chest, clutched handfuls of his jacket, and then gave a cry of sudden pain. He released her immediately and backed away. God, Laurel, what's the matter? She looked down at her right hand where a drop of blood beaded up out of her palm. I don't know, mystified? She looked up at him. Something in your pocket? She reached into his left breast pocket and came up with a star-shaped badge. She gaped at it, then dropped it as though the pin had pricked her again. The badge clinked against the hardwood floor. She looked up into his face, her breath rushing in and out. You're a deputy sheriff? No, not officially. She backed away from him, drawing her housecoat more tightly around her. Were you in on that raid? Not by choice. Either you were or you weren't, she said, raising her voice. If there hadn't been a raid, Irv wouldn't have gotten shot. If he hadn't been in Lefty's back room, he wouldn't have gotten shot. You're blaming him? No. All I'm saying is that he was at the wrong place at the wrong time, and so was I. Oh, were you? If Irv hadn't been shot, would you have arrested him? Wasn't up to me. I didn't arrest anybody. I hauled your father-in-law out of there, carried him to his truck, and drove him home, for which I've thanked you. Now I want you to leave. It wasn't my doing, Laurel. Don't use my name. I got railroaded into taking part, Laurel. Sheriff Amos. I don't care. Sounds like you do. Sounds like you care one hell of a lot. Will you just go? What difference does it make to you if I was official or not? None. Absolutely none. You're nothing you do is any of my business, or didn't I make that clear to you not 3 minutes ago? He leaned forward and said with emphasis, it was an eventful 3 minutes. True. With desire spreading through her like warm syrup, all sorts of events had taken place in intimate places. To cover her mortification, she went on the offensive. Why did you keep that badge concealed? It makes me wonder what else you're hiding. Yeah, then that makes two of us, because I don't think it was the kiss that has got you coming apart. Anger and fear were potent emotions. In the throes of either, one could speak ill-advisedly. In the grips of both, one would be foolish to say anything at all. She'd gone far beyond that, but if she didn't stop now, she could dig herself in much deeper. Drawing herself up to her full height, she said, you prevented Irv's condition from getting much worse. Possibly you even saved his life, thank you. But I want you to leave now, and from now on, stay away from us, away from me. He remained as he was just looking at her, then bent over and scooped the badge up off the floor. Thanks for the pie. He turned and disappeared around the corner into the kitchen. The back door was soundly pulled shut. Laurel walked backward over to the table, groping blindly for her chair, and when she located it, landed hard in the seat. She squeezed her eyes shut and covered her mouth with her hand. Her lips were still damp from his kiss. She could taste him. Her breast felt heavy, full, tingly. She didn't know whether to scream with fury, wring her hands with anxiety, or weep because she could never be near him again. Miss Laurel? She started. Corinne was standing only a few feet away, looking at her with uncertainty. Did he leave me here? Laurel laid her forehead on the table and hiccuped a sob tinged with hysteria. So it would seem, 31, and like a damn fool, I believed every word out of his lying mouth and ran off with him. Corinne finished a slice of bacon and licked the grease off her fingers. It was romantic and exciting, and all I kept telling myself that Mama and Daddy wouldn't miss me, that they'd be glad to have one less mouth to feed. There's 11 of us kids. I'm second oldest. Anyhow, on the night Jack and me had set, I snuck out of the house and walked to the crossroads where he was waiting. We hit the open road, laughing and carrying on, waiting to see where destiny would take us. It took us to Lefty's. You gonna finish that? The sudden question asked out of context roused Laurel from her wool gathering. Pardon? You gonna eat what's left of your breakfast? Oh, no, help yourself. She pushed her plate across the table. Corrine broke a biscuit in half, spooned jam onto it, and popped it into her mouth. At least that silenced her for several seconds. Laurel didn't know where the girl found the energy or wherewithal to chatter. Both of them had been up for most of the night, taking turns sitting with Irv, waiting and watching to see if he would take a bad turn. He was in obvious pain, but he'd showed no signs of worsening. Except for some spotting on his bandage, there'd been no further bleeding, no fever. At sunup, Laurel had gone to her room to wash and dress for the day. She'd undone her braid and brushed her hair, then plaited it again and wound it into a bun on her nape, as though her loose braid were responsible for her lapse in good judgment last night. This morning she had mercilessly jabbed the hairpins in to secure it. What other excuse did she have for allowing Mr. Hutton to kiss her like that? The crisis with Irv had left her emotionally vulnerable, yes, but she'd always disparaged members of her sex who blamed stupid behavior on frayed emotions. When she had returned downstairs, Corrine was in the kitchen frying bacon. Biscuits were baking. Laurel had been embarrassed by the girl's industry because she felt completely wrung out. When she'd murmured an apology to that effect, Corrine had said, "You got saddled with me? I'll make myself useful till you kick me out." When Corrine had been left behind in the middle of the night, Laurel would never have insisted she leave. But now she didn't know what to do about the girl, or really what to do about any aspect of her predicament. Throughout the night, Irv's condition had been her primary concern. However, dawn had brought with it jarring realizations. He'd survived the gunshot, thank God, but the repercussions of it, chiefly his convalescence, created practical problems to which Laurel must find solutions. Soon, so what I think is that he outright sold me to that old bitch. Laurel's thoughts were so deeply troubling, her attention had again drifted away from Corrine's running monologue. Sorry? Gert, Corrine said. When I came back after a visit to the outhouse, Jack was gone. He'd hightailed it as soon as my back was turned. Gert said I could stay, but I'd have to earn my keep and pay back her investment in me. I caught on quick, though. I could spend the rest of my life on my back, and I would never make enough to earn my keep, plus repay whatever chicken shit amount of money she'd given Jack. But I didn't have nowhere else to go, so she gave a shrug which, to Laurel's amazement, conveyed more resignation than rancor. The girl seemed to have accepted being prostituted better than she herself had being intentionally widowed. Most of the time it wasn't so bad, Corrine continued. But after the hullabaloo that creep Wally Johnson caused, Gert, Wally Johnson, the man who was murdered? Yeah, the night after he did this to me. She pointed to her face and patted her arm in the sling. The sheriff came out to Lefty's and asked, did I know anything about his killing? I told him nothing except I was glad he was dead. Laurel remembered Irv telling her that he had seen Dr. Driscoll at the roadhouse attending a girl who'd been beaten. Things had come full circle. Anyhow, Corrine continued, all old Gert cares about is money, money, money. I thought she was going to beat the tar out of Wally for ruining what she called my earning capacity. Now he's dead, she's taken it out on me that my face is messed up and my eye has gone wonky. She's gotten meaner by the day. So last night, when I saw a chance to get away from her, I took it. With Mr. Hutton. Huh. He sure is nice. Handsome, too. I clapped eyes on him the second he walked into Lefty's. I thought to myself, now there's a man that might be worth dropping drawers for. Gert must have thought so, too. The bitch pounced, offering her wares, I'm sure. He didn't go upstairs, though. Then, after the shooting started, I ran outside like everybody else. I saw Mr. Hutton come out carrying the old man. He laid him in the back of the truck. I ran over, took in what was happening, offered to help if he'd let me tag along. He cussed something fierce, You know how a man does when he's had about all the aggravation he can tolerate? But then he said okay and told me to get in the truck. I didn't give him time to think twice. I hopped in, put your daddy-in-law's head in my lap so it wouldn't be banging around while we was driving along the way. Though he started bleeding real bad, I hollered at Mr. Hutton to stop. He came back, took a look, and that's when he pulled off his shirt and stuffed the bullet hole with it. Are y'all sparking? These sudden questions of Corinne's continued to throw Laurel. When she realized what the girl was asking, she replied with a definitive no. Corinne giggled like she knew otherwise, then scooted her chair back. You go see to Irv? I'll clean up the kitchen. Really, Corinne? You don't have to do that. I don't expect anything from you. Neither did Mr. Hutton, which is why I think he's right decent and real serious like, ain't he? Go on now before the old man gets cranky. I took him some breakfast. He's probably finished it by now. Laurel tapped once on Irv's bedroom door before pushing it open. He was half sitting up a tray on his lap. His lined features were compressed into a frown. As Laurel entered, she asked, Are you hurting? I've felt better. He groused. And that girl didn't put enough sugar in the oatmeal. I know that you know her name. You failed to mention she was the one brutalized by Wally Johnson and treated by Dr. Driscoll. You didn't ask. Laurel removed the tray from his lap and set it on the dresser. Despite his complaint, she noticed he'd eaten everything. She went back over to the bed and laid her palm against his forehead. He didn't feel feverish. Have you used the chamber pot? The girls already emptied it. Did you have trouble getting out of bed? No. I'm limber as a ballerina. Did a couple of twirls while I was up. At her look, he added, What do you think? Yes, I had trouble. Took 20 minutes to take a piss. He was way past cranky. I'll bring you a jar to use in the bed. The girl already offered. I told her, hell no. I'm not an invalid. Laurel restrained herself from commenting on that. I need to change your bandage. That can wait. He motioned toward the end of the bed. Sit down so I don't have to crane my neck. We gotta talk. She did as requested. What's on your mind? You have to ask. He would become even more irascible if she pretended not to know what they needed to talk about. So she went straight to the point. I don't know how we're going to manage things while you're recovering. I haven't figured it out yet. You're already toting more than your fair share, Laurel. Damn me for getting my fool self shot. It wasn't your fault, but what were you doing at Lefty's? Negotiating that new deal you proposed. Did he go for it? He listened, but we hadn't shook on it before the deputies came busting in. One fired a pistol into the air. He got everybody's attention, all right. Caused a stampede. You could have been killed. Well, I wasn't, but it served as a reminder to me that you're in constant danger. So are you. But I've been at it longer, and I'm old. If I got killed, some would say it was past time. But if something was to happen to you, I'd never forgive myself. This ain't a lark, you know. I do know that, or I wouldn't have agreed to carry a pistol. I realize the dangers and accept them as part of the venture. What about him? Who? He lowered his chin and looked at her from beneath his bushy eyebrows. She somehow kept herself from squirming. If you're referring to Mr. Hutton, nothing about him. He extended us a kindness. I think he would have done the same for anyone. He didn't, though, did he? There were others hurt, several shot. I was the only one he slung over his shoulder and brought home. Why do you think he singled me out? Well, not because he suspects something to him. You were just another customer having a drink in Lefty's back room. He said that? He didn't say otherwise. That's not quite the same, though, is it? In fact, I've noticed he doesn't say much of anything unless it's called for. Did he tell you that he was there with Sheriff Amos? He mentioned him. Strange that he was out there with the sheriff at that particular time. He said he got railroaded into it. Railroaded into what? Into, I don't know, Irv. It irritated her that her father-in-law was fixated on the one subject she definitely did not wish to talk about. Never mind him, let's focus on us. All right, I'll drop it for now. And anyway, we won't have to worry about secret agents or incarceration if we don't make and sell product. Exactly. It'll take weeks for you to fully recover. Only one, at least two, possibly three. Well, we'll see. In the meantime, our daytime activities will continue pretty much as they have been. You'll keep baking and delivering as usual. I can certainly do that. How big's our stockpile of product in the cellar? Fair, but with the business the O'Connors are generating, it won't last long. Ernie's got some inventory stashed away, he said. You trust those twins enough to send them out there for it? She liked the young men. They were charmers and had given her no reason to mistrust them, but she didn't trust them enough to reveal the location of the stills. No, me neither. One's moony over you, Davy. He looked surprised that she knew. Has he professed himself? No, I've sensed that he's infatuated, but pretended not to notice. Please, can we get back to the subject? I'll go out to the still today, bring back Ernie's stash, and transfer it to the cellar. It'll have to last until you're back on your feet and we resume production. Resume production? Resume? We ain't shutting down, Laurel, not for any length of time. As of yesterday, we've got 20 barrels of mash fermenting. You planning on just pouring it out, wasting it? All right? Ernie can do a run when a barrel becomes ready, but until you're up and about, we won't mix more mash, and we'll cut back to just one still. Irv shook his head. We've got customers to keep supplied, new ones that you yourself courted. If we stop delivering as promised, they'll start buying from someone else. His arguments against shutting down were considerations she had already taken into account. I'll have to help Ernie then. But on the nights I'm at the still, I worry about leaving you here alone and helpless if anything were to happen. What could happen? The house could catch on fire and it takes you 20 minutes to use the chamber pot. Well, you can't be baking all day and then driving back and forth to the still in the dead of night either. Why not? Because I said so. Irv, Laurel. We're not arguing over this. I'd bust up both stills myself before I'd put you at risk like that. What I propose, he said before she could raise another objection, is this. He grimaced as he shifted his position. Situate the girl out there. Corrine? Set her up in the shack. It'll look like you've taken her on as a charity case. You rescued her from a life of iniquity. She's young and spry. She could walk back and forth over that hill between the shack and the still with no problem at all. She can help Ernie? Help him make moonshine? That's not rescuing her from a life of iniquity. It's setting her up to commit a crime. What she's been doing at Lefty's is a crime that was imposed on her. All the more reason this arrangement will be better. Laurel rubbed her forehead, which had begun to throb. Does she know anything about making whiskey? Haven't asked her yet. I wanted to run the idea past you first. Whether she does or not, she can stir mash. She can seal jars. She can box them. With a broken arm? It's almost healed. She took her sling off and showed me how she can rotate it. As for the process, she'll catch on quick enough with Ernie teaching her. She can't read, but she's bright enough. She can't read? No, but she can talk. Damn, can she ever. She's got magpie in her blood. Before I told her to put a sock in it, I heard her whole life story. Why can't she read? No schooling. She had to stay at home and help her mother tend the brood. 2 ambitions in life are to learn to read and to see a moving picture show. Anything else you want to know? Yes. Why aren't you worried about her safety at the still the way you're worried about mine? Because she ain't my kin, and because she's had to live by her wits, and considering how young she is, she's fared pretty good, surviving Wally and Gert and all. You can't bake your pies in that old stove at the shack, and if you weren't seen around town, everybody would wonder where you went off to, especially that Hutton. I'd bet my left nut on him being first to ask where he was at, and you hate that shack. It was a speech that sounded suspiciously rehearsed. You have given it some thought. Wasn't nothing else to do last night except to hurt and think. I don't see another solution. Now, send the girl in here. I'll lay it out for her, but I know she'll jump at the chance. She's scared you're going to cast her out for being a fallen woman. I wouldn't do that. She went over to the dresser and picked up the tray. I'll be back shortly to change your bandage. First, Irv said, you need to drive out to the still and tell Ernie what's happened. He was expecting me out there last night after my visit to Lefty's. He'll be worried. That'll take me an hour. My arm ain't gonna rot off in that amount of time. To make his point, he tried to raise it and winced. In a growl, he said, "Next time you see that Hutton fella, tell him I'm grateful. I don't trust him, but I owe him my thanks." I won't be seeing him anymore, but when she walked into the kitchen with the tray, he was standing on the back door threshold in conversation with Corrine. 32 Thatcher wasn't feeling too gracious toward Laurel this morning, and when she saw him, he could tell by her sour expression that the feeling was mutual. The tray she was carrying was set on the drain board with a dish-rattling thud. "Corrine, Irv wants to talk to you." Her tone didn't invite discussion or argument. "Can't wait to hear what he's gripping about now." Corrine shot Thatcher a parting smile, then scuttled around Laurel and out of the kitchen. Laurel waited until Irv's bedroom door was closed, then said in an angry whisper, "I told you to stay away from us. Only reason I'm here is to get what I left behind last night." She propped her hands on her hips. Corrine? He didn't blame her for being mad about that. He'd been so miffed when he left, he'd forgotten all about the girl until he'd reached the boarding house. He sure as hell wasn't going to come back for her then. "I didn't mean to dump her on you." "What did you mean to do with her?" "Well, I really didn't have time to mull it over. What with keeping your father-in-law from bleeding and all. Tell me, Deputy, did you save him last night only so you could arrest him this morning? To hell with this. He had things to do that didn't include swapping snide remarks on her doorstep. I came for the pistol. I could have bought another hat, but the gun isn't mine. I need to return it to its owner. And who is that? Can I have it back, please?" She stood there seething, then said, "It's been in safekeeping. Wait here." She went into the dining room. He heard her open one of the sideboard's drawers, then slam it shut. She reappeared with his hat in one hand and the Colt in the other. She thrust them at him. He caught them both against his chest. "Thanks." He placed his hat on his head and pushed the pistol into his waistband. "You're going to walk around town with it poking out like that?" "No." "I'm going to ride around town with it poking out like that." "Ride?" He thumbed over his shoulder toward her backyard where he'd hitched a gelding to a post of her clothesline. She glanced past him, saw the horse, and remarked again, snidely, "He doesn't look like a bucking bronco to me." "Far from it. He's lazy. His owner hired me to pump some spirit into him. Riding him over was a lesson in obedience. For him or for you. I got him up to a canter. For me, it beat walking." The scornfulness in her expression was replaced by one of sudden realization. "When you left last night, yeah, I was afoot, but I'm used to walking." He didn't see a need to belabor the point. "Corrine and I will ride double. Go get her, and we'll be out of your hair." She hesitated, tugging at her lower lip with her teeth, and damn if he didn't want to be doing that, sore as he was at her in his head. Other parts of him hadn't gotten the message. She said, "Did Corrine express a desire to go with you?" "You mean just now?" "No. She was bringing me up to date on Irv. Sounds like he's doing okay. Ornery, as you predicted, but holding his own. Have you changed the bandage?" "Not yet. But he isn't running a fever, so I don't think the wound is infected. Want me to stay while you check, then help you wrap him up again?" "No, I wouldn't want to inconvenience you any more than you already have been." She clasped her hands at her waist and avoided looking him in the eye. "In fact, Irv asked me to tell you on the outside chance that you and I met again that he's grateful for what you did and to give you his thanks." "He said that? Specifically?" He propped his shoulder against the door jamb and folded his arms. "Now I wonder who that pained the most. You for having to pass along his thanks? Or him for owing me his thanks in the first place? My gratitude is sincere, Mr. Hutton. So is Irv's." "Then he's changed his opinion of me. Why would you say that?" "When you two came into the sheriff's office while I was in custody, the second he saw me, he said, 'Didn't I tell you he was up to no good?' Meaning that before he'd even met me, before he ever looked me in the eye, he'd drawn that conclusion and shared it with you." He uncrossed his arms and pushed off the doorframe to face her squarely, watching closely to see how she would react. He added, which I guess is why he went for his shotgun that day, "I wandered into your yard." "Shotgun? No sense in lying. I saw him. Why'd he have that shotgun at the ready?" Noticeably uneasy, she said, "He's leery of strangers. Overmuch, I'd say. He kept a shotgun handy as a precaution to protect Pearl and me if the need arose. But I hadn't done anything out of line. You said so yourself. You told the sheriff that. I know what I told him. Then why did your father-in-law feel he had to stand guard? His persistence had turned her uneasiness into annoyance. Maybe it's your overall manner, Mr. Hutton. What manner is that? The way you look at a person, like you're trying to figure them out. Sometimes I am. Well, it's rude and unnerving. It makes people uncomfortable. You especially, I think. Dander up, she said, not at all. Then why'd you go all jumpy last night? I didn't go jumpy, he snuffled. She'd played right into his gambit. When she realized it, she looked away from him, then turned and looked behind her toward Irv's bedroom before coming back around to him. Her expression was now as prim as a nun's. You deliberately got us off the subject of Corinne, she said. In good conscience, I can't send her back to the roadhouse and that Gert who has been so cruel to her. She wanted out of there all right, but where can she go? I'm willing to take her in. She'll have a place to live, and I'll pay her a modest salary to work for me. With Irv incapacitated, I could use the extra help with my business. Corinne is eager to improve her lot in life. Sounds good all around, but it seems sudden. Well, she was suddenly foisted on me, wasn't she? I thought you would be relieved. This will free you from any responsibility you feel toward her. Not entirely. He hitched his chin toward the bedroom. How's Corinne feel about this arrangement? Irv is talking it over with her now. He's confident that she'll jump at the chance, and so am I. It's certainly preferable to the situation she was in at Lefty's. How'd she wind up there? Did she tell you? She was naive and trusting of a man. She's paying the consequences of having stars in her eyes. They can be blinding. She looked down at her open palm and ran her other thumb over the pinprick in the center. Then she dropped her hand and hid it in a fold of her skirt as though she'd been caught with it in the cookie jar. I shouldn't have let you kiss me last night, Mr. Hutton. But neither should you have taken advantage of me when I was in such a state, so we were both at fault for things getting out of hand. Don't even think of it ever happening again. The incident will never be mentioned. We'll pretend that it didn't happen. No, we'll forget that it happened. He didn't say anything. She didn't look into his face, but continued to stare straight ahead at the button on his shirt to which she'd issued the ultimatum about pretending and forgetting. He waited her out. Finally, she tilted her head back and met his eyes. That's how it's going to be, is that right? She went rigid with indignation and made a sound of disgust. I knew you'd be difficult about it. She elbowed him aside and went out into the yard. She strode over to the horse. The gelding shied, taking several cautious steps backward. She untied the reins from around the post, then tugged on them until the reluctant horse went along as she led him over to Thatcher. Here, she held out the reins. Goodbye! Thatcher took the reins, then caught her hand and walked her backward until she came up against the gelding's side, the back of her head resting against the seat of the saddle. Thatcher cupped the horn with his left hand and placed his right on the cantle, bracketing her with his arms. He could tell the action shocked her, but he didn't give her time to counter. You've said your piece, now I'm going to say mine. I like the look of you, have since I first laid eyes on you. That soft spot right there where your lips meet was the first place I wanted to kiss. He homed in on that spot, then his eyes trailed down her front and back up again. I like the size and shape of you. I like everything, even your sass. Mostly your sass, he said, his gaze dipping briefly to her lips again before returning to her eyes. As for not thinking about that kiss ever happening again, I've already thought about it, and more. I think about you unbuttoned and unhooked and with your hair loose. I have dreams where we're lying down together, and I hate like hell waking up. He shifted his stance, still not touching her, but coming awfully close. And it was hard as hell not to give in to the urge to bring them flush like they'd been last night. Now, Laurel, I've never taken advantage of a woman in my life. You damn well know that I didn't take advantage of you last night, and I won't ever. He dropped his voice so she'd have to listen really close to this last part because it was an ultimatum of his own. But if you genuinely don't want me coming at you again, be careful you don't dare me. He gave the words seconds to sink in, then lowered his hands from the saddle, moved her aside, put his boot in the stirrup, and swung up. He nudged the gelding with his knees and rode out of the yard without looking back. Thatcher had another difficult encounter ahead of him this morning. He'd said what he'd wanted to say to Laurel, but in doing so had probably offended her beyond any hope of ever making amends. But if he had it to do over again, he'd say the same. He feared things wouldn't go any better with Bill Amos. The sheriff's car wasn't parked out front of the department, but Thatcher went inside to check if he was there. 3 personnel were inside, but Harold was the only one Thatcher knew by name. All stopped what they were doing when he walked in. Harold said, "Sheriff's not here. Do you know where he is?" "At home." "I have business with him." "What kind of business?" Harold had covered his back last night during the raid, but the resentment persisted, it seemed, the kind that won't wait. "Where does he live?" The Amos's house wasn't as picturesque as Dr. Driscoll's, but the second-story roofline sported gingerbread trim. It overhung a deep porch with 2 wicker rocking chairs. The yard was shaded by a massive pecan tree loaded with clusters of green shucks that promised a good harvest come fall. Thatcher secured the gelding to a fence post, made his way up the limestone walk, and knocked on the front door. The upper half of it had an oval glass pane through which Thatcher and the sheriff made eye contact as he approached. He was in shirt sleeves and seemed a bit thrown to see Thatcher at his door. He greeted him by name with a question mark behind it. "I stopped by your office first. Harold told me where you lived. Can I have a minute?" The sheriff turned his head and glanced up the staircase attached to the right wall of the vestibule. He came back around, smoothing his mustache. "All right, come in." Thatcher took off his hat and stepped inside. On the wall opposite the staircase was a gallery of framed photographs, but the foyer was dim, and Thatcher couldn't make out who was in the pictures. "How bad off is Irv Plummer?" Bill asked. "He'll live." "The bullet entered the back of his arm here," Thatcher illustrated, "came out through his armpit. Lost blood, but it wasn't as nasty as it could have been. What about the other injured? Bloody noses and scraped knuckles. 1 broken finger. 4 were shot, including Irv. None of the wounds were fatal or permanently crippling. Thank God. Who was the shooter? Local boy, preacher's kid, stupid and blind drunk. He panicked, overreacted. Broke down and cried when we told him that his wild shots had found flesh. More scared of his daddy's punishment than jail time. We've got a dozen in the cell block sleeping it off until they can be arraigned later today. Lefty's lawyer has already posted bail for him and Gert. Routine, he said with a shrug. "How was Mrs. Plummer when you got Irv home?" "Scared at first seeing the blood, but once the shock wore off and she realized the wound wasn't fatal, she was fine." "3rd crisis in a row for that young lady. Another would be having the old man sent to jail. Do you plan on arresting him? Not this time, but he should learn his lesson from getting shot and stay out of Lefty's." Thatcher didn't comment on that. He pulled the pistol from his waistband and extended it to Bill by the barrel. "Wasn't fired. Wasn't needed after all." "Why don't you keep it, Thatcher?" "No thanks." "Why not?" "I've already got one. It was a gift. This one comes with strings." With a sigh of resignation, Bill took the Colt and set it on the lengthy table that ran along the wall under the picture gallery. "Look, I can tell that you're upset about." "I'm not upset, Bill. I'm pissed off. You roped me into something I wanted no part of, and it's not like I hadn't told you flat out that I wanted no part of it." "Guilty. But last night you only proved that you." "Bill," the feminine voice came from above. Thatcher looked up the staircase where a woman hovered halfway down. She was of comparable age to Bill, maybe 50. She was wearing a dressing gown and bedroom slippers. Her long, pale hair hung loose and tangled almost to her waist. She looked like a disheveled angel, a remarkably beautiful angel. And she was regarding Thatcher with as much awe as he was regarding her with gentleness. Bill said, "Daisy, go on back upstairs. I'll be there in a sec." She eased her grip on the banister and continued her descent. But it was as plain as day to Thatcher that she was drunk or high on something. Her tread was so unsteady that if Bill hadn't bounded up to assist her down the last few steps, she surely would have fallen. When they reached the bottom, she shuffled toward Thatcher, bringing with her a waft of whiskey. She laid her frail hand against her chest as she gazed up at him with a yearning that made Thatcher uncomfortable. He looked over at Bill, who was watching his wife with sorrow, pity, and love. the raw and tragic kind Daisy. This is Thatcher Hutton. Remember I told you about him? In a breathy voice, she said. For a moment there, I thought, with the light behind him, the angle of his jaw, he looked. She trailed off and, turning away from Thatcher, said to her husband, "They do make mistakes. I've read stories." Bill placed his arm around her shoulders. "I don't think it's a mistake, Daisy." She looked toward the photo gallery, then pressed her face into Bill's shirt front and began making keening sounds that made chills run down Thatcher's spine. Bill shushed her, then turned with her toward the stairs, saying to Thatcher over his shoulder, "Wait for me on the porch." Thatcher quietly slipped through the front door. Fucking hell. This was turning out to be some morning. He sat down in one of the rocking chairs and stared at the gelding whose head drooped in the mid-morning heat. He was too lazy even to graze at the patch of grass within nibbling distance. Thatcher actually preferred a horse that would stamp and rear and buck him off a dozen times to one he had to light a fire under. Neither he nor the horse moved much in the 10 minutes before Bill came through the door, pulling it closed behind him. He avoided looking at Thatcher as he dragged the other rocking chair over and lowered himself into it, settling heavily. He rested his head against the back of it and closed his eyes, his bearing one of utter despair and defeat. Thatcher took his cue from Bill and remained silent. After a time, Bill sat forward and placed his forearms on his thighs, linking his fingers between his knees and staring at the floor planks under his boots. "Daisy has a heart condition, you see? Her heart is broken, shattered, actually. The declines I told you about are actually drinking binges. When I got home late last night, she was passed out. I couldn't wake her up. Scares me shitless when I find her like that. I stayed home this morning waiting for her to wake up, bathe, to eat something." He made a rolling motion with his hand. "You get it?" Thatcher nodded, but Bill had yet to look at him, so he didn't see the nod. He said the first thing that came to mind, and it was in earnest. "She's beautiful." Bill gave a sniff of rueful humor. "First time I saw her, swear to God, I don't think I took a breath for 5 full minutes. It was at a community picnic on the 4th of July. She had on a white dress and carried a parasol. I drew her attention by winning a shooting contest. She strolled over to congratulate me on my blue ribbon. I don't remember what we said to each other. I doubt I made a lick of sense." He paused and smiled at the recollection. "Anyhow, I started courting her the next day. A few months later, I asked for her hand, and she said yes. I thought for sure she was taunting me, but no, she was in earnest. I marched her to First Methodist before she could change her mind. Our son Tim was born 9 months later, almost to the day of the wedding. During his next pause, his smile faded. But after Tim, she couldn't conceive. That boy became the light of our lives. We loved him. Most everybody who met him did. The good die young, they say." He gulped, and it took a while for him to continue. "We never saw his body. Didn't have a casket. We put up a marker in the cemetery, but Daisy can't accept that he's gone. I know it was eerie for you, the way she was staring. I apologize. She thinks she sees Tim in every young man who's the right age and of similar build. You do resemble him that way. She drinks herself into stupors. Some last hours, some for days. Every once in a while, she can pull herself together and make an effort to be her old self, the belle of the ball, but not often." Thatcher shifted in his seat. "Have you thought of taking her to a sanatorium? 1,000 times a day. But I can't bring myself to do it, Thatcher. I can't do that to either of us. Being locked up might send her over a cliff to where I couldn't reach. I wouldn't have anything of her, and I'd rather have this than nothing. Where does she get the hooch?" He looked over at Thatcher then, and in his eyes was a shameful confession. "That's why I told you it would be messy if I tried to charge our mayor with bootlegging. Not just messy, but hypocritical. He supplies me with the good stuff from Kentucky. He might not if he knew it wasn't for you, if he knew it was Mrs. Amos who was drinking it. Oh, he knows. He takes perverse pleasure in her addiction and our sad, sad circumstance." He gave Thatcher another rueful smile. "He was Daisy's escort to the picnic.